Councillors, if you could take your seats, please. Kia ora tātou huhi mai nei, mōrena, and good morning everybody, to welcome you to the governing body meeting for the 29th of August. Obviously I'm not the Mayor. The Mayor is speaking at a conference and should be here at about 11:30, so I will be filling in for him until that time. I'd like to start now by welcoming those members of the public who are here to listen to our meeting this morning. Mōrena, and good morning to you. We look forward to hearing from you shortly. But first up, we have formally to adopt our apologies. As I have mentioned, we have apologies for lateness from His Worship the Mayor, Wayne Brown. We have apologies from Councillor Hills, who's at a funeral, and for lateness from Councillor Stewart and Williamson. Early departure from you, Councillor Foley, is that correct? Right, any more apologies, Sandra?
Sorry, I'm at early departure too.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dalton. If we could add you to that. All good. I'd like then to move the apologies. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Sayers. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you. We move on to declarations of interest. Any declarations of interest? Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, item 7, so I'll just pop out for that one.
Great, thank you. We'll note that.
Madam Deputy Chair, I'm the same on the same item.
Okay, thank you. Noted those. So I've noted those declarations. Do I have a seconder for that? No, I don't need that, do I? No. Okay, confirmation of minutes of the 29th of August. That's not right.
The first, sorry.
1st of August. Read it, I knew it was wrong. It's a bit like a calculator. 1st of August 2024, both open and confidential. Do I have a seconder for those minutes, please? Thank you, Councillor Ferry. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Which leads us to public input. And first, I would like to...
Madam Chair, I wonder, and I don't want to interrupt proceedings, but it's the first governing body meeting that we've had since the passing of Wally Thomas. And I would like to record my gratitude at a personal level for his many years of service to the Auckland Council through the Auckland Transport years, but to just acknowledge the contribution that he has made and how sad it is that he has passed away at a time in his life where he was really looking forward to retirement. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher, and I think we all join with you in that acknowledgement and send our condolences to his family. Thank you. We'll now move on to public input, item 4.1. And first up we have the National Public Health Service, Northern Region, Dr. June Long, Medical Officer of Health. June, are you here? Good morning. Thank you. And if you just look at the microphone in front of you and press the button on the right. Thank you very much. Looking forward to your presentation.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko June Lang toku ingoa. My name is June Lang. I'm a public health physician and medical officer of health. I represent the National Public Health Service Northern Region, which is part of Health New Zealand, Te Whatu Ora. The medical officer of health holds a statutory role in alcohol licensing and must be consulted on in the development of a local alcohol policy. Today, I'm speaking in support of Auckland Council's local alcohol policy, which public health has worked closely with the council on over the past 10 years. Thank you. Reducing alcohol harm is important because firstly, levels of alcohol use in Tamaki Makaurau are high. Here we've summarised data from the New Zealand Health Survey showing that among adults aged 15 years and above, almost 3 in 4 reported drinking in the past year. 1 in 6 reported drinking to hazardous levels, with a high risk of acute harm to themselves and others. Among those who drink, there were even higher proportions who reported heavy episodic drinking, that is, having at least 6 drinks on a single occasion. Almost 1 in 4 drinkers drank to hazardous levels. We also found that in the neighborhoods with the highest socioeconomic deprivation, that is, in quintile 5 on the graph on the left, there were fewer drinkers overall. But among those who drank, the same neighborhoods had higher rates of hazardous drinking, shown on the far right in purple. This illustrates the alcohol harm paradox, where areas with higher deprivation experience more alcohol harm, even though they do not drink more overall. So it's not individual drinkers to blame, but the fact that these neighborhoods tend to have more alcohol outlets, which cause more harm. Alcohol perpetuates the inequities that our communities already experience. Research shows in Aotearoa, there are more alcohol outlets in neighborhoods where more young Māori and Pacific peoples live. Another study that placed wearable cameras on children found that Māori and Pacific children had 14 times and 5 times the rates of exposure to alcohol marketing from retailers than New Zealand European children in their neighborhoods on their way to and from school. The burden of alcohol on health is substantial, causing more than 200 health conditions, including the most common cancers like breast and colorectal cancer. Alcohol is responsible for more than 900 deaths and 29,000 hospitalizations each year in Aotearoa, with Māori experiencing twice the mortality from alcohol compared to non-Māori. Recent research shows that, in fact, alcohol causes more harm to others than to drinkers in Aotearoa. For context, in 2018, there were estimated to be more than 60,000 New Zealanders living with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, 10,000 road crashes due to someone else's drinking, and 6,000 hospitalizations from alcohol-related violence. This illustrates the huge burden alcohol has on our society. Alcohol also makes our communities feel unsafe. In a study commissioned by Health New Zealand to Whatu Ora, people reported avoiding local spaces like parks, shops, and recreation areas, and having restrictions to children's activities because of alcohol. Alcohol affected the vitality of neighborhoods because of the litter, noise, public drinking, and antisocial behavior from drinkers. So what are the most effective ways to reduce alcohol harm? Based on extensive research evidence, the World Health Organization recommends a package of population policies with the acronym SAFER. Of note, the S here stands for strengthening restrictions on alcohol availability, such as by reducing the number of alcohol outlets and trading hours. This is what Auckland Council's local alcohol policy aims to achieve. To conclude, I'd like to acknowledge Auckland Council's efforts and persistence over the years and reiterate my support for the local alcohol policy. This is long overdue for our city. I urge the LAP to be implemented as soon as possible because limiting alcohol availability reduces alcohol harm. The LAP also represents the preference of most Aucklanders for stronger controls on alcohol availability. Finally, to monitor the effectiveness of the LAP, and to ensure that the LAP addresses how alcohol is currently sold and supplied, we look forward to supporting Council in its evaluation and review of the LAP. Ngā mihi nui ki a koutou. Thank you very much for your time today.
Kia ora and thank you. Any questions for Dr. Long? Councillor Filipaina.
Morena, Doctor, and sorry, I was just trying to eat some healthy food. Doctor, your last recommendation, I'm interested in the review. Are you saying that there should be one review or a review, whether it be a year down, around the effectiveness or not of the LAP? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, so the LAP has to be reviewed before the end of its 6-year period. And we support ongoing monitoring of the effectiveness of the LAP because there are changes in the way alcohol is sold and supplied, such as online sales, which are becoming more common. And it is important to monitor the effectiveness of the LAP in addressing these issues.
Chair, just a supplementary to that, around the ongoing is interesting because, and please tell me your whakaaro, your response to this. If we continue to do it, whether it be annually, biannually, in my head, our community then needs to always come back to say, hey, don't change anything. And if the effectiveness is working, shouldn't that be then the ability for us to say, hey, let's have a look and do it in 5 years, instead of sort of ongoing where our community has to always come back and say, hey, look, the hours are working, the impact is, I just wanted to get your whakaaro, your comment on that, please.
Absolutely. I think community preferences should be a huge part of the evaluation of the LAP. Research evidence and data that is collected regularly will help to support the evaluation of the LAP as well.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I wasn't here for most of this sort of debate for the last year, so I'm on a quick learning curve. I just you made, in your comment, you talked about streetscape, litter, etc. and stuff, so it made me think of two entities of alcohol, that that's publicly purchased and consumed, and also that that's homegrown, like brewed. Do you you might be the wrong person to ask, but do you have any idea of, you're equating this problem to retail, can you, there must be a percentage gap there of which is and which isn't.
I don't have an exact percentage of the amount of alcohol that is not taxed in Aotearoa. What I can say is that research commissioned by Health New Zealand shows that about 80% of the alcohol sold in Aotearoa is from off-licenses. So off-licenses do account for the majority of the alcohol sold. Then these include bottle stores and supermarkets.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. I wonder if you could just go over again some of the stats you were talking about. The area I represent is Manukau, alongside Councillor Filipaina, which is one of the areas of highest deprivation in Tamaki Makaurau. And over the years, we've heard time and time again from our community about the proliferation of liquor stores and a huge concern around that. Are you able to give us some advice around the connection between the high proliferation, the high number of liquor stores in areas like mine, like Manukau, like South Auckland, and how that relates to alcohol-related harm, and any stats or evidence you've got on that? Kia ora.
Kia ora. I think that is a very important question. There is research evidence in Aotearoa showing that there is higher availability, so higher density of alcohol outlets in neighbourhoods with more young Māori and Pacific people. And as a result, Māori and Pacific children are much more exposed to alcohol marketing from these retailers than New Zealand European children. And these inequities need to be addressed, and I believe will be addressed to a large degree in the current LAP.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Kia ora, thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was out with some liquor stores last night, and one of them said to me, oh, it's too late for this local alcohol policy because we already got too many liquor stores anyway. So what are your thoughts on what else, what could we do? Because clearly we've got too many liquor stores. We put this policy in, already you see the inequities. What should council be doing?
Thank you for that question. So the World Health Organization recommends comprehensive policies to address alcohol-related harm. Reducing alcohol availability is one means of doing so, and will be very important on the local level for Tamaki Makaurau. There are also other means, as shown in the slide, such as by reducing marketing of alcohol, and that includes all forms of marketing, including advertising, sponsorship, and promotion, and also raising prices on alcohol. These measures are supported by extensive research evidence, and I think if we are able to implement these policy interventions, that will really make a difference in addressing alcohol harm.
But the LAP is necessary as at least the first step, right?
Yes, absolutely
Right, that
necessary.
correction. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Very good question. No further questions? Well, Dr. Long, I just want to say thank you very much for your presentation and for coming into the Town Hall this morning. And on behalf of us all, also thank you for the work that you do within your day job. It's much appreciated. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, I'd like to move a vote of thanks for Dr. Long. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Foley. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Our next public input comes from the Alcohol Healthwatch Whakatupato Waipiro team. This is Jennifer Lamb, the Acting Executive Director. Welcome to the table, Jennifer. I hope you've heard what I've said. You just press the little right button on the right and your light will... That's it.
Kia ora, morena, ko Jennifer Lamb tōku ingoa. Madam Chair, councillors, Alcohol Healthwatch urges you to vote to bring the local alcohol policy into force. It has taken nearly 10 years to get to this stage, so many years, so much litigation, appeals every step of the way to highest court. We know the huge amount of work and effort and tenacity and determination that it has taken to get the alcohol policy through to this final stage. It started just before 2012, if we can remember back that far, when the Act was passed. It has involved councillors, local board members, the legal team, the enormous effort by staff, and the involvement of other interested parties, the Medical Officer of Health, June, and her predecessors, the New Zealand Police, Otara Gambling and Alcohol Action, and Alcohol Healthwatch. We were all interested parties right to this stage. Alcohol Healthwatch has been on this journey from the very start. We are a small team, as you can see, but we do have a history with the local alcohol policy, as well as our past directors, Rebecca Williams and Nikki Jackson and the staff. Our current director, Andrew Galloway, who sadly can't be here today, he has previously worked at the council as the team leader in liquor licensing way back in 2012 at the start of the process, and then he was manager of community safety at the council, also dealing with this, and I was in the legal team consulting on the early draft back then. So it's been a long journey. I think we know and appreciate all the pre-work, the research reports, the huge amount of community, agency, iwi input that was sought and considered, and we know that this LAP reflects community preferences and the object of the Act. You probably need no reminder, and to emphasise what June has just spoken about, alcohol is no ordinary commodity. It is the most available psychoactive substance in our society and remains New Zealand's most harmful drug, not just because of the harm to the user, but also because of the harm it causes to others. The cost of harm is significant. The most recent social and economic cost estimate is a staggering 9.1 billion a year, and much of this falls on whānau and communities. And the social environment plays a massive role in the harm from alcohol, and this is precisely what a local alcohol policy can assist in changing for the better. So why are local alcohol policies so important? They are the key. Back in 2010, the Law Commission delivered its report, and it noted the evidence and recognised the evidence and made a number of recommendations. One of them was that local alcohol policies would be a requirement for local government, not just an option. Auckland Council heeded that call. It responded, and you started the legal process of implementing the proposed plan in 2005, but there's been years of work to get to this point. Auckland Council's local alcohol policy is a good policy. It contains some of the most evidence-based measures, and these are balanced measures with high community support. So in 2023, last year, the Community Participation Act was passed, and your work helped pave the way for this legislative reform to ensure that councils across New Zealand can affect local alcohol policies without such a lengthy legal battle. We actually coordinate across council. We're a national organisation that coordinates the cross-council local alcohol policy network across New Zealand, and those councils outside of here are looking to this precedent. Your local alcohol policy is a precedent for the country. We really want to commend you, and we encourage you to move with the same determination you have demonstrated so far, and bring into force the local alcohol policy so that its measures can be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Turner first.
Thank you. I had, I'm out from the West, represent the West. I had someone reach out to me in quite depth with quite a lot of information and stuff. The main question that he raised was, this is 10 years old, this whole debate. We're sitting here 10 or more years from where it started. Has anything changed? Do you think there's anything that's, society moves on at a quick pace these days? Do you think what we're deciding on here is still relevant?
I do, and I think you'll find most do. So it's still about availability, accessibility, all that evidence is still there. Some things have come along in the meantime, rapid delivery perhaps, buy now, pay later schemes that could be considered in the future. But certainly it's still about density, too many outlets in too small an area and high depth areas, etc. It's still the same.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you for your presentation. My question probably tries to interrelate a little bit with June's as well, and the fact that you cover all of New Zealand and kind of have that high-level umbrella look across the country. And I've just been sitting here wondering about, I suppose I've been thinking about ACC and their stance that they're going to take, because under that, in June's presentation, she talked about that safer acronym, and a lot of that seemed to require government intervention and help as well. So I just wanted to give the opportunity, if you wanted to elaborate how you thought it might be ACC, it might be other government ministries or departments that that need to come to the party from your point of view, and also is there anything specific around Maori and Pacifica harm that might be relevant as well in discussing that national picture?
All good points, and yes, on a national scale and certainly in cross-government work, ACC is there. We run a forum called Defining Our Future, ACC come to that. Sometimes collecting data, we can get police data, health data isn't as easy, but we certainly have the statistics, and in reports that have come out recently, alcohol is the most harmful drug, and all the data about Maori Pacifica is there, and yes, available.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Next question, Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, thank you. And I just want to acknowledge the work that I know that Alcohol Healthwatch has been doing with local boards and local groups around assisting with the individual licence processes and giving local information. So thank you for that. My question is around the role of the priority overlays in reducing alcohol harm, and I wondered if you could just expand on that, please.
Well, I think that goes to a lot of the work the council did in particular, and as I said, that's been tested all the way to the Supreme Court, and yes, made it clear that you can follow the precautionary approach, but these places in the Auckland region have been clearly identified as areas that need that overlay.
Just a follow-up, thank you, Madam Chair. So are there areas that did not get priority overlays that communities wanted to get priority overlays? Like they didn't all just, go straight through. There was quite a robust process, is that correct?
That may be true, and the council staff could probably speak to that as well. But I think the fact that the Act calls for local alcohol policies to be regularly reviewed is a plus. Admittedly, they don't lapse like a bylaw after 6 years, but it gives that time, and populations change, situations change, suburbs change.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bartley, next question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to say, I don't think anybody anticipated that we would be stuck in court for 10 years. Would Alcohol Healthwatch want to see us set a date retrospectively to 10 years ago when this policy should have been in place?
I don't know if you can do that. That's right. We're looking to the future, and this is a great milestone today.
Okay. And one more question, please. I was on Radio New Zealand with someone from the beverage industry, and she was saying that drinking is down. I don't know what world she lives in where drinking is down, but is that what you guys are seeing? Because that's not what the police are seeing or what the emergency departments and hospitals are seeing.
It isn't. And hazardous drinking, look at the hazardous drinking and who's drinking and how accessible alcohol has become. You can get it delivered in 2 hours, whatever. So you really need to have the bigger picture.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further? Councillor Chenna?
So delivering of alcohol, would that be controlled by the same timelines?
Well, admittedly, that's it's a complicated one with alcohol delivery. Off licences can't sell alcohol after 11 p.m. no matter what under the Act.
Thank you. Any further questions? Well, look, I'd like to thank you very much, Jennifer, for the work that you do in your organisation, small, but yet you do a very fine job. So thank you very much for coming in today. Do I have a seconder of thanks? Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Our third public input today is a joint presentation from Community Against Alcohol Harm, the Otara Gambling and Alcohol Action Group, and our Māori wardens. So I'd welcome to the table Grant, Nathan, Mediana, and their teams. Thank you. Morena and good morning, and I hope you've been listening. You press the little button on the right when you talk and you let it go when you're not. So who would like to lead off?
Kia ora, I'll start. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Nathan Cowie, and I'm here today representing the Otara Gambling and Alcohol Action Group on behalf of trustees Victoria Hearn and Trevor Wilson, and also our beautiful chair, Auntie Yvonne Matson, who many of you will know. So first of all, I'd just like to really congratulate Auckland Council on your leadership and your tenacity in getting this across the line. It has been, a long time coming. And, back in, I think it was 2013 or 2014 when the community was consulted on this policy. That was a long time ago. On behalf of OGAG, Otara Gambling and Alcohol Action Group, it was Auntie Yvonne Matson and Jim Sinclair who provided the submission. And, OGAG was involved at the ALA hearings as an interested party and have continued to be involved as an interested party as it's kind of gone back and forth through the various legal processes. So I'd like to acknowledge some people who, who have been in support of OGAG and in support of reducing alcohol harm in the Otara Papatoetoe local board area in particular. So first of all, shout out to the Otara Papatoetoe local board. Councillor Al Filipina, thank you for your support. Councillor Fully, you were there as the chair when I was involved in lots of meetings of OGAG at the Tui Room, and I came before you at the Otara Papatoetoe local board several times. Also Mary Gush and Apollo Rees Otangavaya. And I'd also like to just acknowledge some people who aren't around to be here today. So Jim Sinclair, Glenn McCutcheon from Mangere East, and of course Whanana Efeso Collins. There's 3 alcohol harm champions who can't be with us today, and I'd just like to acknowledge them. So we all have our alcohol harm stories, but this is a policy that is going to reduce harm and it is going to save lives. And I just would like to acknowledge everyone here for your leadership in creating a less alcoholic environment for Auckland. And I'll pass to Dr. Hewison now.
Kia ora koutou, thank you Nathan. Ko Dr. Grant Hewison tākou ingoa. I'm Secretary of Communities Against Alcohol Harm and also am the lawyer who acted for OGAG and have supported numerous individuals and groups and organisations across Tamaki Makaurau in their challenges regarding alcohol-related harm. So today is about celebrating the final step that you're going to take in what has been a very long journey, but one that you've been tenacious about. It's really difficult for councils when they're challenged by big corporates to stand up for their communities, but you did, and you have been successful, and your decisions have been upheld by the Supreme Court. So this LAP went through 4 weeks of intense hearings. It went through huge amounts of community consultation before that. It is probably the document that you have that has been through the most robust process in terms of testing that evidence and testing the legal decision making. So you can have no doubt that this document has that endorsement, and the time today is to simply put that into effect for your communities. This policy will save lives. I have absolutely no doubt, and particularly that key measure of shifting back from 11 p.m. closing to 9 p.m. closing for off licences. You will save lives in making your decision today, and you'll save lives in the most vulnerable of communities across Tamaki Makaurau. I want to shout out as well to a number of the local boards that we've worked with: Mangere Tahu Local Board, Mangakiki Tamaki, Puki Tapapa, the Manurewa Local Board and Waitemata Local Board. You've all been champions of and supported this process. And a shout out to a number of you who have come through that to being in this room today with us. And I want to acknowledge the work of past councillors. There were key decisions through this process where the council made those decisions to keep going. So stay the course. This is the final little hurdle to put this into place. This policy will be one of the most important policies you'll pass in terms of saving lives, supporting communities, reducing harm in your communities. So kia ora koutou.
Tēnā koutou, ko Miriana Peka tōku ingoa, ngā pahi, Waikato and Hauraki. Ngā mihi ki te tēpu, acknowledge council. Ngā mihi ki te whānau, who are here in support of this kaupapa, and to all those who have a passion for our community. Thank you very much. Māori customary rights are formed by whakapapa genealogy, tikanga, which are our customs, and mātauranga, our traditional knowledge. It is our right as Māori wardens and responsibilities to exercise kaitiakitanga, the guardianship, manaakitanga, care and protection and aroha ki te tangata, love for our people. It doesn't say that it's Māori only. It is our communities, our different cultures, young and old. We are not hoha. We're being told we are vexatious, that we are nuisance when we make objections. We are made to feel unimportant, but our whānau are vulnerable. They suffer the detrimental effects of alcohol, and our whakapapa slowly dies away. Today we attend this hui to acknowledge a historic movement forward for our people, our diverse cultures, and our communities. This is the turning of the tide. I would like to say congratulations to Auckland Council, for they have made changes to alcohol harm. I look forward to a better future for all of us together. And we would like to say to Council that as Māori wardens, we are here to work alongside of each and every one of you to make a difference for our people, for our country, and for those who come to visit us. Nō reira, Māori tū, Māori ora, ki te kaunihera Māori o Tāmaki Makaurau.
Kia ora, and thank you very much for your joint presentations. I open now for questions, and I will start with Councillor Dalton.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for everything that you have been doing for our communities for so long. Grant, thanks for all of the efforts in limiting the impact of the supply of alcohol in our vulnerable communities. So you, the three of you, you've been our interim lap while we've been fighting this out in the court against the liquor industry. So in that context, how much pressure will the lap take off community against alcohol harm and community advocates in community actually, so they may focus on advocacy for more support like addiction services for victims of alcohol rather than fighting the liquor industry in the court? How much time are we going to get back to doing the good things in our communities?
Look, this legislation created LAPs for that purpose, so that the community could come together and set a framework that is across a district or across a region in this case. And we've had that held up for nearly 10 years. So once you make this decision today, it will mean that, particularly with those off-licence sales, with the restrictions on where new bottle stores can go, it will certainly be a big positive step in taking some of that pressure off communities who've had to fight this liquor store by liquor store or licence by licence over the last 10 years. So hopefully that'll happen, and my sincere thanks for you and the council making that decision. It'll take that pressure off, and it'll create, I think, significant amounts of reduction of alcohol-related harm in the most vulnerable communities. Thank you, Councillor Dalton.
Thank you all.
Kia ora, thank you. Next question, Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Grant. Thank you, Mere. Thank you to the whole team at OGAG for all of the work that you've done over the years. My question is, I know that you've come time and time again before council and throughout the legislative process and throughout the appeals process as well to present and make submissions. Over that 10-year period, what changes have you seen, or what kind of difference have you seen in terms of alcohol harm and the proliferation of liquor stores while we've been waiting for this local alcohol policy to be able to be put into force today? What I'm trying to get at is we are hearing from other corners that things have gotten better, or that things aren't as bad as they seem, and therefore we don't need a local alcohol policy today as compared to 10 years ago. Can you speak to that difference? What's happened in that 10-year period from your point of view for Otara, but also for other areas? Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Foley. Well, for starts, we do still need a local alcohol policy. But in response to your broader question, I think, communities have got stronger over the last 10 years or so, while this has been going through, all of the courts. We've got stronger, we've created case law, we've advocated for other protections around alcohol advertising in our communities. We've had amendments to the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act so that communities won't get denied their standing when they're opposing a licence in their neighbourhood. So we've been struck out and we've struck back and we've got ourselves back in. So community has been getting stronger because community's been fighting all this time to protect our communities. And we'll keep fighting and keep growing. And this, we do still need this local alcohol policy.
Kia ora, thank you. Next question is Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Just leading on from that, the policies that you have managed to get in place in the interim, in your answer to Councillor Foley, do you think they're being effectively implemented? Are they being policed properly?
In terms of the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act Community Participation Bill, that's kind of being rolled out as we speak. So there's different interpretations as to, when does a proceeding start? And so, is it going through under the new system or the old system? So, for instance, some licence hearings still have cross-examinations and some don't. So that's being bedded in, and I think overall the results are good. In terms of alcohol advertising, particularly for at off-licence liquor stores, I think we're seeing some progress being made. Particularly in the last couple of years, there's been a district licensing committee has put out a practice note. The council has developed a new signs bylaw. There's still a bit of regulatory incoherence there that needs to be dealt with in terms of that practice note and that signs bylaw not really matching up. But overall we have seen some reductions in the amount of signage at those bottle stores, and we're also seeing a bit more action from the council in terms of their responsiveness to enforcing in that area.
Kia ora, thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also thank you for all your advocacy and all your support to our communities to object to liquor licences. Since 2018, there's been 9,490 liquor applications. Of that, 25 have been refused, only 25. So that means our communities are still going to have to keep fighting and objecting. Do you think this local alcohol policy is going to help our communities in fighting objections?
Absolutely. The local alcohol policy will make a significant difference in terms of creating the right framework within which the community can still oppose liquor stores if they want to set up. So those numbers. The main thing that has occurred in terms of community involvement is we have had no brand new liquor store licences largely, particularly in South Auckland. We have seen a little rash of new licences come through in the last couple of months, perhaps in anticipation that this LAP will take effect. So if you're looking for a kind of signal of what you should be doing, absolutely putting this in place now to create those restrictions is important, or we'll see that probably increase. So the LAP is really important. It's a milestone. It's a really strong signal from this council that they're serious about alcohol-related harm in the most vulnerable, but in the communities generally. And it's really important that it be put in place and create that framework. there'll be ongoing challenges, no doubt, going forward in the future, but for communities, you're going to be sending a very strong signal today that you support their concerns and their issues they've had for many years about alcohol-related harm, particularly in that really risky, hazardous drinking period late at night where people nip into a bottle store, buy alcohol, and then go off and drink it, sometimes in public places, sometimes in private places. But it's really, that's where it's going to make a big, big difference. So thank you so much for your question.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Turner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm cramming here trying to catch up with this subject. You just mentioned about a rush of people trying to get in before the legislation. Do people who get in before this legislation not have to apply to the time, to the closing times?
Yeah, so what we've seen over the last 3 or 4 months is an application for a new off-licence out in Henderson, in the Trust area. So the Trusts have applied for a new bottle store. We've seen an application in Milldale, up near Silverdale. We've seen an application in Rosedale. There was an application made in Manurewa, but that was relating to a store that had been there and it wanted to come back. So we have seen a little bit of a rush of, and some here in the CBD as well. So I think we've seen a little bit of applications come through in anticipation that you'll make this decision today and essentially put in place policies that makes that far more difficult. The community has responded to those, so we've got a number of objections that have come through the community to those stores, and they'll have to go through the district licensing committee process. But by making this decision today, I think that kind of pattern will slow down or stop.
But my question was, are the people who have already made an application, they're still going to be bound by closing times once this is passed, correct?
Yes, so so the way this works is every off-licence and on-licence, but every off-licence, including supermarkets, grocery stores, will have their hours, whatever they are. Some have 10 p.m, some already have 9 p.m, some have the default 11. They'll all come back to 9, and that'll create essentially a standard right across the whole region.
Thank you. Miriana, I've got a question for you. So thank you for the work that you do as one of a number of our Māori wardens. How much, or what, I'm not going to hold you to the detail, specifically, but in round terms, how much of the concern do you see in patrolling for, what I'm trying to say here, how much has alcohol harm got to do with the trouble that you see when you are patrolling throughout Tāmaki?
Thank you for your question. We see a lot of damage out in our community around alcohol. We have families who beg in our town centres for money so that they can go to the local bottle stores. Families that alcohol is the icing on the cake, whether it be a birthday, a wedding, a wake, and we need to change that. We need to change that so that our families have a better life moving forward in their years. So many of us were born into alcohol harm, and it's really hard to see our families that are suffering out in the communities. Many of them don't put their hand up to come to object. And so I guess our job is to go and talk with our families so that it gives them participation. And I think that Council, you have made headway for families that now believe they have a voice in their communities, in their whānau. So alcohol rubbish is really out of this world. There is no, I don't see anything that is looking towards a better community around that. Families that have alcohol issues that they suffer with don't have the ability to go and look for source a better life for them.
Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Sayers, you had one final question?
Just a quick one, Madam Chair. It may well be answered by our own officers at the item, but I just wanted the opportunity, we'll give you the opportunity if you want to comment around the fact that other councils will be looking at today as, you know, a template to go forward with. How do you anticipate those other councils that are interested to create their own policies going about that? Will they, do you think they'll come straight to Auckland Council and we provide that to them, or are they likely to come through to your groups or your counterparts in other areas, come and ask for your experience? And just to perhaps answer the question around all that legal work and the challenges that have gone, and has that made a level playing field nationally so other councils don't have to go through that same degree of pain?
I'd say you as a council have shown significant leadership in this space by being challenged by, you know, the alcohol industry and taking that challenge to the Supreme Court. You've created precedent in the Supreme Court that essentially says councils can put in place these policies with far more safety than they did before, with a robust understanding of what's required, with the ability to take the precautionary approach, so you don't have to have all the evidence, but if you see harm, then you can take actions to address that harm. Certainly, Christchurch City Council, Otataki, is looking to your leadership, and they're looking to put in place an LAP that just has a reduction of licence hours from 11 to 9, because that is very, very robust in terms of the Supreme Court decision. Hamilton is thinking about doing the same thing, but look, right across the Motu, you have shown immense leadership. You've got some great precedents in terms of the decisions that have come out of the courts. You have an LAP that is robust, it has been challenged, and councils will be taking your leadership and applying that in their communities. So not only are you going to benefit your communities by this decision today, you will benefit communities across Aotearoa, New Zealand, because other councils will follow your leadership. So congratulations on that.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, in conclusion then, with no further questions, Grant, Nathan and Miriana, I just want to say thank you very much for your passionate advocacy on behalf of your respective groups. I'm happy to move a vote of thanks. Councillor Fletcher will second. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Kia ora. I welcome now to the table Anna from the Salvation Army, a social policy analyst and advocate for the Salvation Army. Kia ora and welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa ngā mihi mahana kia koutou raro I te ngā ihu karaiti. Ko Ana Ika tōku ingoa. I'm a social policy analyst and advocate for the Salvation Army Social Policy and Parliamentary Unit. I just wanted to come today and say a huge thank you to the Auckland Council, as those that have gone before me have said their thanks and commended you on towing the line and being able to, despite all of the legal challenges, your persistence to bring this LAP to fruition. Also just want to acknowledge what Grant and Nathan and Mariana had said before me, we're a national organisation, and so we see the boldness of the Auckland Council to set a precedence for the rest of the councils around the country. And so we just want to say thank you for that. The Salvation Army's mission is to care for people, transform lives and reform society by God's power. In Auckland alone, we support over 14,000 families that come through our services, and we have a myriad of services from food banks to financial mentoring to housing and to addictions. And so on our frontline services, we see sort of a spectrum of alcohol harm, whether it's in our bridge services with our tangata whaiora who drinks 15 bottles of beer on a daily basis, or whether it's in our financial mentoring and budgeting service where we see whānau where someone would spend the grocery bill on alcohol, and that has repercussions for food insecurity. That often also causes family violence for those and family harm for those that we support. So sort of a spectrum that the Salvation Army sees in regards to alcohol harm. I wanted to come today to be able to, you would have heard a lot of numbers and from those that have spoken before me, just to put some faces onto those numbers, and the difference that this LEP would make to those faces that the Salvation Army supports. I want to tell you about someone called Sarah. These are pseudonyms. I've removed their names just for anonymity. But Sarah has significant addiction issues. She usually drinks around 2 to 3 bottles of wine on a daily basis. And because of her addiction levels, Sarah has not only lost her job, lost her house, but also, heartbreakingly, has lost custody of her daughter. That's often something common that we see in our tangata whaiora that come through our services. They come through with significant challenges and often quite dark paths, but fortunately they often are able to build a pathway towards recovery. Alex, for example, pseudonym as well, is 6 weeks clean, and that's a huge accomplishment for him. One of the triggering points for Alex is when he drives past liquor stores. Unfortunately for Alex, he lives in a community littered with the liquor stores, and so he has to take alternative paths to go where he needs to go so that he is not triggered. A lot of those our tangata whaiora and those who come through our services come with complex challenges and issues around stress, anxiety, depression, PTSD, and the list goes on. But one of the things that often proliferates these issues or triggers it is the availability, affordability, and accessibility of alcohol in the communities that they live in. So that's why I'm here today, to remind you of the faces and the names that this LEP will make a difference to. We think our services and those like ours are very vital in the community here in Auckland. In Auckland alone, we have, in the past year, we've had 1,300, more than that, walk through our services for addiction support. And so our services are vital, but ultimately I just want to remind everyone that our services is the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. In our perspective, the LAP has the ability to build some fences at the top of the cliff that is often slippery when it comes to alcohol harm, of people falling into the abyss of the alcohol harm that we see. And so we just want to urge the Auckland Council today to put the LEP into effect, because it has tangible outcomes, outcomes for Sarah and her children. It has outcomes for Alex and his recovery, and many others that come through our front doors. These are just one of many stories, and I could sit here all day and tell you story after story, but I've only got 5 minutes. So I just want to leave those stories with you, just to think on those things as you make your decision today, whether to bring the LEP into effect. I just also want to acknowledge those that have come before us. I know the Salvation Army had submitted to the LEP in 2014, before my time. I know that there are those that have come before us that's allowed us to be here this morning, and we can't take accountability for a lot of the work that's been done already, but I think for us sitting here today in communities today, we can take accountability of the decisions we can make moving forward to safeguarding and mitigating the alcohol harm, and not just for our communities today, like those that the Salvation Army supports, but for our communities in the future. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. Any questions? Councillor Sayers.
Probably not quite a question, Anna, but I think whatever your thinking was about deciding to come here today and speak the way that you did, at the level you did, I commend you on it. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thank you. And thank you so much, Anna, for just the way that you've spoken very clearly and comprehensively about the effects that you see every day, day in and day out of alcohol harm. My question is around, because often I think people think that alcohol only harms certain communities, but from what you've experienced and from what the Salvation Army does, is there a wider effect of alcohol harm, or is it true that it only happens in certain communities or certain pockets of our community? Kia ora.
Thanks, Councillor Foley, for the question. We would disagree on the notion that it only impacts certain communities, because those who come through our bridge services, or just our services in general, come from quite a vast array of socioeconomic backgrounds. Primarily, it's from low deprivation areas. In our view, alcohol harm is continuing to become more complex in complexity and in volume from our frontline services. And in our view, the law just isn't, it plays catch up. But the LAP gives the DRC tools to be able to implement changes that's a lot faster than the law can, and that has tangible outcomes for the communities that we serve.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, thank you, and great to have you presenting those two stories, in particular very powerful. I wanted to ask about the intersection you see between alcohol harm and family violence, and whether that's something that's coming up in the Salvation Army's work. Family violence being something that often is something that's quite hidden from the community at large, because it tends to happen in people's homes. So I wondered if that was something you were able to touch on.
Yeah, we see significant levels of family harm coming through our services, and because our services are quite vast, so we see them now with our tangata whai ora. So tangata whai ora means people looking to better their health, and that's what we refer to when we're speaking about those who access our bridge services. But we also see it in financial mentoring and in our food banks. When our whānau are coming through to ask for some sort of support, we sit with them and try and talk through them what the issues are, primarily to try and see if there are any other avenues in the Salvation Army that we can direct them to. But family harm is often a significant issue. We also work with the police, and they would refer to us people that have suffered with family harm, so that we could work alongside them and the family. In our core, which is what we call the church, we also run Building Awesome Mātua programs, and so that's primarily working with men, often perpetrators of family harm, to try and support them to find an alternative route or healing for the family in that family harm space. But it's significant. I think it used to be 1 in 5, one family violent harm incident every 5 minutes, but it's 1 in 3 now that the police are attending to.
Thank you, Councillor. With no further questions, I would like to move a vote of thanks for you for coming in today. I think your story around Sarah and Alex really gave us quite a definitive example of the harm from alcohol, so I thank you for making that quite tangible for us. Is there someone who would like to second Councillor Sayers' a vote of thanks? All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. We move now to local board input, and we have the Manarewa local board here. Oh no, he's not actually.
No, it's
not coming. Not coming. Yep.
Actually, we have an apology from the Manarewa local board, but a message of support for the passing of the LAP today.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. Right, we have no extraordinary items, which takes us to the substantive. The officer coming to speak to us today is Ben. Obviously, this has gone for a long time, Ben. It's been appealed and appealed, so big thanks to staff in your team, local boards and communities who have been involved. So over to you, Ben, where I'm sure you'll talk to the evidence that in the decision we're being asked to make today, and then I'll open for questions. So if you'd like to introduce your team first. Thanks.
So, Tina Koutou, my name is Ben Brooks. I'm a Senior Policy Manager for Social Wellbeing Policy, which is responsible for the local alcohol policy. And I have with me Bonnie Apps, who's a Principal Policy Advisor in the team, and Morgan Brown-Sharp, who's a Policy Advisor in the team. And we also have Christian Brown with us from the legal team, and Rochelle Roycroft from Licensing and Compliance, in case you have questions on the details there. It's been 4,917 days since councillors directed staff to start gathering evidence.
Sorry, what was that number again?
4,917 days. Since councillors directed staff to start gathering evidence for a local alcohol policy. So I'm not going to try to draw out the process any longer than is necessary. We've gone through an extensive process of gathering evidence, engaging with communities, very thorough legal review all the way up to the Supreme Court and then back down to ALA again. The content of the local alcohol policy is now finalised, and the final decision needed to cross the finish line is a decision from you on when to bring it into force. I just particularly want to acknowledge briefly some of the people that have been involved through the process. So councillors Fletcher, Philippina, Lee, Stewart and Walker were all around the table when this initial decision was made to start work on this. And I know a lot of other councillors have been involved in their current roles or in former roles as local board members. Wanted to acknowledge the local boards. This is an area where their communities have been very passionate and local boards have pushed very hard on this. Hokura have been involved in some of the key moments where critical decisions were made, where to keep on pursuing this at moments where that was difficult. I want to acknowledge those who have made public input today. It's been very powerful, and I particularly want to acknowledge the Medical Officer of Health, Otara Gambling and Alcohol Action Group, and Alcohol Healthwatch, who are all parties to the appeal as well, so have been involved for quite a long time helping to support this. A large number of staff have been involved in the process, and I just want to acknowledge three of them briefly. Kat Maki, Rob Abbott and Mike Moody, I think, are the only members of staff who have been involved throughout the entire process, and so I want to acknowledge them. We've heard a lot about the importance of this and the need to bring it into force as soon as possible. There are some requirements that we need to meet, so we have two recommended dates that we are putting to you. Those are the dates that we believe are the soonest that we can bring this into a force, given the requirements for this meeting and for us to undertake some steps after that. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ben. Do your colleagues want to add anything first, or no? Right. Questions for Ben? Councillor Ferry?
Kia ora, thank you. So I had a question around the priority overlays, and I guess this is the question I asked Alcohol Healthwatch, and they're probably right, I should have waited and asked you. Were in the priority overlays, have we put in all the ones that were requested originally, or do we have some areas where there were requests, for example, from the Puketapapa local board, which I was on at the time, that did not make it through the process?
Yes, so I'm sure, I mean, in general, I think across our range of things, there were things that the community wanted that we couldn't quite get over the line, and there are things that we put into the LAP that was initially signed off by councillors, and then we've lost along the way, unfortunately. So I think this is, as others have heard already from some of the public input, a really important step. It's something the community really wants. Will it do everything we would like to do? No, but I think it's a really important contribution, and it really does help to meet some of those demands we're getting from the community for to empower them to have more of a say in how alcohol is managed. But it certainly doesn't achieve everything that everyone would have liked to.
Great, so it's already a compromise.
Well, I think depends on how you interpret it. I think when the courts have occasionally said that there are things that we would have liked to have in there that they've ruled against us, so that puts us in a difficult position.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Philippina.
Tēnā koe he mana. Tēnā koutou katoa to you, Ben, and I know your history with this goes a hell of a lot of way back as well, so I just want to mihi to you. Look, there was a suggestion with one of our public input and about the alcohol policy being put in force now. What implications, if there was a recommendation that was put in for the alcohol policy, the LAP, to come into force now? What implications could there be? Give it out.
So all of this is being done under the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act, and so there are some requirements that we need to meet. So we need a decision from you on when you want to bring it into a force, but then we need to give public notice. So we would, if you were to change the recommendation for it to come into a force today, we wouldn't be able to meet our legal requirements to give public notice, and then there's a period where the public have to have that public notice. Also around the temporary freeze, so the the items in clause 1, under the legislation, because they do affect the operations of licence holders, the legislation obviously wants to give them a bit of time to hear about that, and we've got a process to make sure that they do. So there's a requirement that there has to be 3 months. So again, we believe that those dates that we're recommending are, as soon as we can bring it into force, consistent with the requirements that the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act places on us.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Ben.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Darby, next question from you, please.
Yes, just following the line of Councillor Filipaina's question there. You're proposing to publicly notify next Monday, the 2nd, is that correct?
So we need to publicly notify twice, and we'll be doing that next week.
Yeah,
during the week.
Yeah,
the week
right.
of the second.
On the 2 fronts, you'll be publicly notifying, and that is next week. But to follow on from Councillor Filipaina in the sense of urgency, not to add to any of the 4,900 and whatever days it is proposed to come in the discretionary conditions and the other matters on the 16th of September, following a possible 2nd of September notification. That's already 2 weeks after the notification. Can you just give us a sense of, can that be closed up? Can it actually come in on the date of notification, that part?
So that extra 2 weeks gives a buffer for alcohol licensing staff to fully get organised and be ready to...
Sorry, can you just bring the mic up a little bit?
Sorry. That amount of time was given for alcohol licensing staff to get organised and be able to implement the policy. Yeah.
So the back office needs... Right, my turn. The back office needs that time.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. What are the risks in that window, that 2 week window? What are the risks? Are we likely to see a number of applications, or is that window not existing?
I understand from alcohol licensing there are no applications that are likely to be processed during that time, so the policy will have effect for any further applications.
Okay, so you need the time, and it's not likely that we'll see applications. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turner, question from you.
Thank you. Just in broad terms, who polices it? How's it going to be policed? If it's us, have we got funds going forward? I just want to make sure this doesn't go on the top of our pile of 300 unfunded policies.
Thank you, Councillor. So we do have someone from that team here, so but I can give you a broad outline, and then if there's details, I'll call her up.
Broad's good enough.
So at the moment, we do have rules in place in Auckland. The Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act sets out rules that are in place when there isn't a local alcohol policy. So we already have rules, and we already have a team that is involved in enforcing those. So essentially, it is just changing some of the processes and systems, but that the staff are currently enforcing to a new set of rules. But yes, in terms of costs and staff, we are doing all of the changes within the existing budget that we have.
Any more questions? Right. Ben, have you had a chance to look at you're happy with that? Yep. Councillor Bartley, do you want to move the recommendations? No? Councillor Filipaina?
Yeah, I'm
somebody?
happy to move.
Happy to move?
Second.
Who would like to second?
Okay.
Lotu? Councillor Foley, you happy? Cool. I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of people who would like to move and second. But I just want to point councillors out to the red section, which came as a result of a number of requests. Certainly one of our first public forum people talked to it as well, and my understanding is that Councillor Dalton, Councillor Foley, Councillor Bartley, Councillor Filipaina are happy with that. But any questions on that last, and so are you, Ben, is that my understanding? Yeah.
The version I saw said report back regularly, and the reason we had discussed that was because if it comes into force on the 9th of December, and then we're reporting a year later, we'll be running into not having any committees to report to. So we were just giving ourselves some flexibility around that. But
Hold on, we've just got the wrong version. Can we just take a 2-minute break, please? Just a sec, please. Sorry, number of versions, regularly. I think it's right now. You happy? More importantly, Councillor Bartley and Councillor Dalton as the mover and the seconder. Okay. Right, question. Just making sure everyone's okay. Question first from Councillor Turner, then Councillor Sayers.
So what does that review activate? When we set this LAP in place, you can't change it, correct? It's there. What's the process of changing if we found there was something wrong?
I'm not sure it's the review. Well, Ben.
yeah, so just to be clear, in the legislation, the review means something very specific. And if we launch a review, then that comes with it a whole bunch of legal and process requirements. And so what this is saying was something that we'd already started to work on, which is that, and as you've heard from the public, some of the public input, it's really important that we actually monitor and check whether this is having the impact we expected it to have, whether there's anything unexpected and untoward that we might not want to happen. And so we will be doing that and reporting back regularly, and that report back will then enable that committee to make decisions on either to proceed or whether we do consider moving into that formal review process, but with some evidence to back up that decision.
Can the formal review process be triggered by this at any time, basically?
It just has to be a decision of the council.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thank you. Chair, my question's around that B, but that's just been added in. Just wanted to understand, is that recommendation put forward by the officers, or has that been put forward by the councillors? Because I just want to gain clarification from whoever's put that forward a bit around the expectation of regularly, so at least staff have a concept of, is that annually, monthly, bi-yearly, just the intention of regularly.
So as you saw, the early version said annually, and the issue we were running into was that it'll annually from when, or a year from when some of the clauses come into effect is immediately after the local body election, where we won't have a committee to report to. So we've said regularly. I think in our heads we're thinking roughly annually, but a bit of flexibility around the fact that we wouldn't actually have someone to report to at that stage.
That's great. I just wanted you to be clear. Yeah, so, and that's clear. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. My question is to our CEO, Phil Wilson. Obviously, there is widespread support for what has happened today. What I don't want to take time doing is to interrogate Ben on how many further rehab units closed over those 4,900 odd days, plus how much in terms of mental health and everything else. While it's important that we report back to the Regulatory and Safety Committee, I want to know how this is going to sit in the body of work that you're doing by way of advocacy to central government on the wider impact of the difficulties that we have within Auckland and the lack of facilities, whether it's rehab programs like the bridge or whether it is ongoing mental health issues. How do you see this being reported back to the governing body with the role and the responsibility that you carry for advocacy to central government? Because we are dealing with one part of this problem, but it's only one part. We need to look at it in a more comprehensive way. I just wondered if you could give us some guidance on how you see this work in an ongoing way moving forward for its wider implications.
I think practically speaking, if we get regular, if it's beholden on us to do monitoring and to see how what the effects of this are. That sits on top of the need to monitor the impact of alcohol harm in the community, and that's important. I think Ben would agree that's important in terms of our broader advocacy and the consideration of licences in the community and so forth anyway. I would suggest that when it is reported back to the committee, and given it's of broad interest to the councillors, that we simply let that process in turn report some level up, up to the governing body. I think there was an aspect of your question. I mean, it doesn't.
It's around public health, really, and the advocacy that we have.
I don't think it escapes any of us that this has been a long battle for Auckland to express its own intent around controlling stuff locally, and we've been caught up in a quite substantial national game here. If anything, it's a bit of an intrusion into the sovereignty that I think should have always existed for council. It's why we originally advocated for the law change that gave rise to the local alcohol policies to be a tool.
Councillor Lee, question from you.
I just want to make a brief comment at the appropriate time.
Okay, we're into questions at the moment, so we'll open for debate in a minute. Any further questions? Well, you can open the debate.
I just want to make a comment, if I could, Madam Chair, and I just want to acknowledge the work over many, many decades of the Salvation Army in this field, and share with you and the members and the people here my experience working with the Salvation Army on Rotorua Island in the 90s and the early part of the century. I was doing conservation work on Rotorua Island, which was, if you like, a refuge for people who had the disability of alcoholism and therefore were prone also to drug abuse. And those people were taken by the Salvation Army and they were put into accommodation on this beautiful island and given 3 square meals a day and looked after. And of course there would be church and hymn singing on a Sunday morning in the little island church, which I also had the privilege of sharing on occasions. Unfortunately, the Salvation Army knew for decades, and this goes back well over 100 years, that those people had to be taken away from the temptation of alcohol. This is not a new problem, it's just that it's got worse. And unfortunately, I have to say, a new management regime, and this is really a parable for our society, a new management regime decided to close down that refuge, and goodness knows where those people ended up. But it was, we have problems with people sleeping on the street, and I wonder how many of those would once upon a time be on Rotorua Island with in clean sheets and 3 square meals a day, and exercise and even educational classes. That's the problem we're dealing with. We're in some ways, members, we're worse off in dealing with these problems than our ancestors were, who had simple and effective remedies to help these people. And we haven't replaced that as yet. We have problems with sleeping on the streets, but where are they to go? That is the big problem we have to deal with. But I want to pay tribute to the Salvation Army anyway, not only the present dedicated people in the Salvation Army, but those ancestors who had the vision to create those island refuges. There were actually 2 of them, Pakatoa was once as well, who had the vision and the common sense to intervene, to actually help those people, and doing so extended their lives for many, many years, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The second speaker is Councillor Dalton.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. It is a good day, and the heroes here are actually our communities. Certainly when the LAP was being developed back in 2013, I was chair of the Manurewa Local Board. It was my community that said, yes, we want this, how can we help? How can we help you to be able to get this done? And I know that was true for the urban southern area. Ōtara Papatauetoi, Māngere o Tāhuhu, Mangakiki Tamaki, not so much of the south, but you know, the areas that have just been challenged so greatly with the proliferation of off-licence liquor stores in their communities. And the reasons were given through some of the our guests today, the triggers of the off-licence liquor store to some people, the children walking past the off-licence liquor stores on their way to school. I don't think we all can actually understand the damage for them who may be coming from alcohol-fueled homes. So it's been a long, hard slog for our communities. They've had to endure the continual granting of liquor licences in our communities. They have a vision of how they want their community to be, what it looks like. They've got a vision of how they want to live. And it is not with a liquor store next to every dairy. For them, this has been a David versus Goliath battle. And the damage is hidden from most of us. Salvation Army gave us a couple of examples from what they see. The Pride Project in Clendon, who work with tangata whaiora who are affected by fetal alcohol syndrome. It is prolific in our young people and not so young people. Alcohol-fueled family violence, about 85% of the call-outs from our local police are to go to alcohol-fueled family violence. Homelessness, poverty, and desperation. So may we be on our journey towards seeing a change and a shift for our people. I'd like to acknowledge the people that came before us. At the time of the Manurewa Local Board LAP, when it was being developed, I had the now Honourable Simeon Brown as my Deputy Chair. And he worked diligently, not just on the LAP, but also on ensuring that 99% of our parks and public spaces had alcohol bans through the bylaw review. So I hope that he is proud that today Auckland Council will be adopting the work that he had a significant part to play in. It took a lot of legwork and it took community partnership. I'd like to acknowledge the councillors at the table today who were local board chairs or local board members at the beginning of the LAP, and I don't know if I've got them all, but certainly Councillor Baker, you must have been a chair when the LAP was going through. Councillor Ferry, you must have been on the local board, if not chair. Councillor Bartley, Councillor Foley. All here today now to support the LAP going through. I would like to thank greatly our Auckland Council a legal team. I know that we have to pick and choose our battles. We can't go to court for everyone that wants to take us to court, but this was the right battle to choose. You came in behind and beside our David, our communities, and you took their fight to the Goliath. And thank you, the bylaws and policy teams as well, and the compliance team. You all of us, all together, have been able to reach this milestone today. And just once again acknowledging the people that spoke today, our community advocates, our organisations that have seen the harm from alcohol and who have been alongside us as well for this battle to get the local alcohol policy through, and just reflecting on how bad it is that we spend 10 years in court, basically, so someone can make profit out of harm to vulnerable people. It is appalling and unacceptable, but we've got a good outcome. So thank you again to everyone who's done their bit to get this over the line. This is This is localism. This is localism at its finest, and long may we retain it. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fuller, you're next.
Kia ora, thank you, Deputy Mayor, sorry. Yeah, look, I just want to pick up on everything that Councillor Dalton and Councillor Lee has said and others have said before me today. There's no question that alcohol harm touches all of our society. It touches all areas of Tāmaki Makaurau. And as we've heard today, though, the proliferation of liquor stores is a huge contributing factor to alcohol harm, and in particular in areas of high deprivation for our most vulnerable families. We heard today that the evidence shows that Māori and Pacific children in areas of high deprivation are 14 times more likely to walk past liquor stores on their way to school. I know this to be true because I've seen over time in my area, in Otara, the number of liquor stores pop up next to our dairies, next to our bakeries, next to our petrol stations even. And if you don't believe me, you can just drive through Otara and Papatoetoe and you'll see it. It's a reality now. 10 years ago, it wasn't. Yes, you saw it next to bakeries and next to dairies, but not next to petrol stations. That's something that's happened in the last 5 or so years. So it's a problem that's getting worse and worse. And I do just want to reiterate the point that was made by our medical officer that this isn't just about personal responsibility. Yes, that is a factor, but what the LAP does is it helps us to address the other very big factor, and that's the easy accessibility to liquor, and particularly to liquor in areas of high deprivation for our vulnerable communities. And so, as we heard from our presenters today, the LAP, what it does is that it allows us to put fences at the top of the hill. It allows us to put fences around our communities at the top of the hill. Not ambulances at the bottom of the hill, as we are currently doing, and as we have been so used to doing over the decades. So this is a game changer, the fact that we're able to bring in this local alcohol policy that will allow us and allow our communities locally to say, these are the areas of priority. These are the areas that we want to make sure we don't have any more liquor stores, or we won't allow any renewal of liquor licenses, for example. We don't want them near our schools, our ECEs, our places of worship. We don't want them to open at times that we know the police tells us that harm occurs the most. And as Councillor Dalton said, this is localism at its finest. I want to commend our staff because they've really been at the forefront of the fight for us. Over 10 years this has taken. And as we heard from the awesome people from OGEG, there's probably no other process that we've been through that is as robust and as rigorous as this. So we can have no doubt that the LAP has a strong evidence base and mandate to go forward today. I want to acknowledge our team because, as they said, many others have dropped in the fight. Many other councils have had to drop out. But our council has stayed the course. And this will be a game changer for the people of Tāmaki Makaurau. This will make a huge difference for our communities in helping us to stem the alcohol harm that we see in our area. But actually, it will have a huge impact and benefit for other councils as well. Those who are watching us today, those who weren't able to carry on the fight because they didn't have the money to do it like Auckland Council does, to take on the big industries, the big supermarkets in the legal fight. And so I commend our staff, I commend our governing body members who were there at the start, I commend our local boards as well. Chair, I just want to finish off by adding my voice to the acknowledgements we've heard today of all of our presenters who've come before us today, and of all of our community who've come before us over the 4,917 days since this mahi was started. And I particularly want to thank Jim Sinclair, who has passed since this work started, and of course, Whanana Efeso Collins, who has passed. And I know that they are both watching from heaven, and I know that they are both really happy that this day has finally come. Kia ora. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Kia ora koutou katoa.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Dalton has spoken really well today about what this policy means in a local sense. And so I don't want to repeat that, you know, the LAP and the significance of that. But for me, I want to, in acknowledging everyone, just say that this is one of the most important steps in what is a very long journey. The journey started many years ago when we think of Suffrage Day, which is going to come up on September the 19th. It started with a group of really concerned, mainly women, deciding that alcohol was creating a lot of harm in our community in New Zealand. And it was that recognition, that absolute awareness that led to us being world leaders in giving women the vote. But it's been an ongoing issue. So this is that first step, and I really want to acknowledge those that have stayed on the journey. It's not a political issue, it's a societal issue. And it's great that Councillor Lee acknowledged the Salvation Army, but he talked about those people, and the reality is those people are our people. I don't know of many families that haven't been affected in some way by alcoholism. I challenge you to really put up a model. It crosses societal boundaries. It is a real affliction for us, and yet we do more and more and more to promote it. So the hardest thing is to get acknowledgement of that there is a lot of denial around the impact that it has on our society, and yet all evidence leads us to the contrary. You know, I find it extraordinary that we get all of the police reports and we have so much information, but it continues to be an issue. So this is, today it's like a beacon of hope. I think Councillor Dalton talked about the David and Goliath, but it's that sense of hope and possibility that we can actually try and tackle that. And I want to say that we stand on the shoulders of others in being here today, and there's a lot of people that we should mention. We've talked about the local boards, but I want to talk about my former colleague, Kathy Casey. You know, she was really staunch on this stuff, and that's why it's not a political issue. In my own case, going back to my parliamentary years, we stood on the shoulders of others. I think of people like Liz Jamieson, who did so much. She's now sadly passed away. But during the parliamentary years, I had the opportunity, following on from Catherine O'Regan, to serve on the National Society of Drug and Alcohol Abuse. We fought, you know, I think of people like Rob Fennick, and we pulled together a group to try and stop the closure of Hamner Springs. You know, we've allowed the closure of so many places of refuge and sanctuary that are necessary in really coming to grips with this. Liz went on to form the Substance Abuse Trust, but there's been so much effort go in, but there was always this sense of it's impossible to take on the big guys. It's impossible to do. But today is that beacon of hope. I hope that the work that we continue to do is given prominence within this council. I am one of those who think, you know, well, the council should be about getting on and prioritising and doing all those sorts of things, but you can't ignore the wider societal impact. And I hope that the advocacy that we can bring and the awareness that this council has stood up and has drawn a line in the sand is going to be important. You know, so often when we read our agendas, it just sounds really, you know, a little bit dull. What's the purpose of the report? To agree the dates when Auckland local alcohol policy comes into force. It doesn't sound very sexy, does it? But this is hugely important. This is the stuff that can actually change lives. And I want to commend everybody, absolutely everybody who has played whatever part they have had in seeing this through, and that staff and elected members and all the NGOs and all of the support people that we've worked with. It's a good day today, and this is something we should celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Filipina.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to spend a lot of the time just thanking people and just to tautoko what has already been said. Interesting that having been in the police so many years and retiring in 2016, I thought the LAP would have been put in place by then, and it hadn't. But being in the unique position of attending domestics, attending violence calls where alcohol was a big part of the incident. I know that even Andy on my left in the job, Rob Abbott, who is part of the team at Auckland Council, who was an inspector, having seen what happens when you attend a domestic dispute where alcohol is there, also traffic accidents and fatals, I just want to acknowledge the team, being to you that has been on the long ride as well with everybody else and you and the staff. Want to acknowledge you, and in particular, because it's taken us this long, legal section. Man, the fight that they would have had to put in front of all the courts, I forgot how many courts they went to. I'm surprised they didn't go to, what's the one in England? Yeah, that one. You know, I mean, I'm surprised we didn't even go that way. But, you know, from me, it's just to acknowledge the work, because they were in there for the long haul. I want to now just acknowledge the councillors who are around that table. Now, Ben mentioned some of them, but and Councillor Fletcher mentioned Kathy. I mean, look, there's a lot of others, but Kathy, the fact that she's up north, I know that the people up there have adopted her now, and she's now Ngapuhi. So I just want to acknowledge her, but all the councillors that have been part of this. Organisations, I mihi to you all because you are seeing the cold face of what happens as a result of the accidents, the fatals, the domestics. You're seeing the cold face after. I see Heather here, and Heather, just to you and the Safety Collective, for Tamaki Makoto, to all those that presented, and for those that have presented in all the court cases, I acknowledge you and say thank you. Thank you for the effort. It's been a long haul, but we got there, and we got there together. Chair, I also, for me, and this is the last, but to Grant and to Nathan, to Otara, these three people, and I know there's many others, but the three that were mentioned, and it's been mentioned as well to those that have spoken about this particular agenda item. I just want to mihi to our three rangatira, Matua Jim Sinclair, Whaia Glyn McCutcheon, and Lawawhionga Whānā Nā Vessel Collins. I want to acknowledge them because they stayed in the fight. And so, e ngā rangatira, haere atu rā. So I just want to acknowledge him. And Grant, I'm glad you come back. Please acknowledge Whaia Meriana and Matua Thomas, but also the kaimahi that are doing the work on the ground. So please to you and also to Nathan, ngā mihi kia kōrua, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Yeah, whawhtei lava. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bartley. Oh, actually, do you want to go last, Councillor? Okay, I'll put Councillor Ferry then next.
Kia ora, thank you. I think there's been a lot of amazing acknowledgements of those who've come before on this, and just to support those, to tautoko those acknowledgements. And also thank you to Councillor Dalton for enumerating those of us who were in local board land and worked on this. And what I sort of wanted to start out by pointing out is the bipartisanship on this back in 2015, and I believe since, and I hope today as well. And to respectfully slightly disagree with my ward mate that this isn't political. I think it is absolutely political, but it hasn't been partisan in terms of this has been something that historically has been supported across political lines. And I appreciate the acknowledgements of my predecessor, Councillor Cathy Casey, as well, who was definitely a fierce Scottish advocate in this space. What I wanted to note there is that when this passed in 2015 to become a provisional policy, and has already been noted that we didn't anticipate it would take 9 years to get back again, this was actually voted through 14 votes to 1. Which is not that common for controversial issues, alcohol being a traditionally controversial issue. So 14 votes to 1 is a pretty big margin for something this significant for our community, and I just wanted to remind people of that. For my own ward, and I was a chair of a local board at the time, and I remember poring over the maps, and I remember, so Puketapapa largely covers the old Mount Roskill Borough, which was actually dry, was one of the last areas in New Zealand to have a local referendum to end being a dry, no off-licence area in the late 90s, which I admit is before I lived there. And what has happened in that part of the city, and acknowledgement to Communities Against Alcohol Harm, I worked very closely with them on opposing what would have been, if I remember, the 15th off-licence within a 2-kilometre radius. And we won that fight with the community in Three Kings, which still has plenty of other off-licences, so don't worry, you can still buy alcohol there. But part of what had evolved there, because of the history of being dry for so long, was that we kind of didn't have this maturity that had happened in other parts of the city in the way that the alcohol provision had happened. And so we did have these areas that just had heaps of off-licences as a result. And Alcohol Healthwatch were able to put together some really instructive health data for us about how that particular area in Three Kings was really badly impacted by alcohol harm, things like admissions to emergency rooms, that kind of stuff. So the evidence was clearly there. Puketapapa did put up a number of areas for the priority overlays, and unfortunately were unable to get that, which is why I was asking about it. So I did want to point that out from the point of view of this is a compromise. There are a number of things in this that the community wanted that didn't go in the provisional. There are then a number of things that were in the provisional that council has since had to compromise on. So this is not the community all getting its own way. There have been changes in response to concerns from the alcohol industry already. I also wanted to acknowledge that the Portage Licensing Trust covers part of my ward area as well, and we do have parts of Auckland that are covered by licensing trusts. It's really good to see that there are priority overlays that still apply within those areas, acknowledging that those licensing trusts are not necessarily forever, and it's good that we have those priority overlays in there in advance. And finally, I just wanted to mention a little bit about 2 cases in my local area. So one I have heard today, in fact, from a local board member who's been talking to an off-licence where they lost their licence recently. And they had said to this local board member that they actually supported this kind of policy because it will actually give them more certainty and create a level playing field for them for hopefully reapplying. That's what they would like to do in due course. The other one is in relation to a bar in Kingsland where I've been dealing with noise and antisocial behaviour at 3 and 4 in the morning. Now, Kingsland is actually, talking to the guy who runs the Kingslander, who's the head of the business association there, Kingsland kind of winds up about 1:30. The comment is, in the morning, the comment is anything happening after that is probably not a good thing. From people who actually sell liquor in the area, and I've talked to the main off-licence guy as well. But we've got a bar there that's got a licence to be open until 4 a.m. And this will mean that that bar now has to close at 3 a.m, which will really help with driving some behaviour change there because it's having a real impact on the neighbours. So I'm really pleased to see this change go through and looking forward to that taking effect. Finally, I guess I'd just really love it if we could all vote for this. Maybe we will, maybe we won't, let's see. And finally, just an acknowledgement to staff who I know have really had to play a long game on this one, so thank you very much. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Sayers, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I represent the Rodney Ward and the Rodney Local Board area. We've spoken a lot about the south and other areas of Auckland, but I just thought to complete the picture, I'd just like to talk about the northernmost area of Auckland, right at the other end of the super city. As we've heard, and probably we all know, there's no discrimination around the harm that alcohol causes, whether based on age, gender, ethnicity or location. Frequently communities of Rodney who have had concerns about there being too many liquor outlets located too closely to each other haven't had a sufficiently strong enough voice to oppose them. And therefore this local alcohol policy gives that voice to those communities and to wider Auckland. I believe that the majority of my constituents would support this policy, and therefore I will be voting in favour of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Before I hand to Councillor Bartley, is anybody else who'd like to speak? Right, Councillor, as the mover, I'll let you speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Deputy Mayor. I just want to do the acknowledgements as well to thank the councillors that were there that started this all. Thank you very much. Those of you that are still around the table for championing this right, was it 2015? I was on the local board and we would come and advocate to the councillors that were here at that time. We were doing the advocacy, the community engagement in our communities as local board, along with our community groups. And back then, I acknowledged the Glen Innes Drug and Alcohol Group. A lot of them have gone on to be real leaders in our community, and acknowledge what they did. KYAD and their advocacy and their community engagement, and I see Mike Tuala in the audience there. Trina Baggett, thank you very much for all your work in the communities, especially with our young people. Thank you to the police for constantly raising these issues to us in our capacity as leaders of the city. Thank you to the safety volunteers that are out there patrolling at night and in the weekends, our Māori wardens and Pacific wardens. One of the hot spots near our area is Mission Bay because of all the people that come from south and west and drink there. And that was a real issue. And it comes down to the Māori wardens and the Pacific wardens working with the police to address the issues there. Again, it's our volunteers, our communities, Community Patrols New Zealand, what they're doing. We used to have community patrols in Tamaki set up in 2012. We'd go out on the weekends. 10 p.m. till 1 a.m. was my shift, and it was always alcohol related. Thank goodness the neighbourhood policing team had an arrangement with our liquor stores to close at 10 p.m. as opposed to 11. That helped limit the crime. But fighting, domestic violence, and antisocial behaviour, all alcohol related, all the brawls, Britomart, when we have the Christmas in the park, all alcohol, and they all jump on the trains and they go cause and rip up Britomart, and it's all alcohol related. So I'm sure the police will be grateful that we're taking this step. Also acknowledge Grant Hewison, Dr. Nikki Jackson, Nathan Cowie, Communities Against Alcohol Harm, Alcohol Healthwatch, Auckland Regional Public Health. Since I've been a councillor, I've seen them always come to council and advocate for action regarding alcohol harm. As a city councillor, regional councillor, I'm really, I feel really incensed hearing that Māori and Pacific children are 14 times more likely to face alcohol marketing when they walk to school. That's really poor for Auckland. When I was a kid, I didn't face any alcohol advertising when I walked to school. Was our neighbourhood shops, was the bakery, the lawnmower, the dairy, and takeaway. No liquor stores. But nowadays, liquor stores are everywhere. In my ward, there's 40 liquor stores. And I'm not villainising the liquor stores because, the owners are families as well. So I see this as also trying to look out for their benefit, to keep them safe. This all started, I first started getting involved when this came out, which is why I've hurt my neck because I've had to carry it in my bag. But it's 2009, and the recommendations in here talk about local alcohol policies and city councils, and this is what we pinned our hopes on as a community for protection for our community, was a local alcohol policy. And then to hear the supermarkets keep challenging this, that's why I thank our legal team, I thank our policy team, Ben Brooks and your leadership here. But really disappointing that it was the supermarkets that held this up. Really, and because they wanted to sell from 7 a.m. Come on, who's buying alcohol at 7 a.m.? Who's buying alcohol at 10:55 p.m.? It's just the police have already said it. The doctors, the medical, the emergency, they all say there's just too much accessibility to alcohol. So hopefully this local alcohol plan will go some way to making our communities a little bit safer. Thank you.
Kia ora. Look, there's a colloquial saying that good things take time, and in this case, 4,917 days. So I'll now commit this monumental set of resolutions moved by Councillor Barclay and Councillor Dalton to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? And I will declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, we'll just take a quick break now, and hopefully we will change chair. I'll just check. Thank you. 5 minutes.
Okay, we're going to resume the meeting on item 8, North Harbour Stadium and Domain Precinct. I'll thank the Deputy Mayor for running things up until now. I'd welcome Alexis, Anna, Gary and Uzra. The governing body asked you and your deputies to run a locally led process to work out the future of the North Harbour Stadium, to come back to us by the end of August to note an update on what you're doing. You've assembled an impressive group of stakeholders and done a lot of work in a short period of time. I was also pleased to see that North Harbour won their NPC game against Waikato on Saturday. Woohoo! Some of us would like them to beat Counties Manukau this weekend, but not everybody. So I'll stay out of that. Yes, well, there are supporters of both sides for next weekend's one, but over to you, team, and welcome.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So, as you mentioned, here in the room you have myself, Anna, Chair of Upper Harbour Local Board, Uzra Kasiri-Baluch, Deputy Chair of Upper Harbour, also Alexis Poppelbaum, Hibiscus and Bay's Chair, and Gary Brown, who's the Deputy Chair. I'd also like to acknowledge the support of the TAU officers we have here. We've got Nick Hill, CE, and Justine, who's the Justine White, COO and Head of Finance, and also James Parkinson, Director of Stadiums. So while we're doing acknowledgements, I'd also like to acknowledge it's a trite quote, but the shoulders of the giants on whom we stand. We're here discussing the stadium because the previous North Shore City Council and the trustees had basically the vision to set this up in the past. So we're going to be, as the Mayor said, giving a quick update of where we've got to. And so I don't want to bore everyone with the history of it again. So I'll just give a 30-second update on the history. As you'll recall, it's a 23-hectare site. So it contains a stadium, which has got a main ground and a second ground. Now, those have all amazing grasses, really, and they're played for by professionals. It's also got 5 community playing fields, which are actually really well used. There's at least 12 teams who play there on a regular basis. There's car parking and the stadium pool. So the area is actually zoned as a special purpose zone. It's a major recreation facility. So it's got some really specific planning controls about what can and can't be done there. And the actual grounds around the stadium provide over a quarter of our Winterfield playing space, and they provide nearly a half of our lit playing space. So the grounds around the stadium are incredibly well used. That's why it's called the Stadium and the Domain Precinct.
As you will rightly recall, during the long-term plan process, North Harbour Stadium became a really hot political issue and played out somewhat interestingly in the media. There was stakeholder involvement, the community, elected members, TAU, politicians as well. It became quite a hot political issue. In the Upper Harbour Local Board and Hibiscus and Bays Local Board, as you recall in that North Harbour Stadium particular briefing session of the LTP, we were really pleased to help land that in a really solid place to help move forward in a positive direction after some months of turmoil, again, that played out interestingly in the media. So we're very happy to take the heat out of that situation and propose a very pragmatic way forward. And as you'll recall, that's led us to put together a locally led working group to progress operational management change and to work to clarify the future vision and the role of North Harbour Stadium and its precinct, including ownership, funding, governance and operational management and improvements. This is the quote of the day from Councillor Dalton, localism at its finest. So we're very pleased to be here and to share this update. And I will just like to say that since the LTP, which was voted on in mid-May, we've been working at pace with the support from our fantastic staff above and beyond their jobs to progress this work as fast as we can, because we acknowledge that there are a huge amount of stakeholders that hold this stadium very dearly to their heart, not only local boards around the northern region, but it's councillors, again, politicians, and a huge range of sporting codes as well. We worked at pace to put together our working group. We were very deliberate about who we put on that, ensuring that we had a vast array of skills and expertise to help support us. So just to name a few, we've got a range of sporting codes, of course our elected members supporting, mana whenua and a player, someone from the event space, legal, ex-trustees, some community representative, nearby business support from Westfield and the local business North Harbour. And we're very pleased to get a local Browns Bay resident who was ex-Rugby World Cup Minister and Sporting Minister, Murray McCulley, involved as well. We also recognise that stakeholder engagement has been really key to keep moving this forward positively. We landed it in a good place and to bring it along in a really good space. So stakeholder engagement has been really, really important, bringing the key people and organisations on this journey and building a really good rapport and following the events of the consultation. No, not everybody, all the sporting stakeholders had the same view, and it's been incredibly important to us to make sure that we're engaging really well and really early with them to bring them along on this journey. We have had 2 meetings with our working group so far, and the 3rd is coming up next month. We also engaged with Tātaki Auckland Unlimited very early. The resolutions actually in the LTP noted that we were to work with them, but as we noted very carefully to them that we would have done so very happily and positively anyway. That was always going to be part of our direction, is to bring everybody along. So we went to their July board meeting. We've had a very positive relationship with them and had weekly meetings, and they've been very supportive. We also put together a discussion document. We were told that putting a 120-page discussion document attached to your agenda was probably not good governance and probably not leading to very happy councillors. So we put a 10-page excerpt just for you to get a bit of a flavour for that. But I do understand that you were sent that as well on some requests. So we were very pleased to hear that so many people were very interested to read the full lot. So thank you. That discussion document is a living document. It'll continue to update as we progress through this work. It's a bit of a one-stop shop for information, but it provides a bit of a rationale for our planned process going forward and a program plan as well. So I'll pass on to Anna to elaborate further on that program of work going forward.
Great. So after lots of discussion with the stakeholders and with our working group and TAU as well, we've landed on a sort of a 2-stage process that's going to happen concurrently, and it's in the resolutions up there. So the first part is to lead a locally led expression of interest in conjunction with TAU to see if there's another party organisation who basically operate the stadium commencing 1st of July next year. So the aim of this stage is to turn the finances around as soon as we can to reduce the burden on the ratepayer. It's quite tight. There is a Gantt chart in the discussion document, and by the time you do all the sorting out the financials and sorting out the legals and going out for an expression of interest, we'll be really hard-pressed to meet that date, but that is the game. That's the aim of the game. So we recognise that the stadium's lost quite a bit of OPEX in the last couple of years, and it needs to drive change, both in terms of new revenue and reduce costs to wash its face and deliver better for the ratepayers of Auckland. So this aim, stage 1, to get a new operational manager, we think that it's a good idea because it's someone more local rather than regional. As TAU talked about during that LTP discussion, they're really, really good at the big regional items. We've had a lot of community involvement and a lot of community input saying they want something more local. So we've also had many other groups saying, hey, we could do this or we could do that. So we really want to kind of put some science and have a locally led operator in there. As someone said to us, it's not going to be one great big thing. It's going to be 100 small changes that have to be made. So we want to drive the community use of the whole parts of the stadium. You've got the conference venue part, you've got the stadium, you've got the grandstands. So given how it has sort of been slightly run down inside for a little while, regaining the trust and the confidence of bookings is going to take some time. But we think that having a locally led responsive operator under this EOI stage will actually help on the longer term. So it will help us and it will help the governing body to gain confidence. So I just mentioned operational management there, and I just want to say that there's been some really positive changes recently, and we've actually had some really good feedback from some of the major hirers regarding TAU recently and over the last couple of years. One hire in particular noticed that their costs of holding events were down by $5,000 an event. This allows that hirer to pass that straight back to the community for the work that they do. So they really acknowledge that TAU have been sitting down, acknowledging the concerns of the hirers and aiming to address them, which is absolutely grand. But even despite those changes, we think that a locally led operator in there, working possibly alongside TAU, there's a variety of what cases as to what exactly a locally led manager will work through, but we're working through that. So that's stage one, which is to get a new operator in there by the 1st of July next year. Stage two is actually the really exciting future bit. That's actually, the timing is before the next mayoral proposal. So we don't want to be in the same position next LTP as we were this year. But actually, the possibilities are huge. So the aim of the second stage is to have a concurrent process to do a business case or something like that to work out the most appropriate ownership funding governance improvements and the operational management model for the long term. Now the timing is really tight. We want it completed by December 26. But the opportunities are really huge. It's a massive, massive site with a lot of potential. Let's turn the problem into an opportunity. So coming up, we've got ongoing discussions with TAU and the working group on exactly what the operational management change entails. As I mentioned, there's a variety of options and all have different risks and rewards and benefits. So we need to work through them. And then we're working on the EOI process, which is subject to a value for money analysis, to have the operator in place. So the ongoing learnings that the new operator discovers will actually form part of what we're planning for the future. And the reason why we want to put so much effort into this two-stage solution is it's actually a massive asset. It's hundreds of millions of dollars worth, and it's really irreplaceable. It's in the middle of a fast-growing area in terms of the last census. 3 of the 5 fastest local boards were the local boards that surround it. There was Upper Harbour, there was Hibiscus and Bays, and Rodney are 3 of the 5 fastest local boards. So to have a 23-hectare site that's already well used in the middle of that fast-growing area, it's actually irreplaceable. So we think that there's untapped community usage and commercial elements. So it needs science behind it, which is stage 2, to make sure it's done right, and we don't jump to do anything too quickly. We have had people say we should do this or we should do that, but we want someone to sit back and kind of say, what's going to be best for the ratepayers of Auckland long term? What's going to be best for the community long term? So we've actually had some really great supportive staff members going above their full-time jobs and helping us. We've had our local area manager, Leslie Jenkins in particular. She's really helped us a lot. It's not sustainable going forwards. So in the resolutions, we are actually asking for continued support of TAU and the Auckland Council Chief Executive to help us progress where we've decided to go. Alexis.
If I can just summarise by saying again that we are deeply excited about the future potential that North Harbour Stadium and its precinct can offer the area. The untapped potential for it is enormous, and we are deeply committed to ensuring that it succeeds both in respect to community use, but also commercially as well. mentioned earlier that the stadium was, and the precinct was, the vision of some fantastic local people that had an incredible vision and left a fantastic legacy for us when this was horseback riding area and strawberry picking area. Now Albany is the heart of the north. And it is our job now, and we thank you for that, to continue on that legacy to ensure that that is provided, that incredible legacy is provided still into the future for our community. It is a stadium for the people, by the people, and we want to continue on with that. So I want to thank you, all of us want to thank the governing body for their resolutions that were supported back in May that gave us this piece of work, that entrusted us with this. We talk a lot about empowering local boards, and actually this is what it looks like. We have been working extremely hard. We are looking forward to that going forward. We have been bringing our stakeholders along very diligently and deliberately to push this forward into a really positive space altogether. The stadium and precinct needs a refreshed direction and strategy. It probably needed it some time ago, but we're here now, and we are very happy to lead that, and thank you again very much.
Thank you for that excellent positive presentation, and you're restoring all of our faith in local boards as well. So questions I have from Councillor Walker first.
I've got a number of questions. Good work first. Commendations. So one of the questions I've got is just semantics. You've got stage 1 and stage 2, but really they aren't stages because they're occurring at the same time, aren't they?
They are. They're 2 stages of project plan, but yeah, it is
Okay.
completely semantics.
Yeah, sure, that's okay. What it would be useful to get a handle on, and I'm assuming you're working this through, is the matters around the current status of the stadium. So, for example, one particular issue is the demolition of the Western Stand that occurred to allow baseball, and obviously that failed. Is that going to be rectified as part of the capital plan, and is TAU going to be contributing to that? Because obviously I would have thought that was a first step.
Can I take this? Through the Mayor, I'm not going to say exactly what TAU are not going to do, but we have had discussions about turning that problem into an opportunity. At first glance, you can see that hole and think, oh my goodness, it's terrible. When we talk to some promoters, they actually think that it is actually possibly useful for them. There's a road just on the other side of the demolished bank. They can drive their equipment there. They can set up their concert and everything where that was. That requires them not to have to put down turf protection. It lowers the cost of having a concert and enables the concert to be face on. It's like myself facing on to you rather than having the concert at the stadium at the end. So we actually think it's important to actually do the business case, do the work, think about what the stadium's going to be used for, how it's going to be used, and if that has to happen, maybe it's temporary seating, but let's not rush to anything. Let's see what it can be, because we've actually had promoters say that it's a good thing, or it could be used for food trucks. There's a number of things.
I think with that, if I can just add on with an operational manager change coming up potentially, that can give them the scope to do a very cheap solution, maybe putting some temporary boardings up for advertising whilst that's decided.
The other question I've got just goes to establishing the operational subsidy going forward. So we have a situation where all of the stadiums, Mount Smart, Western Springs, North Harbour Stadium, effectively have an operational subsidy going forward. And they also have a CapEx subsidy going forward. For example, over the last 10 years, Mount Smart has had $55 million spent on it, whereas North Harbour Stadium has been run down. It only had a couple of $1 million over the last 5 years, I think. So as part of this immediate exercise going forward around clarifying the financials, will you be arriving at a operational subsidy that is available going forward because you can't expect an operator to meet all of the costs and the like, given that we can't do that with our other stadiums. So is that going to be part of the exercise going forward?
We have the wonderful Nick Hill with us here, who might be a better place to answer your question, if that's right, Chair.
Thank you, Alexis. Just to your first question about the West Stand, we operate according to long-term plan. There's not funding in there for that. And I think the proposal here as part of stage 2 is that business case around what would you invest to get what. So I think that's properly considered there. In terms of your comment about CapEx, Mount Smart versus Albany, yes, Mount Smart has received a lot more capital than Albany. It's certainly not a couple of million. I don't have the number in front of me. I think it's at least in the last 5 years would be, I don't know, I'll be guessing, but it's certainly not a couple of million.
1.9 million, I think.
Okay, well, it depends what time frame you're looking over. And then to your third point about an operating subsidy, you're right that stadiums struggle to cover their operating costs, and that Albany in particular probably has the biggest challenge in that respect. I think and I'm speaking from a Tātaki point of view, and on behalf of the trustees, I think any proposal would need to leave the council and ratepayers in a better place than they would be otherwise. And that implies that there could be some form of subsidy, but that needs to be worked through as part of a negotiation with a different operator. But the purpose at the end of the day is that there's more value.
And certainly our aim with stage 1 and 2, noting that stage 1 will hopefully lower some operational losses, and stage 2 will progress on that further.
The other question I've got is, you're going to be going in for an expression of interest process. Tautaki recently had an expression of interest process around Western Springs Stadium, for example. Often what's done first is you just have a very preliminary exercise to flush out who's interested, so that you can have much earlier engagement. Is there any prospect of that? And the reason I'm asking that is this is probably not going to interest too many entities out there. So why wouldn't you flush them out? And further to that, there may well be an opportunity for collaboration. For example, you've got turf management that's relatively specialised, you've got events and the like that involve beverage and hospitality and other things. So is that a possibility?
I think that's why we specifically didn't name it a request for proposals. So that's why we've named it an expression of interest, so that it is a lighter approach to do what you're saying. So we do know that there will probably be a couple of people, certainly, that we do know who would be interested. But the expression of interest we do see as having obviously a very clear set of criteria around it, but our vision will be to have some level of flexibility and scope there that allows for that, for potential operators to come in with their own view rather than having a very set criteria in an RFP.
Having said that, can I just quickly reply to that as well? When you get an EOI coming into the premises, and what we've set up with our gut working group, there's some expertise there we can actually get a lot of information from to set up our criteria that's required for the EOI, because you don't want an EOI coming in and not knowing exactly what our objectives are and what our outcomes are required. So once we have those in place and we can work with them, we'll also get input from them to establish the exact perfect way of actually putting the system in to make it work. So you can't exactly bring an EOI in before you've got yourself settled with the foundation of where we're at, and we've got a working group that's going to be applicable to us and also help us in the long term to get it over the board. Thank you.
The other question I've got was, is around content. I mean, essentially, content's critical, and if it weren't content, what happens at the stadium? So, for example, if you didn't have the Warriors at Mount Smart and other things, it wouldn't be performing too well. There's the ongoing matter of Moana Pacifica and getting them to North Harbour Stadium, both in respect of their home base, which is their home base, but also playing. Is there any prospect of resolving some of these issues earlier rather than later, so that we're really lifting the game?
We have been involved a little bit in some of those discussions, but that's a very specific operational question for TAU, I think, so I will, if you don't mind, allow them to answer that.
Thank you, through you, the Mayor. We have been in ongoing discussions with Moana Pacifica. They approached us to shift their training base up to North Harbour, which we agreed with, and they've made that relocation. They have also approached us wishing to have North Harbour Stadium as their playing venue. We have agreed with that. Moana Pacifica are now going through their necessary approvals through the rugby channels, and we're awaiting their confirmation that they will be playing at North Harbour Stadium. But if what I need to emphasise is that if that does not eventuate, it is not because we have prevented it.
Can I also mention about the content, Wayne? If you talked about content, we do have a gentleman on board in our working group that does all the Blues games and all the Western Springs events, and also is an event organiser and has major events throughout New Zealand. He's on board, he has a lot of contacts, and also he can bring the content. And I think when you look at the North Harbour Stadium, we can't do the 40,000 people, but you can do the events that they don't want there because of the cost involved, but we can keep the cost down at the stadium and have those minnow concerts that they can bring in, and the people, the content to make it work. So there is that aspect that we do have, as I said, the working group has a wide range of experience to make that work in the content. Thank you.
The last question I've got is just around some clarity around 1 and 2. So as far as the stage 1 is concerned, you've got an expression of interest. Okay, great, go with that. Subject to a cost-benefit analysis and value for money for the management in the prior financial year. So I'm assuming that that's the year prior to the year when you're going to have a different operator, and that's the 24 to 25 year. Is that correct?
The prior year it refers to is the 23-24 year. That's when it's going to be compared to.
Okay, and the purpose of that, I'm assuming, and you might clarify this, is really just to get a benchmark as to the current operation and financial performance of the stadium, so that a future operator's got something to compare against. Is that pretty much the case?
Yep.
I think at the end of the day, any decision to put in some form of different operator needs to be based on improving the value. So what are you comparing that to? So
sure.
The trustees will have to make a decision based on a case that says it's more value creating to make that change.
Okay, so just to clarify then, that's the 24 years, the year ending end of June 2024, right? Okay, and then the related question I've got, just for clarification, is around the most appropriate ownership and funding and governance and the like, and I see that extends out to December 2026. So I'm making the assumption that any future operator that comes out of the expression of interest process is going to be able to feed back into that, because I have to make the assumption that this has to work for them, and we don't know what that's like right now. So you can do a bit of crystal ball gazing, but they may come up with a whole variety of things that go to the way it's run.
Completely, and that's one of the reasons we do want the new operator in there as soon as possible, so that by 2026, in time for the long-term plan, we've got some real facts as well as some ideas of what can be done.
Thank you very much, and happy to move at a later point.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Ferry, please.
Kia ora, thank you, and just want to acknowledge in particular Anna and Alexis for their leadership in this, what's been a messy process for a while, and now you're cleaning it up, and I really appreciate that, thank you. My question, I have two questions. The first is, you mentioned before the way that this was empowering local boards and showing how local boards can work together to find solutions across boundaries. I just wonder if that part of this process is being captured, because I think it's really valuable. We have had an issue for some time where we have local boards, we have governing body, but there hasn't been a lot of acknowledgement of work that's sort of sub-regional. So I just sort of, I guess, wanted a sense from you of whether that's getting captured at all. Are local board services picking that up, perhaps? Sorry, that's one out of the box. You might have to come back on that.
I don't know if, I mean, we certainly are trying to capture that and express that to you, but maybe that is actually something that we need to think about, how we pass that through the organisation, because, you know, as I said earlier, that we talk a lot about it, but actually I don't think we've really landed kind of what that means, and as I referred to, this is almost kind of like a bit of a pilot and a bit of a study for you guys to see. But acknowledging also it's not just our local boards. We've been keeping our Rodney and Kaipatiki and Devonport Takapuna friends all are engaged with this as well.
Right, thank you.
I think also, Julie, you'll find that the by working together, the combination of the local boards working together, we have a greater resource to pull in, and that's where it's worked extremely well.
Right, cool. Looking forward to some further reflection on that, maybe something we can talk about at the Joint Governance Working Party in terms of capturing some of what's been learned to support changes throughout the organisation. And my next question is actually probably to the CEO around resourcing, particularly for stage 2 of this process. How are we going to make sure that we're supporting that? Because we need to see this through, and there's a risk there that we might stop part way, particularly if we don't have the resources.
Thank you, Councillor. I met with the chairs earlier in the week to discuss exactly this question. If we think about the two parts, the expression of interest, I think, between Tātaki's support for this, which has been fulsome and very positively received by the boards, I note, and ourselves, we can well support that. I believe we've got procurement resources and policy folk who can see it through. What the boards need to support the kind of locally led, stage 2, in the first instance, is some coordination and project management resource to complement local board services, but local board services are not equipped to provide all of that. So I've agreed that we will look after the support for the boards in that regard, but I do make the point to councillors that I'm framing that as we will, because that work still needs scoped and costed, and as Chair Anna said, it needs to be gotten ready for the LTP cycle, and hence the December 26 timeframe. So I'm really comfortable that we look after that for the time being, and once we've scoped it, if there's a significant resource requirement that's not budgeted, then I will bring that back to you in December for the annual plan round.
Thanks very much.
Thank you for that. Councillor Filipana, please.
Kia ora, Chair, thank you. Kia ora koutou to everyone there. Kia ora, Nick. Look, my question is on your working group membership. Firstly, congratulations on the membership. But is there anything that will stop you from co-opting people that should be on there or put on there as you go through stage 1 and 2?
Kia ora. No, according to the terms of reference, we can co-opt people on.
Kia ora, thank you.
Good question, good answer. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. Just a quick one, and just acknowledging you all as well. And this is a good example of local board empowerment, and it's really great to have you guys all around the table. Are we confident in the future of North Harbour Stadium that the focus won't be on just shifting existing users around the network, but actually encouraging new and ongoing users of that facility?
Yeah, I think that's what we've got to have. Economic growth only happens if you're creating something new. You're bringing people from an area that something didn't exist into a new area. We don't want to just shuffle things around. So we're confident that from what we've heard from different parties, that there is an opportunity to create new opportunities, new events, new things, not just shuffle around our professional sports.
If I can just add to that as well, that was what we've been really discussing very carefully with TAU about that question of this wouldn't be in the Stadia strategy of or their remit of having kind of competitors, but the size of the stadium and what it offers in the precinct, we don't believe would be a direct competitor to TAU-owned facilities currently.
And can I just add to that as well? I think the stadium is underutilised for community usage. We bring the communities into the fore. Some of the groups, some of the sporting groups, but also the community groups come in to use the facilities at a fee that they can afford, or else we can look at it accordingly. And that'll make a big change as well. So they become they feel actually like a membership of the stadium. I think people need to have an instinct that they need to belong to something, and if we can make the stadium that scenario with the enjoyment of also watching bigger sports events, I think it's even better. Cheers.
Thank you. Very impressive. Thanks, Mayor.
Good question, thank you. Councillor Lee, please.
Just a question, Mr Mayor, to the Chief Executive, I guess, on a matter of detail, or rather clarity. The report is at the end of the report is the standard box of ngā kaihana, signatories, there's the author, there's the authorisers, and we have the local area manager, we have the manager, CCO, external partnerships team, the chief of staff, and the chief executive. I think for clarity and transparency, the chief of staff should be indicated as chief of staff, mayor's office. I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Duly noted. Thank you, Councillor.
If I could add there, I actually think that possibly it links into what Julie was saying. This is quite odd, this is the local boards. We're presenting to the governing body on resolutions they've already passed, so it's an update. But to have Leslie as the author is a little bit unfair to her. She's been amazing. She's been given what we asked up into Info Council and changes have been made, but so many changes were made that she's not quite the author, and our names and the names of the working group who actually came up with the resolutions aren't there. So I think possibly going forward we need to kind of think about how we articulate that better, because it's not Leslie. I wouldn't want her to be in the firing line for anything. She's been great.
Fair enough. Point taken. Sure. I'd like to congratulate all of you involved, including Tātaki. I understand that there's been a positive working relationship between the two, which is jolly good. It's good to see there's no sort of knee-jerk reactions. You're taking your time and under pressure, admittedly, but thinking about things. As far as Moana Pacific, Michael Jones and BJ Williams are mates of mine, and they've kept me very closely involved in the fact that they're quite excited about it, and that's good as well. So I hope this all comes together. That's been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Walker, I think, because you said you'd move it, but the Deputy Mayor got in ahead of you. So is that all right? So that's the questions. Councillor Watson, have you got a question? Beg your pardon? Yes, by all means. So what the normal process is, now that you revert to where you sat before and we have a debate about things, and so we'll have a crack at that. The opening one is from Councillor Watson, please.
Yeah, so that's a very positive news, not least of which is the potential acquisition of Moana Pacifica as a franchise. Moana Pacifica, of course, just recently pulled off one of the biggest signings in either rugby or rugby league when they got Ardie Savia, the All Black captain, and an absolute legend. And Ardie will no doubt bring others with him because, you know, he's such a magnet, and that will really just kind of lift up our whole area. I know which team, my local team, I'll be supporting now. It'll be Go Moana. I'll be the first one in the gate. So that's really good. Commendations to the steering group there of Usra, Gary, Anna and Alexis, and also indeed to the wider working group. People might not be aware, but there are people on that wider working group with real life experience in running stadiums, both from a governance point of view and, more importantly, operationally. So we're fortunate to have that sort of expertise on tap. Now, certainly, you know, it's clear, Rome can't be built in a day on this one, and it's certainly a lot harder turning things around when you're starting in a situation as we are at North Harbour. But I think just sort of one sort of qualifier I think that I'd like to put up, I think we should be aware of not overly complicating the process and certainly not needing to avoid over bureaucratising it, if there's such a word. All our stadiums, if you look back historically for the last decade, are kind of beset with a veritable plethora of lengthy and sometimes expensive reports and strategies that haven't actually manifested in too much on the ground. So I'm sure that will be avoided by the steering group and the wider working group, but it certainly is something to bear in mind. And that perhaps is best amplified by the expressions of interest process. At its most basic sense, any party or entity wanting to get into that will just really want to know what the commercial arrangements are, any legacy agreements, the asset management plan, operating costs, the consenting environment, and we're very fortunate at North Harbour, as was mentioned, that it's a sporting precinct, so that makes things very easy and straightforward from a consenting point of view. And as Councillor Walker alluded to, the operational funding, what may or may not be available there. I guess ultimately, though, we're walking towards some sort of vision or master plan, if you like it, as to what North Harbour is going to be, and that will have to be its own version that takes in its own specific characteristics. Interestingly enough, we have other cities in the world, like Kansas City, for instance. They just opened up this March the first women's professional sports stadium, cashing in on the huge growth in women's sport, CPKC Stadium, and that's not entirely dissimilar to the type of capacity that's already at North Harbour. So there's international examples there of how things are worked. I guess when it's all said and done, though, if I speak on behalf of the community who have become very engaged in this process with the stadium over the last 12 months, fundamentally they're really looking for an entity, a group, or perhaps even more likely a key person, manager, who has the ability to turn the stadium around and to really just get more things happening there. There's existing tenants, as we know, and there's obviously the clear scope for others, and Moana would be a wonderful start in bolstering that offering. And I guess, when we do work on this vision or this plan, which can be pulled together rather quickly, I think, we will come up with our own model that kind of reflects the dynamics of the north, but we don't have to reinvent the wheel either. We just have to look over the bridge to what is one of the best performing stadiums in the world. If you go to the Eden Park, and some of the best managers and operators in the world too, I might add, if you look on their website at the moment, you just look at the huge array of offerings they have that are making full utilisation of their facility there. They have the Sky Sport Roof Walk, Dulux Super Bash, where you can pay to come in and hit sixes on the number one field. You have the Qatar Airways Hole-in-One. You have tours, you have stadium glamping. You have a 9-hole golf course. I'm not quite sure how they set that up. 500k up for grabs, internationally recognised. This week you have Father's Day, sold out experience at Eden Park. You have art in the park. You have the world's largest haka. You have circus coming up. Coldplay playing 3 concerts, and that's before you get to NPC rugby. And Black Caps cricket one dayers and T20s coming up. So we're not going to be doing all those things at North Harbour, but we can pick up on some of their creativity and the success of someone like Nick Sortner brings to an operation. We all know that. The people that go along to Eden Park are quite aware of that. So I'm sure in the fullness of time we'll come up with our own vision and perhaps even live up to the very kind complimentary words that were put out by Regional Facilities Auckland itself when they took over North Harbour Stadium and referred to how it was a proud history of delivering successful events and services for north of Auckland. So RFA saw that back in the day. We've had a bit of a glip in between, but I'm sure we'll be back on track and we'll be re-energising the north with our own version of Eden Park. So thank you to everyone who's been involved in that, and we look forward to the positive progress continuing.
Thank you for that. Councillor Baker from...
Yes, I just want to comment on the local board involvement in this and just go back to the comments and some of the questions and the comment about empowering local boards. We don't empower local boards by just throwing money at them. And so this is actually allowing local boards to be leaders in their communities, and I absolutely applaud that because it is us getting out of the way and saying to them, you go, it's your community, get stuck in, find an answer. And so the pressure was on, they came to the LTP and, pleaded for us to leave the stadium alone. Obviously counties are playing there on the weekend and I probably would have said sell it before then because I'm not sure the result's going to be that flash for us. But hey, anything's in its way and we'll get karaoke by Gaza in the main field with that. But to the local boards and we talked about Leslie. Leslie is one of probably the most experienced relationship manager in Auckland Council, and she's had to deal with some pretty terrible local boards over the time, to be fair, Rodney and co, but doing a great job. But seriously, congratulations to the local board. You've picked it up. You are showing what it means to actually be empowered, so well done. And to Nick and the team at Tataki, you are not seeing this as a threat. You are willing and able and pretty keen, I imagine, to help a new operator or whatever the answer is. So great work, and and I look forward to seeing how this plays out because it is a model that can be used elsewhere. So good work, and look forward to the next iteration.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Very good points. Councillor Ferry, please.
Oh, kia ora. I think Councillor Baker largely stole what I was going to talk about, but I did just want to put a punt in there for Harbour as someone who supported that team back from the 80s when it was in the doldrums. Good to see it on the up again. No doubt we'll be back down again at some point too. What I wanted to note though, look, it's just the reality of being a North Harbour fan. There are ups and downs. So the one thing I did want to add, in addition to the points that Andy's made about local boards, is that I'm really feeling hopeful that we are now getting into a space as a governing body where we're actually going to be able to land a stadium strategy in the near future. Not necessarily the very near future, but the near future. And we have a commitment in the LTP that we're going to progress this. We have the main stadium work, which was working along. We have this work. The pieces are starting to come together. So I just want to fly the flag again for really getting that sorted, that we do need that regional strategy in this space. And I see this as a really valuable part of pulling those pieces together to land that in due course, and looking forward to working on it. Kia ora.
Well said. Councillor Walker, please.
So, just like to follow on from the other speakers, I've got every confidence that this stadium will work and will be really successful. What is vitally important is to set it up for success, to make sure that we've got an excellent handle on the existing benchmarking so we understand what sort of operational and CapEx subsidy is available, to address issues like the loss of part of the Western Stand, which is a problem for some people that are interested in that stadium. And yes, that might involve some seating, but that seating comes at a cost. And really speaking, those issues that relate to earlier problems should be rectified, and the stadium should not be lumbered with some of these historical problems. The same with the issues around bringing the statement up to standard and dealing with some of the maintenance issues that have been put off for some years. What is outstanding about this stadium is its location next to the largest park and ride in New Zealand, next to what will be the largest shopping complex, I think, or mall in New Zealand, in close proximity to State Highway 1, with special concessions or covenants that deal with noise and lighting issues that are issues at some other locations. So this stadium has got everything going for it, and I'm really hopeful that some of the issues like content, in particular that go to Moana Pacific, get resolved. And I hope that anybody that's involved in that process that's listening to this gets behind getting Moana Pacific at North Harbour Stadium, because I know Michael Jones, BJ and others are dead set on it. And it'd be great to watch them playing there on an ongoing basis, and that would really help to lift this venue quickly. Thank you very much, and I look forward to seconding this.
Well, good on you. And you can, don't worry about that. I'm right behind that. Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. Look, this is proving to be a bit of a monumental day, isn't it, really? I just want to put my voice of thanks to what I'm going to affectionately call the A-team, Anna and Alexis. Of course, ably supported by the Bs behind them. But the reality is this, you know, when you put your hand up to be on the local board, you didn't really think this is what you were going to do. And I think the local boards here have really stepped up and proved that shared governance and the workload behind that is something that they can take on. So I think they are to be hugely congratulated. They're to be hugely congratulated on their leadership of putting together a very good team by both the steering group and the working group. But I just want to give you, and the third thing I'd like to say around that is around the support from Tātaki Auckland Unlimited. This started very much as a them and us, and it is now very much an us. And I think that is, from both sides, a wonderful thing to see, the support from Tātaki and the local boards working together. One of the statistics I just want to share with you was from a recent Tātaki board meeting where it looked at the event days across our stadiums. So the event days for July totalled 158, with North Harbour Stadium, the busiest, coming in at 83.25. So if there was ever evidence to prove that there is a place for North Harbour and its ability to have events, that statistic just delivers that. So again, my congratulations to the local boards, to Tātaki, and to the community that have supported them behind to get this to this good place. They have delivered exactly what we've asked them to do in a timely manner, and all power to you for the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Henderson and then Councillor Hills.
Thanks. Just a brief one. I wasn't going to speak, but inspired by the previous speakers. Just want to thank everyone involved and thank Tātaki as well for their support here. The model here kind of reminds me of the Trust Arena in my ward, which does a fantastic job for the community. And as part of that, as Chair Brown said, really focusing on community use as part of the picture. And I think that's really valuable for residents. I hope that, as I've said in the question, I hope the stadium can find new ways to thrive and new opportunities out there. I don't necessarily want discussions just about shuffling things around. Let's look for things that will make our city a more enjoyable place to live. And just the last thing I would say is that I'm really proud that we're taking steps toward a stadium strategy. After over a decade of work, it seems like we're actually making some progress in this term. And if we can crack this, and I really hope that we can, it will be honestly a credit to us all as city leaders, frankly. It'll be a huge accomplishment for us. And just wanted to say I'm really proud of my part in that and the part of the main stadium working party that works so hard on that limb of it as well. So yeah, really happy to kind of keep playing our part in this one, and let's keep working towards the bigger picture as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to the team. I was listening on YouTube on the way here from a funeral up at Snapper Rock, so right close by our stadium there. So sorry I wasn't in person for the presentations, but just want to acknowledge, first of all, Anna and Alexis. I know there's been a lot of anxiety. I know that you've been trying to be proactive and positive for right from the beginning. When I think there was some comments made at a committee early last year that kind of got everyone a bit upset. So I think there's a much more positive way forward. I think you've done a huge amount of work with members of the community, and it's looking a lot more positive. I think the other issue is that, as Councillor Henderson says, it is about putting that mirror back on us sometimes. We have made an impossible task a lot of the time for Tātaki and previous RFA to, try and run all these stadiums and tell them to make them profitable, but also tell them to make sure they have a lot of free events and cheap events and access for community organisations that we don't charge as much. And it goes around in a spiral because we can't possibly have commercial viability of every stadium if we're wanting multiple financial things. So we put money in, we take money out and expect them to do everything. So that will be a task for a new operator or a potential new operator as well. How do you get that mix? How do you make sure it washes its face but also ensures you get that good community access? So that will be tricky, but I think this is a really good way forward, and it will help on that overall stadium strategy, because what we heard very strongly from North Shore residents, but also other parts of the city, that they really want this stadium for the future in our community, and we just have to work out how to make sure that happens. So once again, congrats to Anna and Alexis, the local boards and those involved. It is a really positive way forward, and working with Tātaki and working with other players, I think it will mean a really good positive place for the future. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Okay, summing up, it's all very positive. You realise we've just spent quite a while talking about a nice to have. I don't know if we've upset the government with that, but I think it's quite a good thing to have, actually, as well as being nice to have. And I was pleased to hear you talking about perhaps adjusting the price to operate towards what the people can afford for what it is that they're going to do in there. All right, all those in favour, please say aye. Anyone to the contrary? No, nobody said that, so it's carried. I'm going to adjourn until 1:30 for a period of lunch. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. just after 1:35. We have a quorum, and the next item is item 9, which has been referred to us from the Audit and Risk Committee. We have Merla and Becky today to speak to this and answer any questions. I'm happy to move this. Councillor Philly, would you like to second this when you do this? Okay, it's moved and seconded. Okay, this is the, we'll hand it over to you, the health, safety and wellbeing update. Are you okay?
Kia ora koutou, thank you,
It's
Mr.
been presented
Mayor.
to us by the person with a broken arm. I don't know quite
That's
what we learned
deliberate.
from that.
I assure you that it's not work-related.
It's a relief, yeah. We'll put that down to research. Okay.
That's right. Well, kia ora koutou, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your time today. I am new into the role since June as Chief People Safety and Wellbeing Officer. I'm still reminding myself what it is. But the expert in the room today is Becky, to my right, and we'll take the report as read. We are changing our reporting. We've got a program of work at the moment, and we'll be bringing you a different looking report next quarter. So any questions you've got about that would be useful in terms of us pulling together a newly designed approach. But if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them now or bring them back to you directly. Thank you.
I don't have anyone who wants to ask you a question at the moment, so other than how you broke your arm, and we're not allowed to ask that, so don't answer that. Shoulder, okay. It has been referred and it was considered by the Audit and Risk anyhow, so in that, and you're happy with that, Councillor Furley. So all those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Thank you very much. Sorry to drag you across the district just for a relatively short one. It is. Yes. Keep it up, Merla. We're now on to item 10, which is delegations to council officers under the Resource Manager Act 1991, the Housing Accords and Special Housing Areas Act 2013 and the Local Government Rating Act 2002. I'm reliably informed that this is merely a procedural item, and it's delightful to, and this is following the organisational restructure from the Chief Executive, Philip, and we need to update some of the names and the lists of delegations under specific acts. It's pleasing to know that the government have got so many MPs busy working away, producing important, meaningful things like this for us to do, which is probably what I would say goes under the nice to haven't. Katie, can you explain this? Is there anything more to add to this piece of amazing information which we are considering?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and kia ora koutou. So as the Mayor has said, this report is largely procedural and relates to an update to the delegation to staff under a number of acts, which these acts prohibit sub-delegation. So the delegation to staff is direct from the governing body to staff rather than being through the Chief Executive. So as noted, the updates to the delegation that we're seeking today are just to ensure that staff retain their existing delegated authority and powers following the recent organisational restructure, and so that council can continue to make decisions in an efficient and effective way. We've also taken the opportunity to just clean up the delegation by removing some references to sections of the Resource Management Act that have been repealed since the delegation was originally made, and references to council departments have been updated to reflect the current organisation structure. And just finally to note that in light of the indicated reform of the Resource Management Act, there will likely be some further changes to this delegation needed in the future, and officers will undertake a comprehensive review of delegations to staff as needed under any new legislation and come back to the governing body for updates as needed. Otherwise, I'll take the report as read and happy to take any questions.
I'll note the pleasing acronym there for the Housing Accords and Special Housing Areas Act of HASHA, which is rather what they've made of it. This will be moved by Councillor Hills and seconded by Councillor Dalton. And any questions of Katie while she's here and on alert? In that case, I will put the motion. All those in favour of, say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, that's carried. Well, that's a good old start to the afternoon. Councillor, item 11 is the summary of governing body and committee information memoranda and briefings, including the forward work programme.
Happy to see.
We've got it moved by Deputy Mayor and Council, seconded by Councillor Williamson.
I wish to add an addendum if I could, Mr Mayor.
You're allowed to move an addendum.
Yep.
Councillor Lee wishes to move an addendum. Do you have a seconder for your addendum? Or is it what? Beg your pardon?
Councillor Watson. It's a procedural.
Councillor Watson, are you? Thank you for that.
Essentially procedural, Mr Mayor. I won't get too much into this. Essentially, the Waiheke Local Board was asked to help by constituents in regard to a refugee humanitarian issue. They in turn asked me about it, and so I feel it's my responsibility to ensure that it is formally received and forwarded on to the responsible minister, if I could, and that essentially is the addendum. Thank you.
Very much for that. Is there any questions or debate about the addendum? And which, if not, it's perfect. I'll put the amendment, which is to add B and C, which refer to the Waiheke Local Board's resolution, and two Waiheke Board resolutions, actually. So, all those in favour of adding the amendment?
Aye.
To the contrary?
No.
Okay, well, it looks as though we've got that. So now, the substantive one, including A, B and C, has been moved and seconded. Is there any debate about that? All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary? Well done, thank you very much for that. Righto. The next one is the shareholder comments on the Port of Auckland Limited draft statement of corporate intent. It's good the port has gone from a not-for-profit to a profit maker, and they'll make us even more in the future. Councillor Darby, would you like to speak about this at all? I'll move this and you can second it if you like. All right. Okay, Councillor Darby, please.
Thanks, and thanks, Chris and Alicia, on this. Hey, just in terms of the SOI, and I've just lost my page right now, but we wrote to them saying that we expect improved financial return to the shareholder, and they came back, and I should bring my page up. They talk about improved profitability and financial returns to the council as a group. Okay, that's how it shows up in the balance sheet. But I thought our expectation was not improved financial return to the shareholder, it was improved dividends to the shareholder. Can you just explain to me here, it's about the semantics here, but it's important. Are we expecting greater profitability, which will be showing up as greater dividends, or are we just expecting greater profitability?
And through the chair, my understanding, and I'd need to pull up the exact language, but it was the discussions around the LTP were around improved underlying in profit, and that's what was asked to be reflected in the SCI, and it has been. Having said that, dividends have also increased over previous SCI.
The LTP is based on receiving improved dividends, so I think the Councillor Darby has a very good point here. We have put in the LTP additional funds coming into the council from Ports of Auckland, not accruing additional profits into Ports of Auckland to sit there. So I think Councillor Darby's point is...
Through the chair, I'll just say that in the financial...
Is it reflected in what we've got here or not? I'm not sure.
Yeah, through the chair, in the financial deliverables table of the statement of corporate intent, it outlines the dividends that they're forecasting to provide Auckland Council, which increased from $35 million in the 24 financial year to $60 million in the 27 financial year, which is in line with what is included in the LTP. Okay, I get that, but you know, the wording is not, in my view, is not accurate, because profits remain with the business entity. Profits stay there. Profits don't come to us. Profits stay there. Dividends come to us. And I'm just wondering about the accuracy of the words. It's if an accountant looked at that, they'd go, what the hell's going on? So I'm wondering if it really does need to be tidied up.
So one of the comments that we're proposing to go back to them on is to provide context and clarity around the financial information, because the financial information on page 8 is not particularly clear absent that context and a bit more clarity. So they've agreed to provide that. So I think what we could do is we could go back to them, because we are going to make that comment. That's what we're proposing to do. The comments that we're proposing are set out in the report. Once we receive that back, we can compare it against the LTP and go further onto that. Or what we could do, Ports of Auckland could probably provide us a response to this, and before we send these comments to them, we could make sure that the comments reflect your question. I think that's probably the best way of doing it.
Yep. The second point I just want to delve into is we're asking them to support the council-led process to make better use of central wharves. I want to really get my head around what the financial implications of that are, because that is related to us also asking them to proceed with consenting and construction of Bledisloe Wharf North. They are coupled. They're not separate. So what are the financial implications of extending Bledisloe North Wharf? Is that coupled, not just in terms of strategic planning, but actually coupled financially? Is there an expectation that we eventually sell the respective wharves to offset the cost of Bledisloe North? That is the expectation?
Yeah, that is precisely why one of our recommendations is to make a comment to them to ask them to provide more clarity around their capital expenditure and how it breaks down across their major capital expenditure, which is the dredging and the Bledisloe Wharf. So there's in this SCI that's just not clear. When you make a very good point, and that's why we want to go back to them and say, please provide further clarity so we can understand how it's broken down and how that will work out.
Okay, that's good. That's handled as well. And the last one is we asked them not to extend into the harbour by way of reclamations, etc. But we do also know that Bledisloe North Wharf is an extension, even though it's not a reclamation, it's pier structures. And the last time I think we discussed this, I asked the question, is there a business case for that? And there wasn't. I think that has been developed now. Has your office, Alistair or Chris, have they seen the business case for Bledisloe North Wharf?
No.
Okay, I guess one of the things, and we asked them not to intrude into the harbour, I think one of the things we need to be very eyes-on, Mayor and councillors, is the business case and the options for that business case. There should be optioneering. You know, probably there'll be a status quo, there'll be the extension that we've seen roughly on a plan, and then there's maybe a reduced version of that. I think we should be watching that and not just assuming that the port company will be just progressing Bledisloe North Wharf in any form. So how could we go about that through this SCI? How could we be asking for the least intrusion in the consenting or the developed design and consenting construction of Bledisloe North Wharf?
I might suggest that it's probably not the vehicle to do that. Having said that, the vehicle is probably the deep dive, 6 monthly deep dives that we have with them through the CCO Direction and Oversight Committee. It's probably be a very good opportunity to ask them to come and provide further information on that and ask some detailed questions and get a presentation.
Yeah, my concern with that is they've expressed an interest in using the fast track legislation. So by the time we get our 6 monthly, and I'm not sure when Councillor Henderson's next expecting the port company, that might be after the fact. That's a risk, is it not?
Yeah, I'm not sure on timing. It's something that probably could be picked up, and we can pick that up, but I think something absent or something separate from the SCI.
Okay, I'll leave that then. So at your office, can you make inquiries about the optioneering that contributes to the business case for Bledisloe North Wharf extension? I think we should be all over the top of that.
Well, that's one of the things you'll be doing as an observer, keeping a very eye on that and reporting back, I hope.
I think that's you and I, but I'm making it visible to all of us. This has been extremely controversial, and the last thing we want is another big stoush down there on development of the wharf infrastructure or the port infrastructure.
Thank you for that. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Oh, thank you. My question relates to risk and mitigations under clause 36. And so perhaps it follows on slightly from Councillor Darby's, but when we're trying to make sure that the strategic objectives of the Ports of Auckland are in line with those of our council, you're suggesting that staff will work with elected members to fully engage with the process and provide comments as an engaged shareholder. I would like to see us formally be more engaged, but I'd like to know what it is that as officers or staff that you're going to do. Will it be elected members, or will it be some of us sit in different committees? But I think it is a very important issue in terms of revenue for the Auckland Council that all of the members of the governing body are engaged shareholders and taking an interest in this. So I'd like to know what staff are specifically proposing by way of scrutiny in this situation. I don't want to get into too much of a deep dive on individual issues, but more generally.
The CCO Direction and Oversight Committee has the authority, responsibility for Port of Auckland. Ordinarily, this would be going to that committee. Due to deadlines, we brought it to governing body. So that committee has responsibility and oversight of Port of Auckland. They have as I mentioned, they have 6 monthly deep dives and also quarterly reports from Port of Auckland. As it relates specifically to the SCI, the engagement with elected members has been through the Mayor's office, and it heads up to Councillor Darby as lead councillor. What we are looking at how we engage and monitor Port of Auckland going forward. There's a piece of work on how we pull that together, and I will absolutely include engagement with elected members in that piece of work, because at the moment, I think there's probably a little bit of a disconnect between all the information that comes in from Ports of Auckland and where it goes to. So there's efforts to improve that. On Port of Auckland, when they do come in for 6 monthly deep dives, I try and make an effort to send emails out to all elected members, because everyone obviously can attend the CCO Direction Oversight Committee, because often important issues that are brought up. I know Councillor Lee has turned up to those meetings.
Well, I guess I'll look to the Mayor, but I feel in terms of the financial sustainability of Auckland, the port is really important and it should be a matter for all councillors. And I would hate, I'm not a member of the CCO committee, but I'm vitally interested in the performance of the port and the revenue, you know, by way of dividends that it might bring. I would just hope that staff can be mindful of the fact that it is of interest to a wider group and that we do act as an engaged, collectively, an engaged shareholder.
Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must admit that I haven't read through this. There's a bunch of stuff that I have read through, but I can't do it all. I thought that the Ports of Auckland had been nicely put to bed and were performing marvellously and giving us money, which is what you say, Mr. Mayor, we want. And I'm sitting here being told as shareholders, notwithstanding what Councillor Darby said about actually expansion of a physical asset or something, but does this letter mean we're getting involved with their management? Why don't we just, you know, keep it simple? You know, that's what I'm thinking as I sit here.
Possibly to answer that, on Monday I'm having my bi-monthly meeting with the Chair and Chief Executive, and I'll raise the points that Councillor Darby has raised, and I'll reiterate that when they make more money, I want it.
Thank you. Well, all I'm trying to bring to the table is my thoughts, so that in the future I can't be told I sat here and said nothing when I heard people talking about stuff that constricts their ability to be commercial, in my opinion. Thank you.
So just through the Chair, this is a statutory process. Each year they have to prepare a statement of corporate intent, and through that process the Council is allowed to provide comments on the draft SCI, and that's what we're doing here. The comments are at a very high level, asking for a bit more information about the information they're going to provide us. And I've spoken to Ports of Auckland about these comments, and they seem to have no objection to these comments that we're proposing in the report.
Thank you. That's encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, every comment is that we want more out of them. That's it. I don't think they've got that message. And if they're not, don't get more out of them, I'll flog it. So there we are. I think they've understood that. Okay, this is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Darby. All those in favour, please say aye. To the comments from, sorry, you two have to retire. We don't want to hear from you ever again. We want to hear is Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, apologies for holding everything up, and especially after you guys have already voted. But in June, in the June CCO Direction Oversight Committee meeting, I'll just direct councillors, there is a presentation in there around all this stuff. We did get a briefing, and I remember specifically inviting everyone to that briefing. So I'll just make sure, 100% double make sure that everybody gets these invites, because CCOs are important for every councillor. I do appreciate that, so I'm hearing that loud and clear. But yes, if you do need the info, it has been canvassed, and it's right there in June. So kia ora. Thank you.
Very good. And I think you will inform me for anything that you want me to tell them, but basically the message has been the same. You are a profitable company, be a profitable company. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. Thank you very much for that. Now we're going to move on to a similar item 13, which is about the Auckland Transport SOI. One of the few tools we have to control the CCOs is to approve their statement of intent. We've had this backwards and forwards. They've gone away and taken our feedback on board properly, so thank them. This is the third year in a row they've changed their measurement on asset condition, but we'll keep pushing them on that. Claire Gomez, are you going to speak to this report? I'll move it. Somebody can second it. Who wants to second this? Deputy Mayor. Okay, righto. Claire Gomez.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. So as the Mayor's mentioned, this report recommends the approval of Auckland Transport Statement of Intent for the current financial year. This marks the end of a process that started in December last year with the Letter of Expectation. A working draft was received in April, and you as shareholders provided your feedback at the May governing body. Shareholder comments focused on regaining the confidence of Aucklanders, better alignment with group and council strategy, greater recognition of council's role as shareholder, continuing to implement council's priorities and doing things better, faster and cheaper. Following the receipt of AT's final SOI, the staff and the Mayor's office have engaged with AT on several matters relating to shareholder feedback and sought additional information and clarification in the final SOI. AT has responded to these requests, and this report outlines the key changes in the final SOI from the draft SOI. It is important to note that we may need to relook at the SOI in the next couple of months with the funding decisions that will come out from the National Land Transport Plan. So paragraph 15 in the report sets out the notable changes to the final SOI, and AT have proposed amendments to two measures that were requested as part of shareholder feedback. The first is to include a capital measure against program delivery and it being on time. This is an addition to the existing capital budget expenditure item, and we support this. The second measure requested was one that allowed us to assess the number of bus priority and vehicle kilometres delivered. AT have responded with a measure that measures kilometres of bus priority implemented, including special vehicle lanes and dynamic lanes. This reflects funding and council's priorities in the Letter of Expectation, so we also support that amendment. One other change is that Auckland Transport have moved away from reporting on the proportion of critical assets in poor condition, and this is discussed in paragraph 20. This is a key measure for the council. The Audit and Risk Committee is particularly interested in the state of our critical assets, and critical assets is defined by Audit New Zealand as those with a high consequence of failure, and they should be formally identified in any asset management system. Because they are important to the network, they should have special consideration and we should keep track of them. So identifying critical assets is something that is important to us. The current proposed mechanism is the proportion of key assets in moderate or better condition. I note that in the last SOI, critical assets are defined the same way as they are as key assets in this. That measure gives us the whether the assets are improving, but it doesn't actually tell us what is the percentage of our assets that are critical and that we need to be keeping an eye on. So for that reason, we suggest that they should continue to report on this measure. They can keep the measure that they've proposed, but we would like the previous measure reinstated. And if the committee supports this, we can write to AT following this meeting confirming approval and noting this additional request. Just to note also that we are proposing to schedule a workshop to discuss AT's proposed 10-year strategic objective with you, and we will come back to you on that matter. So as noted, the report recommends approval of AT's statement of intent, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
I have a question from Councillor Baker.
Yeah, thanks, Claire. And so just in regards to that paragraph 20 and the definition of critical and key, has there been a discussion with Auckland Transport? Because it's, I guess, I know at Auckland Transport it has been discussed, the difference between critical and key in this, and has there been a discussion in regards to that as to the confusion that exists between our definition of critical asset and the definition through transport through the NZ, dictated by NZTA, as to what critical assets are, because there is a complete. Has there been a discussion on that? Because I'll speak to this when we have debate on this.
Yes, I did discuss the matter with them, and I do understand that there is a definitional matter, but as I say in the report, I don't think it's clear in the SOI as to why they have moved away from providing us with a measure on critical assets up to their definition. And it is difficult for council to get kind of an understanding of that. I think we do need to seek further clarification. I do think we also need to signal that We need a measure that's reliable and year on year that allows us to understand what is the percentage of critical assets that we have. So I'm happy to have further dialogue with them on that, but at this stage it was very unclear and I didn't get a lot of feedback on it.
So would it be better if we were getting, in terms of what the information we get, would it be better for us to be focusing our attention on the things that are key, are critical in terms of how you look at it? So roads, bridges, public transport stations and other infrastructure, as opposed to road signs, traffic lights and other things which are captured under the critical asset but are anything but, and actually have the ability to skew the data that we get back because of the condition they are in. So wouldn't it be better to actually focus in on the things that are important, renewals and maintenance and potholes and roads and stations and things?
I agree with you, but as I've noted, the previous SOI defined critical assets exactly the same way as the key assets are defined in this. So there is no difference in the definition provided between the two SOIs. And we still need to know the percentage, the number of critical assets that we've actually got and whether that is improving. This measure tells us, the measure that is proposed, tells us the proportion of key assets that are in moderate or better condition. And that's an equally valid measure, but it does not tell us what percentage we've got that are actually at critical or at failure. And that is what we are seeking.
Okay, I'll reserve my right to speak in the debate on it.
While we're thinking about what we do about that, we'll listen to Councillor Ferry's question, followed by Councillor Walker's question.
Kia ora,
But there's some interesting points raised by Councillor Baker and questioned by you, but we've got to at some stage or other approve this bloody thing.
So through the Chair, I don't think that this matter stops us from approving this statement of intent. This is something that we can seek further clarification on and ask for, to seek a way forward on.
Okay, so we could at the end of this proceed to approve it.
Yes.
And you can leave that as a live action that you'll continue discussing with the group.
Yes.
All right,
I think that the signal that we want is that it is a matter that we want to consider.
Well, I can live with that. That makes sense.
Conversation.
Okay, Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. I've got two questions. One you might need to take away. Point 15, I think it is 2, Roman numeral 2, of the report mentions the quarterly reports on the climate change considerations. When can we expect the first of those?
So AT is required to report quarterly on its performance, and so we would be expecting that there would be matters against this addressed in those quarterly reports.
So it would just go into the normal quarterly reporting cycle?
Yes. I do know that AT have approved their sustainability strategy and they are reporting up on that strategy to their board. I'm not aware, I don't know, I'd have to come back and confirm how frequent that is.
Okay. I guess it would just be useful to perhaps know when we could expect the first one first quarterly report that includes this. But yeah, can come back on that. The other one, which I suspect we'll need to come back on, is the measure around the cycle counts. I just am a bit concerned that in some cases we've got counters where sections are, for example, closed off for a period of time, and I just wondered how they deal with that in terms of the measurements, because that will, there was a particular, Te Wero Bridge was a particular one that I was thinking of at the time, reading through the list. It's like, well, do we shift the counter? Do we acknowledge that that one's out of service for a while? How is that dealt with in terms of providing some consistency across the measure? Thanks.
Thank you. We'll come back to you on that one.
Councillor Walker, please.
I've just got a question, just want to clarify whether we measure this or not. And it's not under fare box recovery. and that's around fare evasion. So do we have any measure on that? Do we know what we're losing? And the reason I mention it is people bring to my attention that in some areas it's pretty significant.
We don't have a measure on that, but I know that the AT board do consider that.
I'm just making the suggestion that maybe it's something that's useful to report on, because otherwise it doesn't happen. So that's one issue. The other measure that we have is around average travel time and arterial productivity. And we're doing this for the whole region. And while I understand there may be some merit in that, it may well be useful to have a breakdown. For example, given that we're putting a massive amount of investment into the City Rail Link, we're looking for enhanced mobility, enhanced travel times and productivity, especially within the part of the network that's serviced by the City Rail Link. So is it conceivable that we might have something a little bit more finessed than just something that's regional? Is there some merit in that?
This is a measure that is one that is quite closely tied to the 10-year strategic objective that AET is wanting to discuss with you. So I think it's an area that we could explore further as part of that workshop and that discussion.
So I'd just signal an interest in that. I'm assuming if they've got a measurement across the region, that equally they've got measures that are subsets of that, particularly very relevant subsets.
Appears to be the end of the questions, so it's moved and seconded. Has been moved and seconded?
Yes, it has.
All those in favour, please. No, my humble apologies.
Councillor Baker has a comment, please.
Righto. You two, step back, please, to be followed by comments from Councillor Baker, followed by comments from Councillor Lee. Sorry about that, gentlemen.
My comments just in regards to the conversation that Claire and I were having in the definition of critical and key. And why Auckland Transport has requested that this change is that currently, because of the definitions we have, we consider things like road signs and traffic lights and other things that we have in our network by the thousands, which are generally in really good condition. We are considering them in that metrics alongside the things that are ultimately important to us and to the ratepayers of Auckland. That is our roads, they are our stations where our trains and buses run out of, they are our bridges. And so we are muddying the water by trying to create this overarching critical thing and sticking to it. It might have been in the last SOI, but Auckland Transport have recognised that actually those things muddy the water when they are reporting to us. And so they are saying, let us report on the things that are key to us. The roads, the bridges, the stations. They're the things that enable people to get happy or unhappy when you've got potholes and things like that. So I actually don't support the sticking with critical. I think we should just accept that we need to funnel back and focus completely on those things that are key and not the things that aren't. Don't let those really good stats, I guess, muddy the water. Let us focus on the things that are important and hold AT accountable as they want to be held in this regard. Because we've put them extra money into our maintenance renewals, we've given them extra money through the LTP, they want to be held accountable for how that is spent in regards to our key assets, which are the things we touch every day, not the things that are along the side of the road. And so that is why I don't believe we should be, sticking with critical. Let's take with what they've recommended to us and have key. And just to add, as Claire's mentioned in the report, the greatest risk to what Auckland Transport is wanting to deliver and that we have funded them to deliver is the National Road Transport Fund. that is the thing, with Land Transport Fund, that is the thing that is going to determine what gets delivered this year by Auckland Transport. And so, as long as we understand that. But I don't think we need to do the critical. It's a fight we don't need to have. Let's just go with looking at our stuff that is important, and it is a technical thing that we don't need to die in a ditch over.
I think it's a fairly fair statement. So we want them really, really critical, only a little bit, not the ones that are a little bit critical. So, Claire Gomez, that was a bit critical of you.
Claire does a great job, and as board members on Auckland Transport, Claire does a great job in liaising with us and raising stuff with us. So.
That was slightly funny, that was mine, but not very good. Okay, Councillor Lee, please.
Yes, I'll be brief. Everyone would be aware that the Deputy Prime Minister has introduced legislation into Parliament calling for the disbandment of Auckland Transport and its responsibilities transferred back to the direct control of Auckland Council. I'm not sure how far this will go, but obviously, following on from the Mayor's statements, there is some momentum for this. Mr. Peters has made a statement saying that AT has failed, and it was an experiment that has failed, and I think most people would agree with this. He also is working on the assumption that transferring AT directly back to Auckland Council would suggest that Auckland Council has a better way, a clearer idea on how transport should be administered in Auckland. And the latter assumption is something that we need to focus on, because at this stage, I have some sympathy for AT directors and AT management who will be kind of somewhat bewildered about why and how they are doing things differently from what Auckland Council wants them to do. From this document and from the numerous briefings and interactions we've had with AT, I think they would be bemused to discover that there is a significant difference in the approach of AT and Auckland Council. There needs to be, actually, because the first statement by Mr. Peters is correct. Auckland Transport has failed. It behoves us, it's our responsibility to come up and focus on a much better way of administering transport, more cost effective and better focus on public outcomes and on real metrics to demonstrate success or failure, which we don't really have right now. I think that's not beyond the ability of this council, its staff and the members, and it's something that I think we need to focus on with the Mayor's office to come up with a better plan and contingency plans, not only for the retrenchment or disbandment of Auckland Transport, but how this council will run things better. We certainly can run things better. The public would understand that, but we need to come up with something more tangible than what we've been giving AT for the last, 14 years. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for raising that. I just want to make it clear that I have no idea this was coming, and I haven't actually seen what Mr. Peters said. And just to reassure you, it's no skullduggery between himself and me. I haven't seen him since Eden Park, a few beers a while ago watching rugby. So I think it's just a response from the general uprising of people grumpiness about AT. It's not something that I have pushed, but and like you, Councillor, we don't know where it's going to go either. So, but it's something that's cropped up. I haven't read actually. You're ahead of me in what you've read about it. Councillor Walker.
just speaking to this, want to reiterate the questions that I made earlier. I think it's going to be desirable to target fare evasion. That could be highly significant. Similarly, I think we need to fine-tune some of our metrics, particularly those that go to the City Rail Link, that we're investing a huge amount of money into, and that goes to congestion within that part of the network that's serviced by CRL. And I'd certainly like to see more metrics that go to the implementation of intelligent transport systems, and currently they're rather vague, and we could make significant improvements there. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the coming months will there will be a great deal of discussion amongst us all about what and where we're going on with the changes, but there is changes afoot. The Minister this morning spoke about work towards certainly giving us more power over policy, but I don't know whether we actually ask for or really want to be the operators of the buses. I think we want to be the setting what we really want to be able, like other councils, to set the regional land transport plan. And I think it was a huge error of judgment when they set this up, that we're the biggest council in New Zealand is the only one that hasn't set its own regional land transport plan. That was a mistake. And I've yet to hear anyone who says that we're wrong in what we're trying to do there to get control of the policies and directions. Whether we want to run a set of buses, I don't think that's moot. It's not what I've specifically been discussing with the Minister. There's a ministerial meeting between myself and him later this week, and I will report to all councillors where that's going. This thing from Minister Peters is a surprise development. But anything that works towards giving us more control, Auckland elected people need to have control over what's going on in our district. That in itself is welcome, and we will see where we get to here. But this is a work in progress. Rest assured, I will keep you absolutely informed about what happens and as it develops. So, Councillor Filipaina. Thank you. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't miss.
Thank you, Chair. In regards to the recommendations, I'll be fully supporting those recommendations. In regards to what Councillor Lee has sort of said, and it's interesting, Councillor Lee, I'm glad that you mentioned the Deputy Prime Minister sort of just finding out what he's going to end up doing, and I think my only comment to that is to the Deputy Prime Minister, stay out of our business, basically. I'm going to defend Auckland Transport with the work that they have done since I've been around this table, because I don't think it is that dire for us to have a look within Auckland Transport, to have a look at options. And hopefully that is part of what our deputation, our consultation back or feedback to if in fact the Deputy Prime Minister is looking at getting rid of Auckland Transport, because it is not as dire. Maybe he, as in the Deputy Prime Minister, needs to come up and sit around this table, but maybe he needs to also talk with Auckland Transport. But more importantly, I was surprised, Chair, that there was no consultation with you. And so, therefore, then, that would have been the first port of call, and Auckland Transport. So I'm just a wee bit surprised at the Deputy Prime Minister, but just my advice to him, having somebody been around this table for the last 21 years, and I know that Councillor Lee and Councillor Fletcher and others that have been around this table since its inception, I'm just saying to the Deputy Prime Minister, stay out of our business and get the facts first. So kia ora, thank you so much. But I will be supporting this recommendation. Kia ora.
Well, thank you, Councillor Filipaina. I think you've summed that up very well. It is. I will spend the next week trying to convince the press that I haven't actually been busy involving myself in this, and I'm sure that Minister of Transport thinks I've been up to some skullduggery with Mr. Peters, who I do know quite well, but we generally discuss more important things like rugby. So, well, yes, of course, this weekend's quite quite worrying. As a person who's played rugby in South Africa, I can tell you how bloody hard it is to win over there. Councillor Williamson.
Just a quick piece of information, because I was in Parliament for a long time. Members' bills go into a biscuit tin for draw. There are currently 64 in there. There's only a couple drawn every second Wednesday. Others will be added. It's a very low risk of it being drawn. When it's drawn, the then Leader of the House sets a time frame when it can be heard and whether it even gets onto the ballot paper or gets passed. If this was to happen and go through, minimum, in my view, would be at least 2 to 3 years.
Rightio. Well, I don't think we need to panic. Thank you for that. But there you go. All right. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, carried. Thank you very much for that. That was an interesting one. Now, Ross, Phil and Gary, come and give us some good news, please. We're on item 14, the Chief Executive Group Financial Officer, and Gary's occasional summing up of what the hell's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I note, firstly, that, or you will note, that we've got a fulsome report on performance for the 12 months to 30 June later in the agenda at item 14 and then at C1. So I won't duplicate too much here because it'll come up later. Suffice to say the results are broadly positive, and so if the call, Your Worship, is for good news, then that represents quite good reading in terms of the overall performance of the organisation. I also note that at the Performance and Appointments Committee this week, there was an end-of-year review for myself and, by extension, some key objectives that you have been seeking for the organisation through me. And for the councillors who aren't on that committee, I will circulate a summary table outside of this forum that gives you more detail in that regard. If I just focus on the last month, the key focus or the key areas that we've focused on, obviously the setup of the Auckland Future Fund, but there's an item on your agenda shortly and that will speak for itself. We've been bedding in the restructuring and driving a number of things in the organisation, obviously getting ready organisationally for implementation of the outcomes and the changes coming out of the LTP, and emphasising a few things into the organisation around customer service and collaboration. For your interest, the executive team and I have done 8 quite big sessions through the organisation. We've had in excess of 3,000 staff attend those, and that's been about messaging, direction and priorities in pursuit of the outcomes that you've established, and that has, I think, landed pretty well. You are aware, and I suppose this relates somewhat to comments in the previous item, you're aware that we're working on some matters to do with CCOs in order that there's a body of advice ready in due course for yourself and for the Mayor's office. I won't say too much about that here other than to offer to any councillors, if you wish to have discussions regarding CCO matters and the future, then between Max and myself, we'd be very pleased to discuss that with you as we form up a body of advice, and we'll have some other engagement with you collectively as well, as the Mayor has just indicated. 2 other areas in terms of government relations, and I'm just flying through this at a very high level. You know, and perhaps there can be other discussions at a different point, but you know, I do record that there are active discussions around the transport space with Ministry of Transport per your direction, and working with the Mayor and his office in that regard. Likewise, in terms of some of the legislative changes, that dialogue continues. I won't make predictions, but I feel that things are in a constructive space in that regard. The water legislation has been progressed, and you'll note the advent of a framework being released around city deals, which makes good reading if you haven't looked at that. Our view at this point in time, I can tell you, is that while we wait for clarity about which 5 regions are going to be prioritised by government in terms of that discussion, inviting proposals from us, we're just going to carry on in the expectation that we may or should be on that list in order that we're best prepared in due course. Look, the final thing I'll mention, and this is again in lieu of a specific report on recovery activity, I'll cover a few facts to give you a sense of progress in that regard, noting that I think either next month or the month after we'll be at the quarterly, we are committed to do a fulsome quarterly report on recovery progress. So I'm just giving you the headlines now. We're now at a point where 512 buyout offers have either been made or have been executed. Okay, that breaks down as 295 offers are sitting out there with affected homeowners, and 217, you are now the proud owners of 217 damaged properties. That means that the demolition, the deconstruction and the removal phase is quite live. Only 16 deconstructed at this stage, but that's not the full picture in terms of activity in that regard. It's also pleasing, I think you're aware of this, but we have confirmation of government's contribution to some of the 2C projects, specifically two in Mangere and in Murawai. So those are progressing well. I do acknowledge, special note here, I do acknowledge the Cyclone Recovery Unit has provided an additional $4.98 million in capacity funding to support some of this work that is happening. So, credit to that government agency in terms of their ongoing support alongside the substantive funding for the buyouts and the 2C projects. Very finally, I've been asked to mention, so that it's on your radar, we set out with, post buying these properties, we set out to minimise waste and to use a deconstruction methodology where as much material could be recycled and as many homes as possible could be transplanted into a safe location. So the team are discovering that the cost of deconstruction activity is above what we had estimated. Okay, so it will call into question the balance between those that we demolish and those that we deconstruct and recycle. Potentially not a great outcome from a waste point of view, but we're going to have to be mindful of the cost. They're doing analysis on that now, and we'll give you some further information in that regard. I think, Your Worship, I will leave my part there and I will hand to Ross. Welcome, Ross.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. So this morning we released the preliminary results for the financial year ended 30 June. It's not the full annual report that will come out at the end of next month. This is the preliminary release via the NZX that shows what the preliminary results were unaudited, but it kind of provides a picture of just how the group is doing. The numbers are pretty positive. The preliminary results show a record capital investment for the council group of $3.2 billion for the year. That's almost $500 million more than the previous year, which was a record in itself. So some exceptionally strong capital delivery for the year. That does include $132 million of the buyouts that were completed over that period. The debt was down slightly, about 70 million less than the same time a year ago, and that was because of the benefit of the partial airport share sell down that you agreed through the annual budget. That is offset by capital investment that occurred as planned over that period. The group's operating expenditure was up. It increased 1.2 billion overall year on year. That does include basically recognition of the expected cost of the buyouts, not just the ones that occurred in the year, but all of the future ones as well. So sort of taking that, those provisions, non-cash provisions out of the picture, there's about 470 million of sort of core costs increased from the prior year, and which is largely driven by inflation and interest and depreciation associated with the capital program, which speaks to the budget challenge that you had to deal with through the annual budget. But you did agree a balanced budget, and part of that was the rates increase, and other parts were year-on-year increases, recovery in public transport revenue, increases in water revenues, etc. So overall, across the group, group revenue was about 500 million higher than last year. So costs were up 470 if you put aside provisions, but then revenue was up by slightly more than that. So overall, it was a good result. There will be, as Phil said, there will be more later in the agenda, more information around the quarterly performance results for the 4 quarters through to 30 June, and the 26th of September we'll report to you the annual report, which will be made available basically the day after that. Other things that have gone on, we had a report to the Revenue, Expenditure and Value Committee last week, I believe it was. We reported on savings, which is all part and parcel of the results for the year. So there was a target that we had defined, 50 million of savings was agreed in the budget, so basically increases on previous year's budgets, previous year's targets, and we more than achieved that. We achieved 60 million, so exceeded the target savings by 10 million. And if you kind of look across the last 3 years, the last 3 years were the first 3 years of the last LTP, and so in the last LTP you set a target of 90 million a year. It was increased with the annual budget, and we kind of exceeded the target in each of those years. So over those 3 years, there was a total savings of 332 million. And I think if you kind of look at that, if you sort of go back to the start of amalgamation, we previously, before that period, talked about 2 billion of cumulative savings, and I think with these things, with continuing that and building on it, you're getting up to the 3 billion kind of number. If you kind of all of the savings compared to pre-amalgamation budgets. So that is that's the savings. If I talk a little bit around just what happened in July. So we've got all those numbers. You'll see more information to come around the last financial year, but in terms of what's happened over the last month since then. So we've had very strong CapEx delivery through the course of last year. Dipped a little bit in July. Part of that is Auckland Transport coming a bit under budget. Some of that's probably just the phasing of how budgets have been phased, and we'd expect that to reverse a little bit next month. Watercare got off to a little bit of a slow start compared to budget. Some of that is some digital improvement projects, so it's more computer systems rather than pipes. So kind of talking about 80% of budget, 80% CapEx delivery for the first month of the financial year compared to close to 100 the previous quarters and months. What have we delivered? So there's been flood recovery repairs and wastewater infrastructure on North Shore. So there's 503 households that had been disconnected and had their permanent connections. The wastewater network had been disrupted by flooding. That's been repaired, and so we've got 503 properties that are now permanently reconnected into the network. We've had the Dunkirk wastewater pump station complete and come into service, and that will reduce wet weather overflows into the Tamaki River. In the transport space, there's been good delivery with some bus stop improvements completed, including on Waiheke, and there's been some key links for the Glen Innes cycleway, a couple of key strategic links into that cycleway from other parts of the transport network completed in July. In terms of operating performance, good performance against budget for July. Across the group, we were about 40 million favourable to budget, so revenue was up a little bit, 11 million higher than budget, which is infrastructure growth charges and some consenting revenue mainly, but higher than budget, and then 30 million less, expenditure was 30 million less than budget, so overall adds up to about 40 million, and that included some lower staff costs across the group, generally sort of unfilled vacancies, so not filling vacancies as fast as planned. And so those are really the results for the year and the month. I'll pass across to Gary for the economic update.
Thank you, Ross. Your Worship, kia ora koutou councillors. At the prior meeting on the 1st of August of Governing Body, I undertook to come back to you with regular updates on the city centre in terms of retail sales and pedestrian counts. We have new data for the month of June for the city centre just available. Retail spending in June this year compared to June last year was down 11% for the city centre and 3% for the region. So that's a continuation of the pattern that we've seen this year, where monthly retail spend in the city centre has been down on last year, and where the city centre has just been a bit more affected by trading conditions than the Auckland region as a whole. This may reflect the mix of what the city centre offers, which is, in terms of retail, a bit more weighted to hospitality, such as the restaurant, bar, accommodation side of things, and perhaps less weighted to the consumable goods, such as grocery. That's relative to the region. And so as such, the city centre is probably a bit more exposed to households that are pulling back on discretionary spending as they manage financial pressures from higher interest rates. Another factor may be out of region visitor spending, as we've got data on guest nights in Auckland, and they're down on 9% down on June last year, in June this year. That decrease comes after reasonably strong guest night numbers in the summer compared to the prior summer. But again, this winter, I guess it's the increasing interest rate pressure on households likely to be a factor there. Just turning to counts of pedestrians, it's a consistent story there. In June this year, compared with June last year, they're down 14% in the city centre. I think factors behind that are likely to be the decrease in visitors from out of region, as I mentioned, as well as the change in resident behaviours in the context of that pullback in household spend. Alongside that picture of the decrease in retail spending, there's new data on retail vacancies in the city centre. And so comparing June this year with 6 months ago in December, the retail vacancy rate is at around 10% in June, compared with 12% in December. So a slight improvement. Of course, that remains higher than pre-pandemic when it was typically 2 to 4%. More generally, if we look through this current stage of the economic cycle, the outlook can be expected to be more positive, as noted in the prior update for the city centre, not only in terms of the cycle, but some of those longer term trends that I mentioned. If we zoom out a little bit, on the 14th of August, many of you would have seen the news. Got quite a bit of attention. The Reserve Bank made its first cut to the official cash rate of 25 basis points, down from 5.5% to 5.25%. It's the first cut since October, since the climb into October 2021. That change has come off the back of new data on weakness throughout the economy and their revised forecasts, and they now have an updated forecast for the official cash rate that has a steady incremental easing until reaching 3% late 2026. And the outlook for inflation is to still fall further, hitting 3% the next quarter, 3.3 at the moment. So that change and then the revised outlook, I think, will be welcomed by households who have increasing purchasing power. That will eventually translate into increased consumption and spending and custom, particularly for retail and hospitality, although that will take some time. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Councillor Turner has a question, followed by a few others.
So my question was of the Chief Executive, when just gave an update on the recovery. Is there any movement or new information regarding the road reserves, the areas, of sort of no man's land that people are trapped with the movement on their driveways, etc.? We had a briefing about that. There was.
Councillor, I haven't got any further information in front of me. I'm aware that we clarified Council's position in terms of cost liability for those driveways across reserves, but beyond that, no, I don't have anything in front of me, and I can pick it up with you after this if that's useful.
Yes, I was unaware we'd set those cross liabilities. I'll check. Thank you.
Okay, Lazarus, Councillor Sayers.
Thanks. Two questions for finance and one for you, Phil. Just so, if inflation's running at 3.3, I'm just wondering what's the prediction for the next financial year? Have we got any? Is it going to stay the same or perhaps drop? Wow.
Councillor, so we're expecting to move below 3% the next quarter, and then further lower, the final quarter of this year and into next year. So into that range of 1 to 3%, which is moving towards the midpoint. But in terms of the specific numbers quarter by quarter, I can look them up in a moment if you're after them. But okay, the direction is downward. I guess there's uncertainty over the pace of that still. Yeah.
Thank you. If you could forward me that, that'd be helpful just to have. Yes. The other one, the cost savings. Congratulations, that 50 million actually delivered 60, so you got off to a 10 million head start for this year. But just confirming for this coming financial year, 24-25, what the savings are. I don't know if you want to answer that, Phil, through finance, but what's the target that you have to deliver, or the CEO has to deliver in terms of total cost savings? And related to that is, whatever that number is that well, perhaps if I could get that figure first.
So I can answer that. So the fact that we've achieved more savings than expected last financial year, that just means we've got a little bit less debt. So we're starting the year with a bit less debt, which means a little bit less interest cost. In terms of savings going forward, there's a 50 million target included in the long-term plan projections. That was increased so at the final stage when you set budgets, and that's an extra $28 million for next financial year. Of that 50 million target that we had sort of in the base, some of those things are savings we've achieved by the savings we found this year, and they carry on and are enduring, but some of the savings we've achieved are one-off, and so we've got to find, of that 50 million for next year, there's about 15 million that we'll need to find permanent ongoing savings. So the net unresolved amount that we need to find is the 15 million of this 50 that's sitting there, plus this additional 28. So it's really 43 million is the outstanding amount that we need to target and find, and that will then take us up to achieving the 50 million plus the 28. So it's a 78 target, and we've got 43 million to find at this point.
Okay,
and rising again in the year after and the year after that.
Thanks, Phil. So if I just take that 78 million figure, because that seems to be for apples compared to this past year, is that the largest, since the formation of the super city, is that the largest ask in terms of cost savings we've requested of the Chief Executive?
It's the largest in the sense that each year you've increased it, and it builds on top of, each year builds on top of the other. So sort of this is an increase, and it's the largest. It's not necessarily the largest increase. We had, in the emergency budget when COVID hit, we had a really large savings target, and we pulled some levers that were really tough and one-off and quite extraordinary. But we wouldn't recommend doing that outside an emergency situation. So this is not necessarily the biggest jump, but because it builds on everything we've done to date, it takes it to the largest overall total, cumulative saving we need to find.
Over what, like a 3-year period, or?
Well, no, each year. Each year. Yeah, each year since the start of the Auckland Council, we've added more savings and then more and more. So it's kind of builds on top.
Great. All right. And okay, the one for you, Phil, is around the recovery office. When you just,
I think I'm under enough pressure from the last question.
Yeah, mate. Yeah. Well, that's good. You're rise to it, I'm sure. The recovery office question is around the. you know, we're doing well, the Recovery Office is doing its job, it's going through, but this is all uncharted territory. We're still learning as an organisation as we go. And there may be things that councillors and local board members are becoming aware of in terms of feedback that they could give to the Recovery Office in terms of potential ways of improving the process. So my question is around, what's the best way to present that to the organisation? Do we have individuals approach the Recovery Office manager? Do we have community groups do that? Or do councillors correlate that and feed it to you, Phil, for your consideration in terms of, you know, ways that the process may be improved and the experience for the people that are still waiting for resolution?
Yeah, look, in simple terms, we can do that in whatever way works best for you. You're very welcome to give feedback directly to me, write to me, or just, you know, sit down and have a chat. Mace Ward and now Craig Hobbs, working with Mace for the next period of time, would make the same offer. So, you know, that's good. I think I would observe that we're clearly coming up to a point where we're going to have to, you know, review the whole experience and document what learnings we've had from it. You know, and we'll put some formal process around that. At the moment, I don't want the recovery team to have to worry about that. They're sort of head down, full on into this, just crunching through all of the buyouts and what have you, and that probably, you would agree, I'm sure, should be their priority. And then when we're through the bulk of that, we'll have time to do a bit of that reflection. I think they're really, not to prolong this too much, but, you know, that's going to be really important. You know, aside from progressing all of the recovery activity, you know, now, the second thing that most worries me, frankly, is what does this look like if a similar event happens again, and what's the understanding with government and with insurers and what have you going to look like? That's the thing we've really got to pause and understand, not just as Auckland, but frankly at a national level going forward. So we're coming up to a point where there's going to have to be a really deep reflection on the whole experience, frankly.
If I may, through the chair, thanks, Phil. And that's all very important. What I'd like to just signal is that I'd like to take up the offer of perhaps taking on the responsibility of correlating some, because some of this is live, you know, it's happening right now. Get some thoughts together and perhaps arrange that meeting with you, and you might like Mace at it. But there is some feedback that I could bring into concise form that might be helpful at this very stage. So thank you for your openness to consider it.
Yeah, it's very welcome.
Thank you for that. They're good points that you raised about that. I've already had a chat to the Chief Executive about the deconstruction stuff, and if anyone else is interested in joining me, I've got some experience in this, but I want to make sure we're going about that because it is uncharted territory for our staff, and there are some good ideas about how, and we're learning already that it's running a bit over budget. So I'm going to stick my oar in there. If anyone wants to join me, ring up. The next person is Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you. Phil, I had the opportunity earlier this week at the Performance and Appointments Committee of congratulating you on the success I found in the restructure and the enormous efforts you've gone to have visibility to all of the staff of Auckland Council. So I don't need to repeat all of that. And I think that there really is a sense of confidence I'm feeling in the way that the organisation is moving forward. So to that end, I'm happy to move or second the recommendations. The concern I've got, and it follows on from Greg, we're coming now towards the end of September, and yet in the ward that Julie and I represent, in Albert-Eden Puketapapa, there are still people who do not know that they will need to register for buyouts by the end of September, and that they're working in complete ignorance to this. And I'm sure I speak for Julie as well, that you're talking to them on a daily basis. is there a little bit more work by way of communication that we can get out on this? It really does concern me that there's going to be howls of protest, after the end of September by people who are only really just coming up to speed with what's going on. And I also like the idea that Greg had about collating some of the stuff so that, I know that we're all individually contacting Mace or Craig, but somehow if we could find a better mechanism for conveying some of that concern. But are you worried about the end of September coming up and not necessarily having everyone aware of this that may fall into that category?
Yes, in a word. I can imagine that we will have situations like that. I think, however, and it was remiss of me not to mention this, to be honest, but the team are sort of very active in this space at the moment with some communication efforts to try and minimise the chances that people fall between the cracks. I have a couple of notes here about that actually, and in the last month there's been 75 additional properties opt-in, basically directly as a consequence of that communication effort. So it's still coming along now. There's a second round of mail-outs happening right now, bringing people's attention to it, and there is actually door-to-door knocking to go round affected areas, as well as some targeted there's some targeted efforts around those community organisations and those representative groups that have been working in areas advocating on behalf of affected people. So it's a multi-prong attack to try and really ramp up the communications and make sure that as many people are opted in before the end of September cut-off as possible. Pleased about that. Am I still nevertheless a little worried? Yes, to be honest. That would probably be true regardless of what when exactly the deadline was.
Anyway, I'm well pleased with your performance, and I'm very grateful that the restructuring was handled in such a way, and there was a level of professionalism and dignity through a period of uncertainty. So well done to you for that, and as I say, I'm happy to move or second the recommendations if it's required.
Councillor Simpson, please. Deputy Mayor Simpson, my humble apology.
Thanks, Mayor. At the vague hope that some media person might listen to my question, which I know the answer for, I will ask it anyway. So, Ross, am I correct in hearing you say that since amalgamation, and I know this because I spoke at a breakfast that Councillor Hills was with me earlier in the week, and I did the math, got you to help me, so I know the answer. Is it true that Council has, over its pretty much its 14 years, saved in round numbers about $3 billion, which is, in other words, it's operating approximately $3 billion less than the former councils did independently?
Yes, that's probably correct. So what that really means is that if you look at the amalgamated budget projections, the path of, the cost projections of the amalgamated councils added all up, from their long-term plans at the time, and look at, well, what was the annual costs, and you look at what is the cost. We've taken, a few years ago, we calculated it was about 300 million less per annum, and then we've taken 90 and then another 30 out. So you kind of look compared to that sort of cost, the cost of delivering services as it was projected when the council start and what the actual costs are now, it's about $3 billion less. So that's about $3 billion less. That's cumulative over those 14 years. $3 billion less rates would have to collect to deliver the same services because of all the efficiencies and savings we've found.
Thanks. I'd just like to share some good news every now and again.
Good on you. Councillor Ferry, please.
Kia ora, thank you. So I have two questions. Just picking up on the recovery theme, and yes, definitely still getting a lot of contact from constituents concerned about that. In terms of the property categorisation, there's also a lot of interest in the rebuild work now as well. And it was very good to be out in Mangere the other night with Alf to hear about the first of the two resilience projects happening out there through the Ordering Council. But I did note, I had written down in my notebook for a while now that we were getting a report, I think, from the Auditor General's Office on recovery progress. That it doesn't get made public for like another month, but I just wanted to check in, have we had that yet? Is that in train?
Yeah, the report from the Auditor General's Office is not so much on recovery, but on emergency preparedness.
Okay.
It was an assessment really of how well we've done implementing the review findings from last year from Mike Bush and others. We are in possession of a draft. By their rules, not ours, that's got to be treated in confidence.
Yes.
And we're expecting it to be tabled in Parliament, which is the Auditor General's process next month.
Right, thank you. And the other question is just around the timeframes around the Legacy Fund. Our next item, I think it is about the Future Fund, but just noting that one of the things in that LTP discussion was the establishment of the Legacy Fund. When are we likely to see that progress in terms of obviously the former Auckland City and Manukau City local board areas being able to potentially apply for project support? Do we have a time frame on when that's likely to start to be socialised?
So we've had staff, look at a process around that, how that might work. Also looking at, from what we've heard from local boards and looking through local board plans and, and some of the discussions that we had at the time of the LTP, sort of gathering up a list of what some of the potential candidates might be, and we're figuring out what the process might be and criteria. So we're kind of working through that, and we'll come through with advice. One sort of caveat around that is, that legacy fund is based off the future fund being established,
yes.
Airport shares being transacted and achieving benefits from 1 January next year.
Yep.
So it's all conditional on that actually occurring and the benefits being realised. So we need to make sure we can actually have the benefits to pay for it before we sort of make firm commitments. But the next item will give you an update on how that whole process is going.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick one. Just for you, Gary, in terms of city centre retail spending, just wondering if we've got data behind that and things like type of spend, even things like days of the week, because there you can kind of build a picture on how people are using the city centre before we jump to solutions.
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. We do have a breakdown in terms of high-level categories of consumables, durables, hospitality, and it is available, I think, on a daily basis, although that might cost a bit more. I'd have to see whether that's available, but we tend to look at it on a monthly basis. It's just a sort of a cost-benefit trade-off, if you will, in terms of it's enough to tell us roughly the direction.
Cool, thanks. If you've got anything lying around, I'd love to have a bit of a look. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
To you. Yeah.
Councillor Williamson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. My questions follow on from Councillor Henderson's. You mentioned things like 14%, Gary, you mentioned 14% drop in foot traffic. Is that over a 12-month or a quarter?
Thank you, Councillor. That's comparing June this year
with June
last year.
Okay. I couldn't find, now I'm hopeless trying to work my way around Nexus. It's not on the briefing papers as far as I can see. Are you planning to give us a copy of what you read out? Because some of those figures were really interesting. And more importantly, I want to see if I can get a comparison with things like retail spend and foot traffic of the CBD with something like, say, Newmarket or Sylvia Park, because I don't think they're down anywhere near as bad as the CBD is.
Thank you, Councillor. I think you're 2 points there. The first one, yes, I would like to include that as you requested in the monthly report, and that'll be available next month. This month, the timing of the data being available with this meeting when it's being held, it just didn't...
Can you not send out what
but
you
I can
just
give
read
you
out?
those notes.
Yeah, just
yes.
read out the notes, that'll be fine.
Secondly, you did make a good point that the city centre is relatively more affected. I think it's for two reasons, as I mentioned. One is that it's more sensitive to changes in out-of-region visitors who would tend to spend more time in the city centre itself than in other town centres, and we know that they're
And
down.
hospo.
And and the other side of it is the hospo. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd really like a copy. Those numbers are really useful, and I couldn't find them anywhere. But I can't find my way around Nexus, so.
Centrix has a lot of that stuff if you want to. Councillor Walker.
Just following on from those figures, I mean, a 14% reduction for somebody in retail or the like can be as much as catastrophic, given that I would suggest many of the businesses in the centre city are already having difficulty. I would assume that Auckland Council has been impacted. I mean, we've got the Aotea Centre, the Civic, the Town Hall. We have a significant investment across the Civic Centre. And we've spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars over the last decade that myself and other councillors have presided over into the CBD in the expectation that we would be rewarded. A colossal amount of money was spent, for example, in the lead up to the America's Cup, which obviously didn't go anything as far as COVID was concerned, but nevertheless, it was a huge investment. And we received all sorts of reports on what this would do in terms of ancillary effects. So from our perspective, this is an absolute crisis. And the question that I would ask is, what are we going to do about it? Where is the project team that is assembled to turn this around? Where is the marketing campaign that we're putting in place in association with city businesses and the like, given that we, I would suggest, have some responsibility for this in terms of the catastrophic impact on transport? And will the time of use charging be the death knell? Is that the way we're going to finish the centre city off? So these are very real questions. And for the people that have invested in the centre city, the answers to these must be of real concern. And I see that there's a big high rise that's not going anywhere. I mean, there may be underlying reasons behind that, but this is a crisis. So I don't know what you're doing in terms of leadership, Mr. Mayor, to do something about this, or the Chief Executive, but there's some urgency because once businesses make a call to go, and fortunately that's been somewhat avoided by Smith & Coe's, many of those businesses may be gone for good. So just a general question as to what we're doing around this. Thank you.
Anyone prepared to answer that? I mean, it's pretty complex. We've got movements of large shopping malls that are not in the city. We've got places like, if you look at Reed Centrix, you'll see that places like Otahu are actually increasing their sales because downturn, people go to the cheaper places to buy. It's very complex. And there's no guarantee that spending money in an area will return that. I mean, Costco didn't go to the city, they went out to the west because that's where they see the future growth. So it's very complex. And it's everywhere. There are restaurants shutting along.
So do we have any team that's working on this? We have a team that's working on this?
What's the team to do? I'll ask the Chief Executive that. I don't know the answer, but is it our responsibility to keep every business open in the city? I don't know.
The short answer is yes, we do have a cross-boundary team focused on city centre issues, led practically by Simon Oddie out of Eke Panuku, and it has a number of dimensions, including liaison with the stakeholder groups, Heart of the City, City Centre Advisory Panel and such like. There is an additional effort underway around coordination of the physical works that are happening in different locations, and that's been a theme in previous conversations. I think I'll leave it there, but happy to pick up the discussion afterwards with you, Councillor.
The other question I've got just goes to the possible demolition and non-recovery of a number of these assets that we've required, houses, for example. And I pick up on the comment that was made that under a council model, recovery may not be worthwhile. Having said that, there are other models where you work with community groups and the like to demolish, repurpose, and so on. Are we actively seeking that? Because otherwise, I'm sure we're going to get some pretty bad publicity when people see all these houses that they would regard as having some worth trashed. And it would be a very bad look. And I know there are organisations out there that would be interested. Are we actively working with them? Thank you.
It's under review, as I mentioned, by the Recovery Office right now. There will be situations where what you're suggesting isn't wise or possible. They are finding, in a number of instances, asbestos, which is complicating the situation markedly, but your general point is taken, Councillor.
Thank you for that question. Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Probably it's just a question because I know that with City Centre we kind of hyper-focus without seeing the bigger picture. So, I mean, Gary, the figures I understand are down across New Zealand around the same, and then Auckland around the same as Auckland City Centre for retail and hospitality spending because there's a recession on. And then I guess the other thing, last year I think, is it correct that GDP in the city centre was 4 times what the rest of the country was? So we're looking at a downturn because the country is in recession. Is that part of the issue?
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. Yes, it's a fair point to say there's a bit of a downturn across the economy at the moment, and of course, as I mentioned, the city centre feels that a bit more because it's a bit more exposed to that pullback in discretionary spend because of its mix of offerings, which are more weighted to the hospitality and accommodation side of things than the region as a whole. And so there's that element. And as I've mentioned, you have to look at this near-term picture in the context of, I guess, the turbulence through the pandemic period, and the city centre's been exposed to that. But then also, as mentioned last time I briefed you on this, we can look through this stage of the cycle to think about some of those longer-term trends that should be positive for the city centre in terms of growth, the trend towards a service-based economy, the connectivity from the new rapid transit stations, and of course we can see signs of that in terms of the private sector investment, the announced and consented projects. There's quite a decent pipeline there.
Yeah, thank you. With the with adding the Chow Brothers and the precincts, 600 homes they're going to build on the McDonald's, plus a few other things that have popped up recently. Is it around? It was about $5 billion of investment underway. Is it about 6 now, or we're heading towards in the city centre, private investment?
Thank you, Councillor. There are different estimates. We can get you one after this meeting. We tend to think about it in terms of floor area that's been consented or announced, and looking at that in terms of commercial and residential, and so we can get those numbers to you too.
Yeah, I think commercial was about 300,000 square metres on the way. Just on the debt question, the savings question. Obviously the public go, you've saved 3 billion, but how come my rates didn't drop? Is it correct in saying that the main thing we do when we save is try and increase the spend on capital? Is that my understanding? Like obviously we are seeing those massive increases in our capital spending, but that's where most of the savings go to try and increase that.
So it's true that the cost base is increasing with inflation, and it increases because of the capital program in terms of higher interest and depreciation. It's also true that if we hadn't found all those savings, we'd still have those pressures, plus we wouldn't have had all this extra cost we've taken out. So rates would have to be increasing at the same rate, but off a higher base. So people will be paying much higher rates because we haven't achieved those savings. Plus, you'd still have the increases every year to deal with these trends.
And 2 very last questions for Phil. One on staff morale. So I'm hearing post the restructure, people are moving forward, and you've been doing those really good sessions where they feel, and I've spoken at one recently as well. So morale, and then the other one is around the Recovery Office. I know that I keep getting emails back from Mace and others around capacity to get people the information. You know, I've got quite a few people who get like a letter saying you'll get your category in May, then it goes June, then it goes August, and you know, I think some of that is about communication. Are you hearing anything about how we can improve that? Like people, I know we've pushed for outside engineers or whoever to do the work, but can we improve how we are working with people who keep getting the timeline move?
Look, I probably haven't got a very adequate answer for you right now. I can talk further. I know that I know this has been a frustration, and I know that Mason and the team have been working on trying to make sure that people get, you know, at least sort of a level of under promise and over deliver with a little bit more certainty, and those shifting timeframes have been a frustration. So they've been working on it, but I can't update you now. On the morale question, I mean, what we have in terms of measurement is regular engagement surveys, and there's one of those coming up shortly, so we'll get a more scientific take on it. You know, than my vague sense of the vibe in the organisation.
Thank you.
Councillor Turner has a question.
Thank you. Just going back to recovery, Mr. Chief Executive, is Auckland Transport's recovery process and funding connected directly with Council OE joined at the hip, or is it two separate entities?
There were, for aspects of the transport recovery, there was some dedicated money within the overall envelope. So separate in one sense, but very connected in another, with transport doing their recovery activity in concert with the recovery office and with people embedded in there to ensure coordination. So.
With that answer, Councillor Lee has a question. Councillor Bartley has a question.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to ask about the 103 million higher due to IGCs. Did we expect that or no? And then is there a correlation between that and the infrastructure that we're delivering, or is it just we're collecting the money but we haven't delivered the infrastructure yet?
So in terms of what we expected, so we budgeted and planned on an increase in IGCs in the budget, and what we've seen, you know, throughout, you know, every month of the past year, it's just been, it's done better than expected. So we planned for an increase, but it's been stronger than that. The IGCs are based off Watercare's planned capital investment, so it's sort of over a 10-year view of what is their growth capex. So, you know, some of it might be related to growth capex they've done in the past, stuff they're planning to do in the future, so a bit of a mix of both of those things. And through the long-term plan, you ask them to have a look at their IGCs and can they look at that pricing and make sure they're collecting a fair amount through that mechanism. And so there has been some change and movement, you know, agreed as part of the LTP, and they have you know, moved those charges upwards.
Councillor Foley, please.
Kia ora, thank you, and bless you, Your Worship. Thanks, team, for the report. I'm just following on from Councillor Ferry's question, but also from my question, maybe 2 governing bodies ago, around the Fix It, Finish It Legacy Fund. I'm just really mindful, I recently had a catch-up with the local boards and with Eke Pānuku, and they were asking me about the process, and I know I've been asking the Mayor's office and everybody else about the process. So can I just ask whether you are keeping the local boards up to date? Are you keeping them in the loop about what's happening with that process and the timeframes as well? And can I ask you to keep me in the loop as well? Because I haven't had, although, you know, I've been talking, I haven't had a response officially in any way, no email or anything like that. And then for those boards that do actually have plans ready to go for example, the Manukau Sports Bowl, they have the master plan already completed, designs and everything else ready to go. Phase 2 of the Mangere Otahu David Longi playground, ready to go. As a first step, can they send that as a bid to somebody or to somewhere in council, just as a first step to sort of get the cab off the rank, so to speak? Kia ora.
Okay, I'm not entirely sure what communication has gone to local boards to date, but we'll make sure that we get some good communications out to yourselves and local boards around the process, the timing, what kind of information we require from a bid, and when some of that stuff can come through. So I think we can, people have been doing some work on the process. We can get that out pretty soon, I think. In terms of confirming funding, some of that will be depending on whether the future fund is set up and the benefits are there. But we can kind of give clarity on the process and then get the process underway to just show that show everyone that things are progressing.
Okay, that seems to be the end of the questions. Please withdraw and we will have a discussion.
You were, just councillors, I've got to go to another meeting, so I shall return, as MacArthur said, and Max will say.
Okay, Councillor Philly wants to make a comment now. Good on you.
It's okay, Chair. I pretty much did it then, so that's all good. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for that. Filipina.
Thank you, Chair. Just very quickly, I just wanted to highlight, and this is from a regional perspective, but I want to highlight an event that was held at Ngāti Otara Park. City Care, through Taryn's team, Taryn crew, ended up negotiating the contract with City Care, and part of the negotiation was for a subcontractor to give their contract to Ngāti Otara Park, and that ended up having the locals at Ngāti Otara, at Otara, and both Councillor Fully and I and Councillor Dalton was there, and it allowed the people of Otara to do the cleaning around the toilets, the changing rooms, and also the rubbish, because the money was going back to those people in Otara instead of going to the subcontractors. I know it happens in Manurewa. I don't know if it happens around here, but having the ability for local people to do that and take it off the subcontractors, which they approved, is something that I think needs to be looked at around the region, because it does employ our people within that local board area. So just wanted to acknowledge that, and that was as a result of what they ended up negotiating with Taryn Crew and City Care. So just wanted to acknowledge it. That was
well done,
that happened in June.
Very good. Good news. Very good. Okay, it's been proposed and seconded, I believe. Yep. All those in favour of receiving the Chief Executive's report, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary. Carried. Okay, we're going to move to something which is quite exciting now, which is item 15, the Auckland Future Fund. This item is the first progress update on the establishment of the Auckland Future Fund. I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Fletcher and the leadership she has shown since we agreed to establish the fund. I know that Ross and John and team are here to update it, but I'll ask Councillor Fletcher if she presumably should want to move this, and would you like to have a few words first, Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I would. In moving it, sorry, I'm just bringing it up here now. Today is an important day, as we debated earlier, but from my perspective, this is probably the most important and enduring measures that we have taken since the formation of the Auckland Council. The development of the Auckland Future Fund will be something that will live on beyond our time sitting at this council. There was a comprehensive report that was put and supported at the Performance and CEO Performance and Appointments Committee earlier this week on Tuesday, I think it was. And I can't talk to the appointment of the directors, but what I can tell you is that we have been working at pace. Normally a fund of this kind would take about 18 months to set up from woe to go. And since you gave us the agreement to work on this, and it's not a straightforward matter, and it's important that it's done with integrity, and I am constantly cautioning the officers not to get too far ahead of themselves, because we really want for this, the framework for this, to be enduring. I think at the beginning of next week we will be in a position to be able to announce the directors that we have and the chair of this as a CCO, and they are people with the considerable skills that are required. So while you'll hear from the officers today the diligent work that they have been undertaking to ensure that when the directors are appointed that they can act with some speed, it's still, these are going to be decisions that they will have to be accountable for. So in terms of governance and management, we've been very clear to keep a very good distinction. As you know, the fund will be initially capitalised by the sale by the Auckland International Airport shares. But I think if we are successful, this will become an incredible vehicle for the future for ensuring the resilience and the financial sustainability for the Auckland Council. And I think it's going to do a lot in terms of the credibility that we will have with governments, you know, into the future. I was interested earlier this week to hear Chris Bishop talking about the need for having a sort of bipartisan approach to infrastructure planning, and really I couldn't have agreed more. You know, when we look to other international cities, I've been envious of the fact that they have had funds such as we are developing now, but also that they've had a degree of agreement on what infrastructure is going to be required going forward. So it gives us a greater sense of certainty, but we can't just take at face value all of the assumptions that we've made. I'm sure that the directors, when they're appointed, will push back on us and may challenge some of these assumptions. But what I can give you the assurance is that every detail has been considered most carefully, and I think the officers will refer to the fact that we've been well assisted by Simon Allen as we have worked our way through here. May I just thank a couple of people. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Mayor for being willing to entertain this as a proposal. From the beginning, when it was suggested that that we could be looking at dealing more effectively with the asset base that we had, he was very supportive, and to that end, I don't think it would have progressed without Max Hardy, and it's good that Max is here with us today, and his successor in the role in the Mayor's office, Jazz Singh, has been amazing, and it's been really good working. Phil's not here, but I do want to acknowledge Phil and all of the officers that have worked on this. But if you think that we're sort of there, we're not quite there yet. It reminds me of my grandchildren when we're trying to drive down to the beach. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? We're not there yet, but what I can give you the assurance of is that every detail is being considered with great care, and you will hear the preparatory work now from the officers that have been undertaken, but ultimately it will be the quality of the directors that we have appointed that will really determine the profitability of this for the future and the opportunities that it will present. So with much thanks to everyone who has been involved, I want to hand it back to you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. So I've just got a couple of slides here just to explain, you know, what's in the report in terms of that preparatory work that we've been doing. There's two key parts really. One is for for the funds to work, there's some certain legal structural things that have to be put in place. You know, we need to have a company that we can appoint directors to, and we could have create the legal framework for them to do their role. So there's certain steps that we have to do, and then there's certain things that can only happen once they've been appointed. So you've got to kind of this legal set the structure up, and then that will allow the directors to perform their role in accordance with that structure. The second bit is a whole lot of preparatory work that we're doing to really help the directors make some key decisions. And that includes a bunch of advice, options. We've run some procurement processes, gathering up proposals. We will shortlist them. So that's not about us making decisions. That's about us gathering up all this information, giving them options and choices. The directors will have a bit of a monster agenda at their first board meeting. We're going to give them lots of advice, but they're going to have to make quite a few key decisions to get this set up right. So firstly, I'll just do a bit of a recap on the structure, if this will work. So this is the structure that's been set up. I'll just recap how this works. This is a slide that we presented when we made the LTP decisions, but it's kind of useful just so you understand how the pieces fit together. So the top layer is strategic governance, and that's your role. That includes the work to make the decision, to create the future fund, to run that process of recruiting and appointing the directors, and setting the key policies that are in the LTP, and that's the AFF policy, distribution policy, what to do with airport shares, etc. And so that was all largely done through the LTP and the decisions that you made at the end of June. So that bit's done, and Councillor Fletcher spoke about that, the director recruitment process. The next layer is the fund itself, and in a legal sense, there's two bits to that. There's the Auckland Future Fund Trust, so that is a legal trust structure that will own the assets of the fund, and then there's a company that sits alongside that. That's the Auckland Future Fund Trustee Limited. So that is the company, that is what the directors will be appointed. There'll be 3 directors appointed to the board of that company, and they will basically be the trustees. They'll be the directors making the key decisions. So that entity will, there's the Auckland Future Fund Trust, that will be a substantive CCO. It owns some important assets for the council. So that means it has to have a statement of intent. It'll have to report on performance back to yourselves. It'll have to make there'll be some key things that it has to involve. One is the statement of the SIPO, the Statement of Investment Policies and Objectives. There's a key thing that they will do, which sort of sets the strategy for their investment activities. And then the bottom layer is the nuts and bolts, the operations. So there's 3 bits to that. One is fund administrator, who does the work, who writes reports, who organises meetings, etc. And now what we'll propose is that council staff do that, provide that as a service to the directors, on the basis that's the simplest and cheapest way to do it. But it'll be the director's choice about how they want to resource their administrative activities. There will be a key decision that the directors will have to make in terms of appointing an investment manager, and that will be the key people that give them the advice around what to invest in, how do they invest, when do they invest, those kind of things. And then you've got the execution, the fund managers, and that is the people doing the actual nuts and bolts investment. So professional fund managers, along the lines of what you might think about in terms of, for KiwiSaver, those are the funds that you'd invest into. So that's kind of the structure of what we're trying to set up. Some bits of that, the legal bits are in place, or will be in place once the directors are appointed, and that first bubble talks about setting up those legal and governance frameworks. So it's about appointing the directors, incorporating the trustee company. So that company can't be appointed until it's got some directors, must have the directors, and then you can create the company. And then one of the first thing that the directors will have to do is execute a trust deed, and that then sort of sets up the legal framework for the trust to operate. So those things are well in hand. They're all kind of procedural things, but they legally have to happen before the trustees can do their job and start making decisions. The next bubble there is around that, is the work that we've been doing to help prepare the directors to make some key decisions. So there's three bits to that. One is what I just spoke about in terms of how the administration will work. So we'll put a proposal to say, John and team will provide some services to administer the fund in terms of minutes and advice and admin support, and they can make a decision. They can accept that or not. The next bit is a bunch of key governance documents. So there's that SIPO, the Statement of Investment Policies and Objectives, will be a key thing, and the Statement of Intent. So we're working away on drafting a Statement of Intent. It's a starting point. It'll be for the directors to review that and say, is that the statement that they want to intend, the Statement of Intent they want to provide to you and submit through to you, just like you do with any other CCO. But we'll give them a starting point and that they can take it from there. The SIPO, we are having a go at drafting that as much as we can. We're getting a little bit of external advice to help us with that. We think some of that, there's decisions that you've made in terms of the LTP, in terms of how much growth investment, the returns that you're seeking. So some of that, some just best practice around what those things normally look like. We think we can kind of complete about 75% of that content based on what we know and what best practice looks like. But the last 25% requires a higher degree of professional judgment. How much risk should the fund take? What's the right mix of asset classes? And that is kind of where the directors earn their money. That's the key bit they'll need to do. So we'll get that progressed as much as we can, and we'll hand it over to them and go, we need you to exercise your professional judgment around the SIPO and take that thing through to completion. So those are the key governance documents. The next bit is around some key appointments, and this is where we're running some requests for proposal processes. So there's two key ones there. One of them is the investment manager. So this will be that, this will be a key advisor for the future fund. This will be given the statement of investment, given the SIPO, given the decisions that the directors are making around how they should invest the money. The investment managers will say, well, which fund should we select? When do we invest? How much goes where? And then they will report against that performance. So that they will be the advisors and the directors will be the decision makers. So we've run a process. We're now kind of reviewing those things, and we'll shortlist that. We'll give the directors at the first meeting, here is a bunch of proposals. Here's our view on some of the investment managers, and you tell us which one of those you would like to appoint to be your key advisor to support them in their key decision making around the investment side of things. The other element is around the airport share transaction. So it will be up to the directors to decide if and when and how to sell the airport shares that we transferred into the fund. We've run a process to get an execution advisor. We're making sure that is someone that is independent. They won't have any stake in terms of the actual transaction itself. They will work with brokers to do that, but this will be basically a fixed fee. So again, we've run a contestable process. We've got some proposals. We will shortlist and make recommendations, but it'll be entirely up to the directors to decide which advisors they want to go with in terms of advising them on what to do with the airport shares. So those are the kind of the key bits, the legal setup, and then supporting directors with the key decisions. There's some other things that has gone on as well, kind of separate to the work of the directors. There is the work that has gone into the progressing the legislative protection. We shared with you back in June a draft of what that bill might look like. There's been a little bit of extra work to refine the trust deed and the draft bill. The two need to work hand in hand, and we've got some external legal advice around tweaks, refinements, just to get those protections as strong as they possibly can be. The legislative protection, the draft bill is now with Parliamentary Services and is in that process. So that's kind of out of our hands now. We can't, we've progressed it as much as we can. It's now the machinery of Parliament to work that through a process. Then there was a couple of other policies. There is a significance and engagement policy, because you've made the decision through the LTP for the Auckland Future Fund to be designated a strategic asset. We've got to update the significance and engagement policy. That has been done or will be done very shortly, and we'll update and publish a revised significant occasion policy that just makes it clear the future fund is a strategic asset. It's a pretty straightforward activity. Then the last one was a responsible investment policy. So in June, you looked at a draft investment policy. You agreed that you agreed to adopt that policy for now, but you did want to take the opportunity to workshop that again. So once the directors are appointed, they will have a look at it, give some advice, and we'll have a workshop in due course. So we'll go back and have another look at that, look at the investment, the responsible investment policy. So some of that speaks to what are some exclusions, what's things should the fund invest in or not invest in, to make sure it's a socially responsible investment fund. So that is kind of what the report covers. It just provides an update of those things, and really just asks you to note the progress with all of the setup work that we've been doing and the preparatory work, and note that progress in terms of the legislative protection work. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Newman has a question.
Good afternoon. I've been pretty quiet today, but I just wanted to ask you, so we're about to announce the appointment of directors. What happens if those directors don't necessarily like the fund manager options you provided and they say, well, none of the above, this is who we prefer? We support the appointment of the directors and we want to empower the directors. They might want something different to the shortlist that you provide. So what happens then?
Yeah, through you, Chair, I mean, it's the ultimate responsibility of the directors to make that call. So if they don't like the shortlist or the RFP process, they can start their own process.
I think we just make sure they follow a good procurement process, but other than that, it's their decision.
Okay, and you would be presumably providing urgent advice back to us that actually the directors just basically want to have a slight variation to what was initially mooted by the officers, and so we'll provide that as an update to the committee of the whole.
Yes, I mean, we've had a lot of interest. We have a short list, we have a long list. There's plenty of options there, and if none of those are suitable, they could direct us to undertake another procurement process. Those are all options for them. If they start again, it'll just take longer to get things done.
And I presume that also includes the independent professional advice with respect to any sell down option. I mean, there's the investment manager shortlist, and then there's also the independent advice in relation to any divestment.
That's completely correct. Same approach.
Questions, good answers. Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Well, thank you, and well done. My question is about sort of the long-term reporting to the governing body. Could you just confirm whether the 3 new appointees will come in person to talk to us, or will it be a written report, or how will we get that information provided to us?
Yes, through you, Chair, I mean, as a CCO, they'll report through that committee process, but also the financial performance and results will be included as part of the normal reporting which comes back to the governing body, such as in the quarterly performance report.
Just because there's only 3 of them, I just wondered, is there an expectation, I'm sorry I wasn't part of the appointments process, but is there an expectation that we will meet them and talk to them, or not?
I would have thought it would be just like any other CCO where the chair would front various meetings, yes.
Thank you for that. Councillor Turner, please.
So I'm too dopey to invest my own money, but I am considered bright enough to choose the person who's going to invest for us. Is that what we're saying here? This is a kind of a fundamental flaw in the process, isn't it? Well, I know that's why we're doing it, but am I hearing this right? We get the final choice of who those advisors are.
So through you, Chair, so the advisors, such as the investment manager, for example, that'll be a decision for the directors of the trust.
Thank you. I heard you wrong. Thank you.
You did right. We're too stupid to do that. They're going to do that because that's why they're clever about it. And they've convinced us that they're pretty clever, including, I forgot to mention that David Taipari sat through these on behalf of the Independent Maori Statutory Board, and he provided a very helpful and financially literate support to us. Councillor Lee.
I heard Councillor Fletcher's comments at the start of this item, in which she seems to believe that the future fund will be an enduring entity, perhaps even intergenerational. Is there any definition of the timeline of what the council means by future? Is it intergenerational? Is it 10 years as per local government long-term plans? Or is it not defined? What do we mean when we tell the people of Auckland we are setting up a future fund? What does it really mean? Any definition?
Through you, Chair, I mean, I would take the future fund and what's been said about it to be intergenerational. That's been the concepts which we've sort of used.
Where is that defined? Because if it's not, it needs to be. I'll leave it at that.
Good point. I think it is definitely intergenerational, and how that'll be done will be worked out. I think it's partially in the piece of legislation which is going to Parliament.
Can I ask a supplementary, Mr. Mayor?
Of course you can.
Okay. In the report, we have clause 5. Any decisions about selling Auckland Airport shares and investing the proceeds will be made by the directors with assistance from professional advisors appointed by the directors. There is no set timeline for this to take place. So that's one clause. And then I go down to 29, and I see the fund will initially be capitalised with council's remaining shareholding in Auckland International Airport Limited. The LTP provides for the council to transfer its shareholding in AIAL into the fund and the subsequent sale of AIAL shares by the trustee to achieve the purposes of the fund. So this is much more deterministic language, that this sale of airport shares, as recommended by the reputable Australian consultants, Flagstaff, if I recall, it seems to have a deterministic aspect to it. Will it be up to the directors, or is it up to the politicians and managers of Auckland Council that these shares be sold? Which is it? Because it's confusing.
So the paragraph 29 talks about the LTP providing for the council to transfer the shares into the fund and subsequent sale. So that's enabled. So provide for means it is enabled by the LTP. So those are the decisions you made through the LTP to transfer the airport shares into the fund. And then that is then within the decisions are made, policies are set in the LTP to enable the shares to be sold. So the decision about how and when and through what process to sell will sit with the directors of that fund. We've been really clear through the consultation that in setting up the fund, the policy parameters, the intention is to have a diversified fund, have diversification, and so it is almost certain that some or all of the shares will be sold. So we've been pretty clear that the intention is to transfer these funds transfer the shares into a fund for them to be sold. That's sort of the clear intention, but it is up to the directors to have that final decision about execution.
So it's up. So how and when is up to the directors and their specialist advisors, but if it's not up to them at all, it's up to the instructions from the council and its managers. Is that right? Have I got that right?
So So through the LTP and the decisions made in June, you've decided to set up a future fund, transfer the airport shares into that, and set policies that require the future fund directors to run a diversified portfolio. So the practical consequence of that is that they would have to sell, you know, most, if not all, of the shares in order to achieve those objectives that has been set for them.
So they have to, just one more point, if I could, and that's clause 38. In 27th of June 2024, the governing body adopted the Auckland Future Fund policy. The policy states that the council considers that the fund as a whole is a strategic asset, not necessarily its component parts, is a strategic asset for the purposes of the Local Government Act 2002 and will treat it as such for the purposes of the significance and engagement policy. Wasn't that not the status for many, many, many years preceding the advent of the Auckland Council? Was that not the status under the Local Government Act of the Auckland International Airport shares themselves until 30th of June 2023? Is that right?
So the Local Government Act says, you know, defines that any airport shares owned by a local authority are deemed to be strategic assets, regardless of what you say in the significant engagement policy. So to any shares that are held, you know, by the council are strategic assets. If the shares are owned, you know, through a trust, then that no longer applies. The decision to call the future fund, to deem the future fund a strategic asset, means that those LGA protections around consultation, LTP amendments, etc., means that the value of the fund is protected. It means that the protections around strategic assets apply, and that you couldn't dissolve the fund and spend it on something else without going through those statutory protections. That is one of the layers of protection for the fund. There are other layers in terms of the trust deed and the legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson has a question.
Yeah, my question just goes to point 32, which I think is just an elaboration of 6V1, and that's this the successful advisors who would be expected to provide independent advice on the transaction process, analysis, about execution, etc., etc. So that advisor will be performing exactly the same role that Flagstaff did for the first tranche of airport shares, won't they?
Yes, that is correct. Okay. They will give that advice around how to execute a sale, and they won't be incentivised. They won't get a cut. You know, they'll get basically a fixed fee. They won't be incentivised to get cuts depending on what outcome is achieved in terms of the sale.
Right. So that fixed fee with Flagstaff was, you know, roughly 1.5 million, 1.425 million. So we would expect that to be it's the same sort of process. We'd be expecting that to be another 1.5 million then for that advice, given that it's a repetition of what's already occurred.
Yeah, through you, Chair. So there's a process underway at the moment. I think, as Ross mentioned, there's that process being undertaken, and we've received and are going to formulate a shortlist for the directors to make a decision on that, and that will include information about the fee structures, which they'll make a determination on.
I guess my point is it wasn't that long ago that happened. You wouldn't expect there to be too much movement then if we got a reasonable deal the first time round, would you?
Through you, Chair, again, I haven't seen the pricing details which have come back through the AFP, so I can't really comment on that.
So as far as some of these other costs go, point 48 financial implications, the ongoing operational budget set at 400,000 a year, is that made up largely of the directors and the fund managers' wages, or is that something else?
Through you, Chair. So the ongoing operational budget is designed to cover the director fees, Also a service fee that they pay council or another provider for administration support, and then ad hoc costs such as the auditor, any other sort of ad hoc legal advice they might want, etc.
Okay, so the fund manager is additional to that? That's another arrangement?
Through you, Chair. So how, if you remember back to the modelling, I think we allowed about 40 basis points, which would reflect the costs of investment and fund managers.
So we've set them a target return to achieve after fees, and so their fee is part of the fees, and they will need to they'll need to earn a certain return after fees that covers that.
Yeah. Okay. Just one final question, if I mind. So in the negotiation of the current advice, and is that going to include an allowance for expenses in the contract? Is that going to be covered off in a similar fashion as was previously the case with Flagstaff?
Through you, Chair, again, look, we're going through that process now, and again, that ultimate contract will be the responsibility of the directors, and we'd expect them to follow council guidelines and practice.
So the same then.
Again, through you, Chair, that's a decision for the directors, not for me.
Thank you for that. Councillor Philippine, please.
Thank you, Chair, and tēnā kōrua, Ross and John. Look, I want to get a clarification first around Councillor Watson and 400,000. I think he was talking about the operation cost of it. That's how much it's going to be, is about 400,000?
Through you, Chair, yep, that's correct. That's what's been allowed in the budget.
And just confirm, to set up the fund is about 500,000, I've been told, so I just want to confirm that.
Through you, Chair, I think we allowed a total of 700,000, which will include a portion of first year operating costs as well. So set-up costs are sort of in that magnitude. That's probably about right.
Okay, between 500 and 700, and then the 400 OPEX.
Yeah, so just to clarify, 700,000 in the first financial year,
Yep.
and then 400,000 each financial year ongoing from that point in time.
Thank you. Just got two more, or three more. Very quickly, if I've been trying to have a look at the notes that with the agendas we've had around the future fund. Can you tell me, for the investment returns, I think there was a percentage that was given to the governing body. I think it was about 7% return. Can I just confirm that it was about 7.3, I think, or 7.5?
Yeah, through you, Chair, from memory, it was a gross return of 7.64, then allowing 40 points for investment manager fees, fund manager fees, etc. That gave a net return of 7.24%. That was the estimated long-term return.
And can you confirm, and I've asked this question maybe twice, but I just want to get confirmation, that there will be no borrowing from debt if we don't achieve the 7.24% net? I've asked that question before, and I was told there could be if we got less, but I just want to confirm that there's going to be no borrowings. If we have a bad year or whatever, and we don't achieve what we've indicated, I was given that there be no borrowing of debt just to achieve what, yeah, so...
Yeah. Through the Chair, the idea for the first 3 years at least is that return of effectively a return of 5.24%, which is your 7.24 minus allowance for inflation to keep the fund real, would be returned to council, and that return will be provided independent of the actual return from the fund. So this fund will be volatile. In some years it'll make more than 7.24%, and other years it'll make less. But what the directors will be asked to focus on, and that's through the Auckland Future Fund policy and the Auckland Future Fund distribution policy, is a view of the long-term performance of the fund.
So is that no?
So debt will not be borrowed.
Sorry?
There won't be debt used to pay for that return.
So it won't be borrowing from debt if you have a bad year? Okay,
that's correct.
Cool. Last one is, if you have a look at number 50 on our agenda papers, and it's got, my question is, under 50, how much are we looking at with the dividend that is still to be received from AIAL? Because under risks and mitigation, it's got fund will not match the budget amount included in the first year of the LTP. However, this will be partially offset by the additional dividend income that is likely to be received by AIAL. How much will we end up getting, and what amount do we have left that could come from airport?
Yeah, through you,
Or
Chair,
AIAL.
just very
Sorry, John.
roughly, I mean, the dividend just declared, I think, was 6.5 cents per share. And based on our shareholding, very ballpark, that would give us dividend income of around 10-ish million, I believe. It's very approximate.
I mean, just to add to that, so the advice we're going, what's the budget, the projections in the LTP is that by investing in the future fund rather than the dividends from the airport, it's about a 40 million per annum benefit. So it's an extra 40 million benefit per annum, and for the first 6 months there will be sort of 20 million per annum. If there's a delay in setting up the fund and achieving returns in the first year, we would, if we were to hold on to the airport, if the airport shares were retained for longer and not invested in the fund, it would, you get 20 million less in the first year and it'd be 40 million thereafter.
Okay, and Mr. Mayor, just supplementary. So, Ross, Justin, based on what you've said, when we end up taking the shares and saying, hey, we're going to sell them, how much dividend do we have left before we make that decision if there is no delays? Because once we end up telling the airport we're out of here now and we're going to sell them, put them into the Auckland Future Fund, at what stage will that happen? And if there's no delays, just let us know that. I just want to find out when everything's done, dusted, no more dividend, it goes into the future fund.
Look, through you, Chair, that's not something we can answer because that's a decision for the directors to make once they're appointed. They will make a view on, as Ross said, if and when to sell, and the timing of that is up to them, and whether the stock has gone ex-dividend or not will determine whether we get the dividend which has been announced or not.
Kia ora.
Right, well, that's the last of the questions, but before, and whilst you guys are withdrawing, I have to have a mover and a seconder to go for an extension of time. Beg your pardon? Reluctantly, the two ladies on my left will move and second that. All those who approve an extension of time, please. Carried with no acclamation whatsoever, but thank you. Right. Now we're going to have a debate about this. Does anyone want to offer any important issues towards this? Councillor Lee wishes to say something. Thank you, Councillor Lee.
I'll lead off, Mr. Mayor. I'll just come back to Councillor Fletcher's speech, which introduced the item, and her vision of an enduring, what seemed to be an intergenerational fund, and how great that would be. There's no guarantee, unfortunately, that is the case, and some of us around the table have been around long enough to remember similar sentiments expressed by the likes of Sir Barry Curtis in regard, ironically enough, to the shares of the Auckland International Airport, and even, indeed, our founding mayor, Len Brown, about those airport shares, how proud they were, handed down from previous generations, and how much value they provide for Aucklanders, and how they will be handed on to the future. but there's no guarantee of that, unfortunately. I'm also reminded of what happened to the diversified fund assets, which also was a legacy asset handed down directly from the Auckland Regional Council to this council and managed very astutely by Simon Allen and Auckland Council Investments Limited, and then taken over by Auckland Council Treasury, the finance section, and liquidated within a matter of months, essentially. And that I recall the arguments made around the room. Some people here will remember them because they made them about how this wasn't needed, this fund wasn't needed, that it was a rainy day fund, and 2017, believe it or not, was actually a rainy day. But anyway, I could now managers, the same manager, similar, how can I say it? A number of names appear on the reports recommending the sale of the Diversified Asset Fund, how it wasn't needed, and so on and so forth. And similar names are now recommending this future fund, which is the future. How long it is not defined. I could be unkind and suggest that these people are being inconsistent, but anyone can change their minds. However, there is some consistency here all through this, and that is the sale of public assets. This is an investment fund predicated on selling a really good legacy investment, a blue chip investment, to enable directors to invest and speculate on other assets. How enduring that will be, Lord only knows. But if you talk to economists, a lot of them are very concerned about the American market and the $33 trillion deficit in the American budget, and fear that one day, sooner or later, there's going to be some sort of correction. And if the American market sneezes, we get the equivalent of COVID down here in New Zealand. So I'm very disappointed that we are throwing away an asset, a good income earning asset, for the sake of this future fund. So, but I talked about consistency and inconsistency, and I can see both at play here, but talking about inconsistency, we were told we had to sell the airport shares last year to not pay down debt really, but to slow the accumulation of debt because we hadn't tackled the fundamentals that causes this debt. Now we don't even think about that at all. This is for a future fund. I have to say I am not convinced. I am not convinced that the reasoning here is especially sensible. I am concerned that this will become, this fund will become a hostage to fortune, and it will, rather than be making money, will be making less money in terms of the cost of this future fund and its directors and consultants and all the rest of it. You can just imagine he'll be battening on. That rather than a future fund, we are creating essentially a slush fund, and unfortunately this is not likely to be an enduring asset for the people of Auckland, rather the opposite. So I have to say I will be voting against the recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Stewart, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I've always been a supporter of the airport shares, but in light of the facts that have come through, Auckland Airport share price on the 19th of May 2023, they were $8.89. The share price today is $7.46. That's a $1.43 drop or 16.1% drop. And in May last year, we owned 2.2 billion, and now it's 16.1% of the 22 billion is now 344 million drop. So I think we did the right thing, and it was a really hard decision for me when I supported the selling of the airport shares, but I believe that we did the right thing.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's minus $340 million or something or other for a year. We should have done it sooner. Councillor Sayers, please.
Thank you. Just a reflection, the Auckland Council never had control over the airport. You need at least 52% shareholding to do that and 20% to have a director. So, and the council only had 11% of those shares. So it was really only there for financial return. We didn't control the airport. So I don't really think that we are selling the public silver. Airport dividends were 1.4% per annum. The Auckland Future Fund cash contribution is expected to be 400 million more than the projected dividend from the airport shares over the next 10 years. So that equates to, $40 million savings a year, which avoids a 4% rates increase each year. And the ratepayers were only getting 1.4% dividend return from those shares. I mean, you could get better by putting in the savings account in the bank. I believe we put in ample and multiple protections to prevent this fund ever being raided for purposes other than what it was intended for. And importantly, compared to the ease by which the council has continuously kept raiding and selling those shares, the Auckland Future Fund is significantly more secure. The council won't be managing those funds, be managed by experts, just like you would if with your own superannuation fund. Give it with them and get the best return you can. So I'll be supporting this recommendation.
Thank you for that. I've got a couple more discussions, but we are actually, this is a progress report on it. We have made the decision to do it. So there's no point in revisiting that, but I've got a couple more comments about, we are discussing what's in front of us, please. Councillor Filipino.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to say anything, but then when I heard Councillor Sayers talk about we didn't have enough percentage to influence and everything else, please read an article from Liam Dan going back to 2007 when we stopped the takeover from a Canadian pension fund because we ended up working with others that had a big stake. So that was the issue when we ended up prior to the funds going into Auckland City Council. So I just wanted to point that out. Just have a look at the article. It's actually quite a good one because it points out that for us working together with others who had a big stake, we stopped. We stopped it. So just wanted to point that out. But Chair, the reason I'm sort of taking up this call is really about the 20 million, and I mentioned that to you and the CEO about the 20 million that 2 legacy councils are going to receive. And my comment then, and it's still the same with the 2 local boards at South, it was a slap in the face in regards to the 20 million. I'm just going to give you some stats as to why. Because I put some stats from MSD, the Territorial Authority Areas, and in 2009, prior to the amalgamation, the population of Auckland City Council was 440,100 and Manukau City Council 368,600 people. They were in the 2 TLAs in Auckland, and at the time they were the 2 largest TLAs in New Zealand. There's 20 million that needs to be split amongst those people. So, Mr. Mayor, as you indicated, I remember when I sort of brought that to your attention in regards to the 20 million, I know that the process that you're going through, your office is going through, and our finance staff, that you were going to have a look at it around the process to see what would be made fairer, because we all know how many shares were from the legacy Auckland City Council. So, I mean, we can't just do the basic split 10 million to Auckland City Council and 10 million to Manukau City Council. That's unfair, but there needs to be a process put in place. And that's because there's shares that Auckland City Council put in. I think at the time, and I stand corrected, Councillor Fletcher, but I think it was about 12.5%. I think Manukau was about 10. So we just need to be fair to the old legacy councils that we were representing, that we need to have a process around how that $20 million is split. If we go back to our territorial local authorities, for example, in Manukau, we had Manurewa Community Board, we had Otara, we had Papatoe, we had Mangere, no, Clendon. Clevedon, sorry. I thought, geez, Clevedon, yeah. I mean, Howick, yes, we had all those. And then we had the community boards in Auckland City. So, Mr Mayor, my plea again to you is, let's have a look at that process and just really have a look to see whether $20 million out of the 1.2 billion is really a good idea, because I know there are so many legacy projects in our areas, both our areas, that need funding. We have Manukau Sports Bowl, $10 million is required. But look, I just want to sort of put a plea again. Let's have a look at the process. I believe, and the two local boards believe, 20 million is not sufficient for what we put in. And my last point is just to you, Sharon, and I remember twice now, you and I ended up moving and seconding a recommendation, I think it's 2012 and 2013. I stand corrected, but there were two recommendations we put forward for the legacy councils to end up getting the dividend put to Auckland City Council and Manukau City Council, and both of them failed. But look, in regards to the fund, we've made the decision. And so, look, for me, this is the only thing now for me is the 20 million. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, the 20 million is in the first year's thing coming ahead. So I take it that you support getting on with it. Otherwise, we won't have a 20 million. Good on you. Thank you very much for that. Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to be very succinct. I mean, this paper is really about noting the progress that we are making from when we made the decision to do this to where we are today. And I just want to thank everyone involved, including those who appointed the 3 directors on working promptly and getting us to this place. And I also want to commend the people who put together the legislative process, because that is the protection. That is your intergenerational protection. And so I just, as I said, lots of people have talked about the good, bad and the reasons around it. We've made that decision. This is about how we're getting on to do it. So I support your work, Councillor Fletcher. I think you've done a great job. And Your Worship, I think this is a very positive way forward. I can't wait for that legislative protection to be put in place, but very, very pleased with the progress update. Thank you.
That we even have the MP for who's doing it, who's underway. Okay. Councillor Newman.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Worship. Look, very briefly, I also want to express my thanks to Councillor Fletcher in particular for leading the recruitment process. There'll be announcements, I'm sure, shortly. I think that they are very good. I also, and it's been said, but acknowledge that she's worked collaboratively, in particular with Member David Taipari, and I think that that's been very helpful. I do hope that we will support the directors to be able to exercise their good judgment in relation to the advice and the Treasury and the investment management services that they need to determine, not the officers. They need to do that, and they will, which I think is good. I acknowledge the consistency of the advocacy from my colleagues from the Manukau ward, Councillor Filipaina and Councillor Foley. They have been consistent about this right from the beginning. I think it's a credit to them. Perfectly comfortable if people change their position. I think that my colleagues from Manukau on this issue are wrong, but I accept that they have a position and it's an established one. I do, however, want to express my hope that we will be able to get some clarity soon in relation to how this process, if it's a contested process, the criteria, the identification of the priorities. Look, I've got a local board in Manarewa that has two options for an investment proposal at War Memorial Park that they want to have socialised with your office, Your Worship, where the board wishes to put up some of the funding that it will receive as part of FAIR funding, to put that back in to complement what could be an investment pathway if we can get a share of that $20 million for that project. And that would be partnered up with some funding, I'm sure, from some philanthropic providers on the proviso that we can get some of that funding, and that the rules will allow for funding to be by way of third-party grant to do the construction. I think it is important that, and I know that nothing's been determined yet, so we don't actually have the $20 million, but there will be a need to get pace into this because there is a desire for it. But this is a noting report on progress, Your Worship, and I happen to think this is an excellent piece of work, and I'm very keen to see it progress, with the proviso that the directors ultimately are empowered to make these decisions in relation to the advice they receive and the management services that will need to be procured. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. First you get your 20 million, but you're right. We will obviously have a debate about that at some stage or other, probably a workshop followed by a punch-up. No, that was a joke. I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to have one of those. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, the first point I'd make is I certainly agree with Councillor Filipina. The other legacy councils were very quick to hock off their airport shares and got whatever little bit of money they got when they, hardly hold on for them to 2 seconds. So I think there should be a more equitable response to those particular councils who have done the Auckland Super City so well by retaining those shares for for the best part of 14 years. This is a report on the Future Fund establishment update, and as it says at point 5 here, elected members, and I hope Aucklanders realise this, any decisions about selling the airport shares now have well and truly gone beyond the hands of elected people. It's over to these directors who will appear on the scene shortly. There's not much point relitigating things, but I think that there's certainly there is a point in just putting things into context that goes to both this paper and the information we've got, because it really does depend on who's telling the story. It wasn't even 3 years ago with the last mayor. There was a mayor before this one, the last mayor, and he wasn't exactly averse to selling off public assets, but he certainly drew the line at the Auckland Airport shares, didn't even get off the ground. And I remember very clearly the workshop, one of the workshops, where Mr. Goff emphatically and expeditiously dismissed the proposal, along with those who were acting as its proponents, basically on the basis that given there was no shortage of eager buyers, which turned out to be the case in the first lot of airport shares, why would you consider getting rid of such a university acclaimed high quality investment? And that's where I just want to put on the record for some of the councillors who have been speaking on this, that shareholder returns went up from 70 million in 2011 to 2.471 billion in 2019. That was an increase of 2.4 billion in returns, made up of capital growth and dividends in just 8 years. So if this future fund does as well as that, well, we'll be very lucky people. I somehow suspect it won't. The only other comment I really wanted to really remark on, Mr. Mayor, was the one made by one of the previous speakers referring about us now having these professional advice, which is part of the paper here of these, either the trustee, the trustees, or the manager, and the manager who will be rewarded rather handsomely, I would just add in passing. But how we're going to benefit now because we have got this professional advice? Well, you know, at risk of repeating the past, the Auckland Council Investments had directors who had considerable commercial investment expertise, and they posted record returns to ratepayers in respect to those investments, particularly in the last year. Sometimes it was 18%, the average was 10%. That didn't help them. They got dissolved. The fund got sold off, the directors got the boot, and it was gone. Slightly longer term than Councillor Lee referred to, but very expeditiously as well. So for those people making the reference to returns, making the reference to the benefits of professionalism and appointed directors, we've been down that path before. So, you know, there's any number of old sayings about, you know, repeating the past, and I guess, you know, the hopeless optimistic would hope this goes down another line. I think experience tells us that it doesn't and it won't.
On that cheerful note, I'll put the vote. All those
Your Worship, just in conclusion, I want to thank everyone. It is a noting report today. It is there to keep you informed on where things are at. I have a measure of sympathy with those who are frustrated at the loss of some of the assets that we have had. But I would really draw their attention to the papers that were circulated on the 27th of June. What is different here, and what I feel entirely comfortable with, the draft legislation that we have, which is the role that these directors in the future and the responsibility that will be defined in legislation to maintain the real value of the capital of the Auckland Future Fund. So this is going to be an opportunity to win some, hopefully, trust back by Aucklanders. It might be a different investment, but there will be the real value that is there that will be required by future councils, that will be required by future generations. And I would have no difficulty with B being seeking legislative protection of the Auckland Future Fund for future generations, because that is what this is about. And this is the marked difference between what came before and the cynicism that many of us felt, especially after Auckland Council Investments Limited was dissolved, and the lack of safeguards at that time. This has a trust deed, it has legislation. This is something that you will be able to look back and feel proud of. So I want to ensure that we will be reporting back to you on a regular basis. The detail is taking a little bit of time, and it's good to have Phil here now. I've been grateful for the support that we've had with Hakura and with David Tapari as we've worked our way towards this. But we have made mistakes in the past. But I believe we've learnt the lessons from that, and this is the product that we have now that will secure in some way going forward. So thank you.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I'm going to put this, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary? Carried. Thank you very much. It was a noting report.
Is there a data version?
So, on to this item 16, committee structure. We've tried to line committees up with Phil's directorates for clear oversight and accountability. You said you wanted fewer meetings, and some of you are keen for more recess weeks to get out in the community. We've gone away and talked to pretty well all of you about how this could work. Somewhere or other we managed to create more committees, but this should mean fewer meetings, particularly those very long ones. Well, this is the governing body. We've adjusted the work programs and memberships, considered your feedback and landed on some pretty pragmatic places, something quite pragmatic. The report and your agenda outlines the new structure, which has been fiddled around with and just sent around in front of you right now. Since the agenda was published on Monday, we've had a few small changes and updated the structure to provide you at this meeting. As a result of these changes, there's a small amount of remuneration pool left, which will be distributed evenly across councillors, excepting me. The other important component to this report relates to the Auckland Transport Board's appointments. I don't think any councillor should spend the whole term on AT's board, and I'm recommending we appoint Councillor Williamson, a former Minister of Transport, as the newest AT board member. Together, Councillor Williamson and Councillor Darby will do a good balanced job of getting our council's complicated point of view across to the AT's board. Councillor Baker, thank you for what you've done, but I think you'll do a good job leading the Transport Resilience and Infrastructure Committee, knowing how AT operates and responds to our directions. I'm going to move this. I believe Councillor Baker will second it. Thank you very much. I'll open up for... Haven't got anybody to question, really? Questions? You can question me or the Chief Executive. I've got questions from Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, just one quick question. It was just for the public record, in terms of the chairmanships of other committees that will be undertaken by yourself, would you like to elaborate on any others that aren't covered, that you don't have to vote on, so they're not up there, but they are changes that you're making to chairmanships? You're looking at me to go into the budget committee, and that just isn't, that's the only one that's not mentioned, but we don't have to vote on it.
Just read out the chairs and deputies of the committees, Chair.
Well, the only thing is Councillor Baker is staying on the CDEM. The ones I've been told about are Councillor Williamson replacing Councillor Fletcher on audit.
Mayor, I think Councillor Sayers was referring to the...
and Councillor Leone replacing Councillor Foley on community.
Yep.
That's all I'm aware of.
Can you just read out the chairs?
The chairs, as I understand them, are Transport, Resilience and Infrastructure is Chair Baker, Deputy Fletcher. Policy and Planning, Hills and Dalton. Budget, Sayers and Henderson. Civil Defence, Councillor Stewart and Councillor Filipina. On the Audit and Risk as the Independent Chair and Councillor Watson. On Regulatory and Safety is Councillors Bartley and Foley. And Revenue Expenditure Deputy is the Deputy Mayor Simpson and Councillor Sayers. Parks and Committee, Councillor Turner, Deputy Councillor Lee. Community, Chair Delton, Deputy Councillor Ferry. CCO Oversight, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Leone. And a Performance and Appointment, Councillor Newman with Councillor Lee. That's what I've got at the moment. And then we have other positions. The Auckland Future Fund lead will be Councillor Fletcher. Thank you very much for that. Ports of Auckland lead stays with Councillor Darby. Water Care with Councillor Turner. Iki Panuki with Councillor Dalton. Tātaki, Deputy Mayor. Advisory Panels, Councillor Ferry. Maori Outcomes, Councillor Leone. Police and Community Safety, Councillor Filipina. Joint Governance, Councillor Ferry. Auckland Transport Directors, Darby and Williamson. That's what I've got. And then there are various makeup of the things underneath, so you can all check to see where you are. That's where I've got to at the moment. Does that answer your question? Thank you very much. Councillor Walker, please.
So I've got a question. I had a brief chat with Stu, who gave me a call, really didn't know anything apart from that. And I just have an interest that I'd put to you. I wasn't asked, but I would have an interest in being on the Parks Committee, if that's possible. It's not a big deal. I'm not a chair or a deputy.
I'm quite sure we can accommodate that, sir.
Okay, that's all.
Very good with that. Happy with that. Thank you, sir. And I think of the Hauraki Gulf Maritime Board, Councillor Watson will replace Councillor Baker on that one there. Okay? That's all the changes that we've got there, and that's the new thing. No further questions? Well, it's been moved and seconded. I'll put that. All those in favour? I'm sorry, Councillor Watson.
Yeah, if I could just say, make a couple of quick comments, Mr Mayor, if that's all right, and just speaking to the committee structure changes first, and then to the AT board appointments. I guess it didn't really emerge in the paper itself, but certainly as one of the individuals who are very thoughtfully being offered a career change opportunity at this late stage in proceedings, I just wanted to give a couple of acknowledgements. It might be it will be my last opportunity to do that, and certainly I wanted to acknowledge the people in the transport and infrastructure team, the Barry Potter, Mara Bebic and Lara Smith, who have been really excellent and outstanding, really made that a great committee to be part of, and have appreciated their kind of honesty and forthrightness there. Similarly with Councillor Fletcher, who's been a incredibly supportive and knowledgeable and effective presence in that committee. Thank you, Chris. I really appreciated your loyalty, and in fact, I've really appreciated the positive and supportive attitude from all councillors. So thanks, everyone. That's been a real nice aspect of the job, and it's been helpful because a little bit of effort did have to go in to get this committee up and running. There was or has been no transport or infrastructure committee for pretty much the last decade, so we did have a little bit of a job to do to try and build constructive relationships, not just with AT but with NZTA and Kiwi Rail, and also with some of the people in the private transport industry groups who have a bit of expertise to bring to the table. And that goes to the members of the public too, who certainly Chris and I made a conscious effort to try and encourage people to come into the public forum, and that's one of the highlights as far as I'm concerned, is actually getting Aucklanders in here and letting us know firsthand how their experience in their transport network goes. As far as the transport appointments go, however, I guess that there's been a number over the course of this term, and I would just probably make the observation that never before would I say there's been a opportunity for the Mayoralty to make widespread changes in transport. I mean, if you just reflect back in terms of personnel, in a relatively short space of time, we've had a new CEO of Auckland Transport, we've had a new chair of the AT board. In fact, we've had an entirely new board, all 7 members, new external appointments. We've had a committee of the whole dealing largely with transport, and today that committee gets refreshed again. As far as the AT directors go, we're up to the 4th councillor on that particular merry-go-round. Some last a matter of months, some enjoy a little bit more longevity for whatever reason, but we're up to 4 people on that. And I guess taken as a whole, that change of personnel across the transport sector, if I can use that phrase, it's a little bit like Britomart Station at rush hour or Glasgow Cross on a Friday night. There's people coming and going, and I guess just the one sort of serious observation I would make is that, and it's a genuine one, is what that's meant, certainly in terms of some of the anecdotal feedback from people, other stakeholders or groups, that have kind of pointed out to me a lack of clear direction and consistency. That was been one of the issues they've got. Some of the people are a little less charitable that and called it a little shambolic and chaotic really kind of approach, drawing analogies to the Trump White House, but that's maybe being a bit unkind. But certainly that lack of clear direction from personnel and contradictory messages is something that I hear coming through on a pretty regular basis. But for all that, I'd certainly wish all the latest round of transport appointees all the very best in their roles, and I look forward to supporting you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Filipina, please.
Thank you, Chair. Having been sitting around this table since 2011, when the Auckland Council started, and having been chair right from the start of the term, of Auckland City, Auckland Council. John, I just want to acknowledge your work in regards to the Transport Infrastructure Committee. And there's an old saying that we used to have in the police, and maybe somebody for all these older people around here, but I'm not trying to piss in your pocket. Okay, I am genuine when I say that the way you ran your committee, I just want to acknowledge that because I knew where we all stood. I think everybody that came into the public arena knew where they stood in regards to that. And this is not a slight on the person who's going to take your place. It's just for me to acknowledge your work on that committee. So look, that's really all I need to say. I look forward, obviously, as I have always, to work with Andy. But John, I can say to you that the talks, and the interesting thing, this is my last point I want to make to you. The interesting thing is that a lot of the agenda items that you have had on your committee with you and Councillor Fletcher, if I had any issues, I would talk to you. I would talk to you, we would sort it out. That way, at least from my perspective, I wouldn't be doing anything or to disrupt any of the agendas that you had on your committee, because everything had been sorted. So to you, John, ngā mihi ki a koe, which is, I thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Very good, thank you, Alf. Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Yeah, Alf, you've just stolen my thunder, really. I wanted to acknowledge two special people. One, I'll start with you, Councillor Baker. Everybody tells me you've done a very good job on Auckland Transport, so thank you for your work there, and I wish you all the best for your new role. John, thank you for your role as Chair of Tech. And to Morris, I want to say thank you for your role. You left big shoes for me to fill. You've exceeded year one, and you're well on the way to year two. And to everybody else that's got a new role. Look, there's a lot to be said. Change is a good big thing. I don't think life and constant is change. Let's all work together and see if we can continue making this place even better. Thank you.
For that, Councillor Newman, please.
Yes, look, thank you, Your Worship. There's some changes here that I probably won't comment on. I'll have my conversations with my constituents, but if I can just say to you, Councillor Watson, I'm deeply sad because I think that your leadership in that transport space has been, in the former committee, has been really good, and I've enjoyed the conversations that you have facilitated around the table in that particular role. Thank you. Councillor Baker, I think that I listen, you and I probably aren't as close as possibly we should be, but frankly I think that you do try and steer the middle path in the transport space, and I acknowledge that. I think that's really good, because I get uncomfortable with some of the transport discussion, reflection around this table on occasion, and I find some of it to be quite galling. So I'm sure that you will continue to apply your pragmatic analysis to that. There have been a number of changes in relation to the AT Director appointments, Your Worship, that's been noted. I want to express to Councillor Williamson, I think that your experience as a former minister, as a person who has more experience at that level than anyone else around here, makes you suitably qualified for it. But I do hope, Your Worship, if I can say one thing, I think that we've just had an item with respect to the Auckland Future Fund, which really demonstrates Council Fletcher's stewardship, which I think is outstanding, and yet given her excellent stewardship and oversight skills, she's not in the CCO Direction and Oversight Committee. And I wondered, and whilst that particular fund will be reported back to a committee of the whole, I do wonder if you could potentially look at ways in which I think that oversight could be addressed in coming days, because I think that Councillor Fletcher has real skills in that particular space, a lot of experience, and I hope that you can tweak that to accommodate her, because I think it would be valuable for this for the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that input. And we'll note it. Councillor Lee, please.
I just want to thank Councillor Watson for his leadership in the Transport Committee. The Transport Committee, as he himself noted, was in recession for 6 long years. Under his leadership and his open door policy, the Transport Committee, Transport and Infrastructure Committee, properly called, was extremely popular with Aucklanders and groups concerned with transport in Auckland. So I want to thank him for that. You'll be missed in that role. I also want to thank him for his integrity and staunchness. And I have to say, forgive me if I do so, that from personal experience, I do believe there is some connection between this item and the preceding item. But anyway, thank you very much, John. History will think well of you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Councillor Walker.
I'll just add my voice to the chorus, emphasising the exemplary way that Councillor Watson chaired the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Across any metric that I can think of, any evaluation, I think he did a great job. Frankly, I don't comprehend why he isn't continuing, but certainly it was a committee that I actually enjoyed going to. I think most of us enjoyed it because it was collegial. It was open to new information that we needed to hear from people in the transport industry. We had, I think, an enhanced relationship with Kiwi Rail and also NZTA, Waka Kotahi, and we were able to ask penetrating questions of Auckland Transport. So, John, I think you did very well, okay? And I was always interested in attending those meetings. And on another note, I'm disappointed that Councillor Williamson doesn't have a place on the Revenue Committee. I think he has a skill set that was well suited to that position. And again, I do not comprehend, I don't comprehend that. So it's as much all as I can say. I've got some people on either side of me that I value and I think have done an excellent job. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good about that too. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Your Worship. My understanding of the situation that we have today is that whilst we have, as a governing body, the ability to appoint or replace members of the board of Auckland Transport, the prerogative of putting committee structures and the governance is exclusively yours under the Auckland legislation. So in making the comments that I want to make, I am mindful that it is our responsibility, it's on our watch, the appointments that we have to the board. So I've got to be honest, I'm really greatly saddened about the loss of John Watson from the Transport Committee. He's been an excellent chair. He's one of those that doesn't speak after everybody else has spoken. He's succinct, he's fair, he's quite wise. He's been to the forefront in ensuring that we go and do site visits so we know what we're talking about, that we bring in NZTA, that we bring in Kiwi Rail and drill down into what the fundamental challenges are. He's been totally committed to an integrated transport plan in the time of use legislation that is, it's defeated, councils and governments for the last 25 years. And I feel that we're on the cusp of a breakthrough. But I acknowledge that it's your prerogative, sir. So I'm not going to challenge you over that. I had written to you explaining that I didn't really have an appetite for continuing on. And I felt that because it's been a really wonderful collaboration. We were very lucky when Phil Wilson was willing to ensure that we had such an excellent director that we worked with in Barry Potter and the team that worked below him. And we met most weeks, at least 5 times a week. It was a busy time, but it was a productive time. And I feel that in many ways, a lot of the good that came out of that collaboration could be lost. I haven't heard from Councillor Baker, but I know that he has wonderful skills and he brings current knowledge of the Board of Auckland Transport. And if there was one thing that I thought we shared, Your Worship, it was the desire that there be legislation passed by Parliament to enable us to put our own regional land transport package together. It is absolutely and patently absurd that we can't do that. It's just ridiculous. So I sincerely hope that you have some game plan, some strategy for seeing this advanced. I was rather abused to see Winston Peters put forward, whether he gets it out of the biscuit tin or not, Lord only knows. Not too many members of Parliament actually have private members' bills being advanced. I can actually put my hand up and say I'm one of the few. The Cancer Registry Act was one that was passed all the way through. However, they don't happen too often. But maybe we had socialised the issue and the ludicrous situation that we have on that to such a point that the parliamentary wing are beginning to listen to us. And all I would say is that the request that John has made to you on many occasions is that the advocacy for transport be government to council. And rather than, none of us particularly like nepotism, oh, well, I'm related to this one, or I'm married to that one, or whatever else it might be. The facts speak for themselves in terms of what's important to be ambitious for transport in Auckland. And we should demand, as the largest city in New Zealand, that these ministers come and front up to us and work with us on the legislation we need to be functional and to advance, ironically, that's the old, Auckland City, advance Auckland, but we do need to advance in order. I had a long conversation, Tamsin might be interested to know, with my daughter last night because I was not going to continue, and she persuaded me that I should try it for a month or so and see whether the collaboration with Andy will work, or is he going to revert to being a good King's College old boy, or is he going to be a new age feminist supporter, or I'm not terribly sure what style we will have from Andy. But one thing I know is this is not about ego and should not be about ego. This has to be about what's best for Auckland. So I'll give it a go for a while, but if it doesn't work, well, it doesn't work and we can try something else. But I'm interested to know how you see the interaction between these committees, because as you've already had pointed out, there's a few weak points in what I can see here. And the other thing is, and I'm going to tick you off for this, you promised us for your committees. You might think, oh, well, we've just tweaked a few here and there. And while I am totally in favour of the establishment of a Parks Committee, because I feel that we have we haven't delivered, and this was something that was advised to you at the beginning of this term, that parks, if we're doing it properly, take up an awful lot of time. But in general, I have to reflect the concern that I've got, that we've got to show the discipline of having fewer committees and getting this place to be more efficient. And this started off with an informal discussion amongst ourselves. The LTP got through because we prioritised enough time to sit down and talk to each other and actually work out what our priorities were. Please let it not become little mice on the treadmill just going through the attendance at committees. You know, that was the hallmark of the former council, the former mayor. We all just sat through endless meetings. Let's make these productive. Let's all of us feel that we're using our time effectively, and let's change things for the better for Auckland. But I'm very sad to see the loss of John Watson. I think he's a man of honour and integrity, and I look forward to working with him informally as we go forward.
I don't think we've actually lost him, but I do take your point. Less meetings is what we really need rather than less committees, and I'm going to work on trying to have less meetings. In terms of working with the government to get where we're going, we're spending a lot of time meeting with the government this time, and so I take all those things on point, and I will respect them all. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. I too just want to thank John for what he's done around the council table on transport, and I'm sure that you'll be able to assist Andy in his new role if he needs any help, alongside with Councillor
Christine
Fletcher, sorry, just about losing my voice.
Entirely forgettable.
Sorry, I'm just about losing, I'm even looking at you, sorry about that. And I was just going to say, I want to welcome Alf Filipina, Councillor Alf, to the Civil Defence Committee, and we've already made contact just now. I don't know if you've read my little message, and anyway, so that's all good. But one of the things that I think we really need to concentrate on is that I think, can we, excuse me, I'm just about losing my voice, can we make sure that the committee agendas that are seeking any funding that's going to cost the ratepayers, they need to go to a pre-approved and be approved by the Revenue and Expenditure Committee. And I think it's really important that before everything goes out to the agenda, you know, out to, say, the community agenda or transport agenda or whatever, we need to know what kind of money it's going to be costing us, and I think that's what we need to do. And I just want to say, after watching the video that the Mayor, I don't know if you've all seen the video that the Mayor's just had made, and it was all about cost savings and what he's wanting all of us to do around this table. So I think that's the reason why he's made all these changes. But I think if we start making sure that the revenue and expenditure, first of all, have a look at what's going on the agenda, because quite often we get stuff that goes on some of these agendas that are very, very costly, and you know, we end up voting, and we spend a lot of time around the table discussing them. So I just think that would sort of cut some of that out. And the other thing, which I think could be very useful, is we have a lot of people that like to come and speak around the council table, and sometimes they do it on days when we've got really big agendas and we're voting on some very, very, very big items, that maybe we could do something like, and I'm sure Councillor Williamson can just explain what they do in Parliament. Maybe on a Friday we could have days where if any councillors want to come and have a listen, people can come in and they could have a talk time Friday or something like that, and that would probably be very, very useful, and anybody that's got something that they're particularly interested in, they can come and listen to whoever's wanting to come and speak, because quite often we do have a lot of people that come to some of our committee meetings, and it can be quite time consuming, and sometimes when we've got really, really important things to vote upon, quite often they're very late in the piece, and quite often we have councillors that start leaving early or getting a bit tired. So that's just my 10 cents worth.
And a very good 10 cents worth it
Sorry
was.
about that,
I think that
just about losing my
I will
voice.
definitely note the suggestion that unbudgeted excess suggestions all go to revenue and expenditure before they do, and I think that will be noted already by Chair Simpson and Deputy Chair Sayers. We're wanting you to be more of a pressure on preventing additional run-in costs. It's accepted very much there. Councillor Bartley, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge Councillor Watson and the way he chairs the Transport Committee. I really appreciated your approach, your leadership, your openness, and bringing in the different agencies. I enjoy transport this term. Haven't previous terms, but I'm enjoying it this term, and I thank you for how you run that committee and your openness and making sure that we understand everything that's being discussed. So thank you, John.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, no more. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, carried. Thank you very much for that, ladies and gentlemen. We're now going to move on to item 17, the terms of reference. With the changes to the committees, we also need to change the terms of reference. Andrew Pickering will come and tell us about this. This is largely procedural. Andrew, bore us to tears, please.
Good afternoon, councillors. This is a procedural report just reflecting the changes the Mayor has just announced in the previous piece. So I shall. It's a procedural report, just changing the terms of reference to give effect to the decisions that you've just made in the previous report.
Moved and seconded. Any particular questions of Andrew? He's been waiting all day long to have a bloody hard question.
Yes, I have a question. Andrew, with regards to the Parks Committee, I'm hoping that specific reference will be made to the Auckland Botanic Gardens, so that for policy work for Auckland Botanic Gardens, and there is a block of land, you will recall the Nathan land, that is under consideration. There's quite a bit of important policy work to be undertaken, and I'd just like to be very clear about where that will sit.
The responsibilities there are matters that may have close connection with the committee's work programme, such as access to Muriwai Beach or Botanic Gardens work programme. So that's sitting in the Parks Committee.
And in terms of reporting back on right at the moment for the Hauraki Golf Forum, we've got really some important issues with Kalerpa, with avian flu and other things. Can you tell me how that will report back? Will that be to the governing body or will that be to the Parks Committee?
I'll need to take advice on that.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, carried. Does that get us to the end of this? Consideration of extraordinary business. None. Then we go home now?
No, you're going to go into confidential.
We're going to go to confidential and welcome Karuna and John. All those in...
Yeah. Councillor Simpson moved it.
Simpson moved us into secrecy.
Yes.
Now I'll move us into secrecy. Second it. All in favour, be secret. Don't show yourself. It'll be a secret ballot. Righto.
Okay. 5 minutes, please.
5 minutes while we secretify everybody.
Councillors Foley and Leone.